Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Damn, what's going on? How did Lu Yan break free from the ice crystal? Even a warrior with extremely high resistance will probably take a while to break free after being frozen by the ice crystal, right? And how can he be so fast? He's even faster than me and I'm an archer. The most terrifying thing is his strength, okay? Didn't you feel that something was wrong when he slashed open that ice wall with his scythe in the beginning? In any case, even as a warrior, my attack power is inferior to his. Is this the undead monarch? A cultivator of both magic and martial arts? This is crazy. When the surrounding students saw Lu Yan break through the ice wall and instantly break free from the ice crystal restraint, they were all stunned. Was this the combat strength a level 10 person could display? Damn, this is too crazy. I remember that the undead monarch cultivates both magic and martial arts. But other than summoning 2 skeletons, I've never seen him use any other spell skills. However, he was able to beat Xia Yunbing up in close combat. I previously thought that giving this Lu Yan third place was very exaggerated. Now, it seems that it's indeed very exaggerated. If he's not first, he's at least second, right? Have more confidence. I think even Bai Miao can't defeat him. Bai Miao frowned slightly as she listened to the surrounding discussion. Seeing Lu Yan's battle process just now, it was the same as his university entrance examination. He had defeated the other party easily and was incomparably powerful. To be honest, if she really faced Lu Yan, she was uncertain whether or not she could win. This was even when she had the strength to back it up. At the side, Bai Yuez was about to cry. This is too unexpected. Is this guy that abnormal? How good would it be if the new student introduction was yesterday? That way, I wouldn't have to change rooms with him. It's over. I'm going to move from house 2 to house 10 now. Bai Tianyu looked at Bai Yuez carefully. Cousin, I've long said that I'll stay in house 10. It's fine. Change to house 3. The difference is not big. Bai Yuez and Bai Tianyu knew their limits. Previously, they thought that Lu Yan was a necromancer. Even Bai Tianyu felt that Bai Yuez would definitely win. Even after hearing that Lu Yan had a hidden profession, the two of them were only surprised for a moment and did not think that there was any problem with the competition. After all, Lu Yan was only level 10. However, from the looks of it now, there was basically no hope. This Lu Yan had definitely not fully revealed his strength, but he was already extremely troublesome for Bai Yuez. Bai Yuez said with a bitter expression, "I've already signed the notary document. I definitely have to stay in house 10. It's fine, brother. Just take it that I've fought for you and got you house 3. Weevu." Bai Miao frowned at the side and said, "What room change?" Bai Tianyu looked at Bai Yuez and told Bai Miao about the room. Bai Miao raised her eyebrows and then looked at Bai Yuez. "Don't withdraw from the competition. When the time comes, use your strongest strength to fight him. It's best if you can force him to use his full strength." This Xia Yunbing had not forced Lu Yan to use his full strength at all. In the future, this Lu Yan would definitely become a powerful opponent for her. Bai Miao would take this time to increase her strength with all her strength. She also wanted to see how powerful this Lu Yan was. With that said, Bai Miao directly turned around and left. This battle was already over. Bai Yuez naturally understood what Bai Miao meant and wanted to cry. "Weevu, not only did I lose my house, but I also have to be used by my sister. Why am I so miserable?" In the arena, the black bone scythe wrapped in Lu Yan's hand landed on Xia Yunbing's ice armor and instantly broke it. Then, the black bone scythe landed on the armor on Xia Yunbing's body and directly sent the other party flying. At the same time, the array formation on the arena shot out a light that enveloped Xia Yunbing's body and sent him out of the arena. This attack exceeded the limit of what Xia Yunbing could withstand. If Xia Yunbing took it head-on, he would either die or be severely injured. Therefore, the arena protection mechanism was activated to protect Xia Yunbing. Of course, the competition ended with Xia Yunbing losing. After the staff of the notary office verified it, they directly wrote the results of the competition to the notary office. Because the resources the two of them had bet had not been distributed yet, when the resources were distributed, Xia Yunbing's portion would be directly sent to Lu Yan. Xia Yunbing stood rooted to the ground in a daze and had yet to recover. "Student Xia, thank you for your resources." Lu Yan smiled at Xia Yunbing and directly turned to leave. The surrounding students also discussed for a while as they slowly dispersed. Xia Yunbing looked at Lu Yan's back, his eyes revealing anger, but then his face turned pale. After fighting, he realized how big the difference was between the two of them. It was so big that he could not even think of revenge. With a simple move, Lu Yan obtained a reward resource ranked 6th, making him very happy. Whistling, Lu Yan returned to the dormitory, prepared to complete today's mission first. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Lu Yan. Lu Yan turned around and saw Li Meier chasing after him. "Can I help you?" Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and could already guess what the other party wanted from him. The other party was probably looking for him because of the post on the forum. Li Meier looked at Lu Yan and said somewhat hesitantly, "Lu Yan, I know this is somewhat rude, but I want to ask you for a favor." Lu Yan interrupted Li Meier and said, "You're probably talking about the thread you posted on the school forum, right?" "Sorry, I'm also helpless against the curse of a level 60 high-level undead creature." Li Mei hurriedly said, Lu Yan, I know that you might not be able to do anything, but can I trouble you to come with me? That's my mother. I've already used all the methods I can think of. Now, I can only ask a priest to ease my mother's situation as it can't be eradicated. Lu Yan, your hidden profession is an undead monarch, so you should also be a high-level undead. Perhaps you have a solution? Please. Don't worry, I won't let you come for nothing. Regardless of whether you have a solution or not, I'll still give you 100,000 energy coins as compensation. It seemed that Li Mei was also desperate. Seeing Li Mei's pleading expression, Lu Yan nodded. Then go and take a look. However, don't have too much hope. Li Mei nodded and smiled at Lu Yan. No matter what, thank you, student Lu Yan. Li Mei left the school with Lu Yan and arrived at a neighborhood beside the school. Li Mocking's priest friend was in the Golden Corner Academy. Li Mei's mother could receive treatment here. Compared to the other priests, Li Mocking's priest friend was naturally more reliable and had a cheaper rate. After arriving at Unit 2, Li Mei brought Lu Yan to the 4th floor. He knocked on the door in front of him and quickly heard a pleasant voice. Coming, coming. The door opened, and a fiery body appeared in front of Lu Yan. Lu Yan also did not expect to see such a scene when he opened the door. A woman in cool pajamas appeared in front of him. Her black silk-like hair was tied up high, and her oval face was well-defined. Her red eyes were agile and lively, revealing a seductive aura. Her round and moist red lips seemed to be tempting him to take a bite. Under her sexy and charming collarbone was a round and snow-white area. The deep ravine in the middle revealed endless maturity and charm. Below her slender waist was her round buttocks, giving off a huge visual impact. The pajamas on her body could only barely cover her proud figure. Every move she made revealed endless charm. In addition, the black tail behind her swayed slightly, revealing a heart-shaped tail, making Lu Yan's throat twitch involuntarily. Aya, Mom, why are you so exposed? Li Mei exclaimed when she saw her mother's outfit. Maggie was also stunned when she saw Lu Yan. Then, she hurriedly said, why didn't you tell me that you had a guest? I thought it was either you or Mo Ching. This is my classmate, Lu Yan. I'm here to give it to you. Aya, Mom, go and change first. Li Mei looked at her mother and could not help but say. Her mother, Maggie, also reacted and hurriedly entered the house to change. Li Mei also invited Lu Yan in awkwardly. After entering the room, Lu Yan discovered that the surrounding arrangements were basically pink, as if he had entered a girl's world. The room was neither big nor small. The decoration was still relatively exquisite, making it very comfortable. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Yan waited quietly, his expression slightly awkward. After all, he had just seen something he should not have seen. Previously, at Yingwei's place, Lu Yan had seen the succubus for the first time. Li Mei's mother was clearly also a succubus. However, compared to the succubus he had seen the first time, the charming aura on Li Mei's mother was even more condensed. The first succubus he saw had directly used her charm power on him, and her body emitted an endless charming aura. However, Li Mei's mother had condensed that charming aura in her body. She did not need to deliberately release it. Every move she made was filled with charm. After waiting for a while, Li Mei's mother, Maggie, changed into casual home clothes and came out. Although her long legs were still exposed, it was much better than before. Ahem, student Lu Yan, right? Come, have some tea first. Maggie placed the tea in front of Lu Yan to ease the awkwardness. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Yan nodded and picked up the teacup to take a sip. It was a very fragrant fruit tea. Li Mei looked at Maggie and said, Mom, this is my classmate, Lu Yan. He's ranked 3rd among the new students and is also the provincial champion of our Sohang province. Maggie was surprised to hear this. Is that so? How impressive. Mayor, you have to consult him more in the future. Don't just sit around all day. Li Mei said angrily, Mom, what do you mean by that? Aya, you've ruined everything. I brought Lu Yan here today to see if he can help you resolve that curse. Maggie was stunned for a moment when she heard Li Mei's words. Then, she raised her eyebrows and said, help me resolve the curse? Li Mei, what are you talking about? I'm under the curse of a level 60 high-level undead creature. Even if your classmate is the provincial champion, it's impossible for him to do anything. Li Mei hurriedly said, Mom, Lu Yan is a hidden profession, the undead monarch. He might have a way to deal with your curse. Let him try. Undead monarch. Maggie frowned, but then she looked at Lu Yan with an awkward expression. Mayor, you also know that the location of my curse mark is somewhat. Li Mei directly interrupted Maggie and said, Mom, seriously, your abdomen is not a particularly private place. Moreover, he's only trying to help you. Why are you thinking so much? As a succubus, why are you even more coy than an elf? Maggie said angrily, who told you that succubi have to be very open-minded? How can you say that about me? Li Mei also realized that it was inappropriate to speak so directly. She whispered, Mom, don't be angry. I just don't want you to miss this opportunity. Maggie sighed. Sigh, forget it. Since your classmate is an undead monarch, let him take a look. Although Maggie was somewhat surprised that Lu Yan had a hidden profession, the undead monarch, she did not have much hope. After all, how high could the level of a university student who had just finished the university entrance examination be? It was almost impossible for him to deal with a level 60 curse. However, Maggie also knew that her daughter had spent a lot of effort on her curse, so she could not bear to reject her. Then student Lu Yan, Follow me to the bedroom to take a look. Maggie looked at Luyan and had just opened her mouth when her face turned red. She subconsciously felt that it was not good for her daughter to be here and wanted to let this Luyan take a look alone. However, as soon as she spoke, it became even more inappropriate. Her daughter was right here. How could she let her male classmate go to the bedroom with her? Fortunately, Li Mayer reacted quickly and directly nodded. Yes, yes. Luyan, please see if there's a way. Maggie got up and walked to the bedroom. Although Luyan also felt that it was somewhat strange, he only wanted to see if there was a way. He stood up and followed behind Maggie. Luyan tried his best not to look around. He did not know if it was because Maggie was a succubus, but Luyan felt that his mouth was somewhat dry today. Perhaps the weather was too hot today. As his thoughts ran wild, Luyan had already been brought to the bedroom. Maggie did not close the door. She looked at Luyan's slightly red face and said, Student Luyan, how do you want to check? N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. This was also Luyan's first time and he was completely inexperienced. He pondered for a moment and said, let's see what the curse is first. Maggie did not hesitate to open her shirt. Her white abdomen was exposed in front of Luyan. Luyan saw a distorted black gas in the center of Maggie's abdomen. This black gas seemed to be embedded in Maggie's skin. It slowly flowed in Maggie's abdomen, forming changing distorted patterns. A dark aura revealed from it, making Luyan frown. From the distorted black gas, Luyan could clearly sense a dense undead aura. Although he felt that it was impossible for him to remove such a curse, Luyan still stretched out his hand to touch it, wanting to sense this undead aura and see if there was any way. Luyan immediately felt a warm sensation. Luyan's heart skipped a beat. His hand seemed to have slipped. When his palm slid to the location of the black gas, a cold feeling instantly spread. At the same time, a voice appeared in Luyan's mind. Ding, congratulations on completing the achievement mission Fear of High-Level Undead Power. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Achievement mission? Luyan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect to complete an achievement mission at this moment. Previously, he thought that the achievement mission would be given by the system before being completed. However, from the looks of it, he could also trigger a passive mission. As long as he met the requirements of the achievement mission, he would be able to complete it. The Fear of High-Level Undead Power? Luyan raised his eyebrows and checked. Achievement mission, Fear of High-Level Undead Power, completed. This is the first time you've come into contact with a high-level undead power and made it afraid. Reward for completion, 10 skill points 200 achievement points. Luyan did not care much about the 10 skill points and 200 achievement points. The skill, Undead Rainbow Absorption, stunned him. He did not expect to obtain so many rewards after touching Li Mayer's mother. Undead Rainbow Absorption, exclusive skill, cannot be upgraded. You can absorb the undead power and use it for yourself. You can't absorb the undead power that directly causes damage to you. The level of the undead power you can absorb is related to your strength. The recovery time after using it is related to your physique. Absorb the undead power for his own use? Luyan revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Although this skill might cause him to absorb undead power that can cause damage to him, it was still a divine skill if used well. For example, he could use the Undead Rainbow Absorption to absorb the undead curse on Li Mayer's mother in front of him and then use the power of this undead curse. However, he did not know if it was a one-time use skill or if he could directly obtain a skill. Luyan immediately decided to give it a try. At this moment, Maggie could not help but frown when she saw Luyan place his hand on her abdomen for a long time. Could this kid be taking advantage of her? Luyan, it should be fine now, right? Maggie looked at Luyan and shrank back, prepared to pull down her clothes. Luyan directly went forward and frowned. Don't move. Let me try. Try? Try what? Nov, L, B // JNN. Was he trying to cop a feel? Maggie felt Luyan's palm slide on her abdomen and revealed a furious expression. This boy was so handsome, but why was he so inappropriate? He was simply a little pervert. Maggie was about to reprimand him when her body suddenly froze. Then, she lowered her head and looked at her abdomen. Alright, her vision was blocked and she could not see his abdomen. Although she could not see his abdomen, Maggie could clearly sense that the accumulated undead power in her abdomen had loosened a little and slowly flowed away. Maggie was instantly excited. After so long, the undead curse power in her abdomen had not wavered at all. Even with the help of a high-level priest, she could only barely suppress this curse power and not let it erupt. They had to suppress it every once in a while. Moreover, suppressing it every time consumed more priest power. Just the cost of hiring a priest was a huge sum. This was when the priest she invited was Li Mocking's colleague and she had received a discount. Moreover, even after suppressing this curse power, it still acted up from time to time, making Maggie want to die every time. Now, some of the curse power had actually disappeared. Although it was only a small portion, it was enough to make Maggie happy. Then, Maggie saw sweat seeping out of Luyan's forehead in front of her. He gritted his teeth and looked like he was struggling. Biting her lip, Maggie cursed herself. She was really a petty person. The other party had worked so hard to help her resolve the problem of this curse power, but she was suspecting that the other party had ill intentions. At this moment, Luyan was really not in the mood to taste the softness of Maggie's abdomen. After using the Undead Rainbow Absorption, Luyan discovered that an extremely dense undead curse power had been absorbed into his body. The power of this undead curse was very powerful. After absorbing a little, Lu Yan felt that his body could not take it anymore. Without hesitation, Lu Yan directly let go of his hand and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was still wishful thinking for him to use the undead rainbow absorption to absorb the level 60 undead curse power. Lu Yan could sense that the power of the undead curse he had absorbed was dormant in his body. He could easily mobilize it and use it to attack. However, this power was one-off and was not a permanent ability. Although he was somewhat disappointed, this was also normal. Otherwise, this skill would be too abnormal. At the same time, Lu Yan could also sense that the next time he could use the undead rainbow absorption would be in a week. Perhaps it was because the undead curse he absorbed was relatively powerful. Moreover, if he wanted to use the undead rainbow absorption again, he had to first use up the absorbed undead curse power in his body. This was unless his body's strength increased and he could absorb more power with the undead rainbow absorption. Mom, how are you? Lu Yan, do you have a solution? Li Meier's voice from outside made Lu Yan return to his senses. Then, Lu Yan saw Maggie looking at him nervously. At this moment, Maggie did not dare to breathe loudly, thinking that Lu Yan was still thinking of a solution for her. Auntie, I'm already done here. Lu Yan looked at Maggie and said. Maggie was stunned for a moment before her voice became sharp. It's over. It was not easy for her to have hope, but now he was telling her that it was over? So soon? Lu Yan explained, Auntie, the undead curse on your body is really too powerful. I can only remove a little at a time and can't completely remove it. Of course, it's also because I'm too weak now. Out of habit, Lu Yan did not say that he could absorb this curse power. He only said that he could remove it. Maggie hurriedly said, You're not weak at all. You're really awesome. I've endured so many years of torture. Now, I'm finally able to relax a little. This is already very good. At this moment, Li Meier arrived at the door and said excitedly, Mom, is that true? Does Lu Yan really have a way to undo this undead curse? Lu Yan shook his head and said, I can't remove it. I can only remove a little of the power of the undead curse. Moreover, I still have to wait for half a month before I can remove it again. Lu Yan did not plan to waste the power of the undead curse he had absorbed. He should be able to use it in half a month. This is already very good. My God, I didn't expect you to really have a solution. This is really too good. Li Meier's eyes were red as she hugged Lu Yan excitedly. Lu Yan's body froze slightly as he felt Li Meier's warm body and felt a headache. Li Meier was really too excited. After so long, she finally had a solution to the undead curse that had been troubling her mother. Although he could only clear a little in half a month, it was already extremely good news for Li Meier. This made her somewhat unable to help herself. However, she quickly reacted and let go of Lu Yan. Her face was slightly red as she said, I'm sorry, Lu Yan. I was really too excited. Lu Yan smiled and did not say anything. Since my method is useful against this curse, I'll come back in half a month. Lu Yan looked at Li Meier and Maggie and said. He was also craving Maggie's body. Ahem, what he meant was that he was craving the undead curse power on Maggie. Li Meier was still very excited. Thank you so much. Lu Yan, wait for a moment. I'll transfer 90 million energy coins to you now. At this moment, since Lu Yan was able to fulfill Li Meier's conditions on the school forum, then she just had to give the reward to him. There's no need. We're all classmates. Lu Yan waved his hand when he saw this. It was not that he was trying to act cool, but he had already completed the achievement mission on Li Meier's mother and obtained the skill points as well as the undead rainbow absorption skill. He could also absorb the undead curse power on her for his own use. It felt somewhat inappropriate to ask for more money. At the side, Maggie said, Lu Yan, you have to accept this money. Perhaps to you, it just so happens that you have a way to deal with this curse power and it didn't take much effort. However, to me, this is a huge matter. This 90 million is a token of our appreciation. Please accept it. Li Meier also nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said, That's right, that's right. Lu Yan, just accept it. Lu Yan was still somewhat hesitant. Maggie smiled and said, Lu Yan, if you don't accept the money, how can I guarantee that you won't use your full strength to treat me in the future? It's more reassuring this way. Just accept it. Hearing Maggie's words, Lu Yan could only nod and say, in that case, you can pay me after I completely eliminate the power of this undead curse. Li Meier was about to say something when Maggie stopped her. Alright, since student Lu Yan has said so, it's decided. Meier, accompany student Lu Yan for a while. I'll go buy some vegetables and cook to thank student Lu Yan. With that said, Maggie swayed her plump body and left the room. Lu Yan had just opened his mouth when Li Meier pulled him to the sofa. Shaking his head, Lu Yan could only chat with Li Meier as he waited for Maggie to return. Soon, Maggie returned and prepared a table full of dishes. It had to be said that Maggie's culinary skills were really good. Lu Yan finished 3 bowls of rice in a row. Maggie was also very happy. She took out her precious fruit wine and drank with Lu Yan. However, after 3 glasses of wine, Maggie was somewhat drunk and her movements became somewhat bold. After drinking 3 more glasses, Maggie directly leaned on the table. Li Meier said somewhat awkwardly, Lu Yan, don't mind her. My mother's alcohol tolerance is always like this. She's even addicted to food. As she spoke, Li Meier helped Maggie to the bedroom to rest. After the meal, Lu Yan left Li Meier's house. She stayed at home to take care of her mother, Maggie. In half a month, he would come here again to absorb the undead curse power in Maggie's body. After returning to the school, Lu Yan returned to the dormitory to complete his mission for the day. Then, he took a shower and rested briefly. In the evening, Lu Yan wandered around the school to familiarize himself with the environment. At this moment, Lu Yan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unknown number. After answering, an unfamiliar voice sounded. Hello, is this Junior Lu Yan? I'm Lu Fengjian, the one who posted about forming a team to find the sword pill. Junior Lu Yan, are you interested in chatting? Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. At that time, after memorizing the other party's contact information, he also sent his contact information to the other party in private. He did not expect the other party to really call him. Sure, I'm in school now. Senior, are you also in school? Lu Yan replied. I'm at the school's Star Source Cafe. I'm in House 3. Come directly. Lu Fengjian's voice sounded. Lu Yan agreed. Lu Yan took out his phone and checked the location of the Star Source Cafe before rushing over. Soon, Lu Yan arrived at the Star Source Cafe and pushed the door open to enter House 3. Nov. L. B /JNN. After knocking on the door, the person inside opened and a young man with a scar on his face appeared in front of Lu Yan. Are you Junior Lu Yan? I'm Lu Fengjian. Come in quickly. Lu Fengjian looked at Lu Yan and smiled. Lu Yan nodded and walked in. There was another person in the room. It was a tall woman in a pitch-black leather coat. She had a dagger stuck in her waist and was sizing Lu Yan up. These were the second and third year seniors. They had already experienced the wilderness many times and had a murderous aura. After sitting down, Lu Fengjian looked at Lu Yan and asked, Lu Yan, do you know that we have to go to the wilderness to obtain the sword pill as a team? To be honest, Lu Fengjian did not care when he first saw Lu Yan's message. He would not bring a new student into the wilderness. That was simply no different from bringing a burden. However, after understanding that Lu Yan was ranked third among the new students and had exposed the hidden profession of the undead monarch today, Lu Fengjian changed his attitude. After seeing the battle between Lu Yan and Xia Yunbing posted on the forum in the afternoon, Lu Fengjian directly chose to contact Lu Yan. This Lu Yan's combat strength was very high. Moreover, he needed someone with the undead power to go with him. He originally wanted to find a Necromancer, but there were very few Necromancers in the school. Moreover, they were all busy, so Lu Yan became the best candidate. Lu Yan nodded. I understand the danger in the real world. Don't worry, I won't become a burden to you. If he wanted to go to the wilderness, he would buy some life-saving items that could at least ensure his safety. Lu Fengjian smiled and said, that's for the best. If we encounter danger in the wilderness, we have to rescue each other while ensuring our safety. However, in the situation where we can't even take care of ourselves, we still have to prioritize protecting ourselves. This had to be discussed in advance. Moreover, Lu Yan had to notarize the matter at the school's notary office. Otherwise, if anything happened, he would have to bear the responsibility. Lu Fengjian then said, then, if we can only give you 10% of the profits after obtaining the sword pill, do you have any objections? Lu Yan shook his head. I don't need 10% of the profits. If we really obtain the sword pill, I hope to be able to buy this sword pill. Don't worry, I'll buy it at 20% higher than the market price. Moreover, I can buy it with credits. When Lu Fengjian heard Lu Yan's words, before he could speak, the woman beside him directly said, all right, if Junior Lu Yan is willing to pay with credits, the sword pill will naturally be sold to you first. How could energy coins be compared to credits? The first time special students received resources, they would receive credits. She naturally did not want to miss this opportunity to obtain credits. Lu Fengjian also nodded. Of course. However, we'll directly deduct the 10% fees from the price. We won't take advantage of you. However, there's something you need to know, student Lu Yan. It's possible for you to obtain a sword pill from this operation, but it's also possible that you'll end up empty-handed. You have to be mentally prepared. Lu Yan nodded. He naturally understood this. Seeing Lu Yan nod, Lu Fengjian continued, since there's no problem on your side, I'll tell you the details. The search for the sword pill this time is based on a file I exchanged for with my credits in the school's treasure vault. It records the destruction of a sword technique team in the school. According to the records, that sword team has a level 30 sword master and 4 second-year sword students. Our goal is that sword master. He might have condensed a sword pill before he died. It should at least be a mid-grade sword pill. That location is not bad either. It's not far from the wilderness in the southeast direction of the school. It's not deep into the wilderness, so the danger factor is not too high. I'll be leading the team this time. There's also the third-year senior Zhongli beside me. There are also 3 second-year students. It shouldn't be a problem. If not for the fact that the price of the sword pill had skyrocketed, Lu Fengjian would not have formed such a team to search for the sword pill. Lu Yan frowned. Since that sword Dao team was wiped out there, it means that there should be a lot of danger there, right? Those people definitely made many life-saving preparations before entering the wilderness. But even a team led by a level 30 sword master had been wiped out. It was definitely very dangerous there. Lu Fengjian smiled when he heard this and said, Junior Lu Yan, you don't have to worry about that. After the wipeout happened, the school cleaned up that area immediately and destroyed the entire team of undead knights. However, their corpses were not found at that time, so they were kept in the file. Lu Yan nodded. If that was the case, it would be fine. When are we leaving? Lu Yan looked at Lu Fengjian and asked. Lu Fengjian pondered for a moment. We should be leaving in a week. I'll inform you then. By the way, if you're free in the next few days, you can go to the school's secret realm to increase your level. Most of the demon beasts in that area are level 15 to 20. It's naturally best if your level is higher. Secret realm? The school also has a secret realm. Lu Yan looked at Lu Fengjian and said in surprise. He had never heard of a secret realm in the school before. Li Mocking and the senior sister who brought him to the dormitory had not mentioned this matter. Lu Fengjian was stunned for a moment. Of course. Every university has a secret realm. However, our Golden Corner Academy encourages students to level up in the real world because the school leaders think that improvements are most effective when your life is at stake. Therefore, every student of the Golden Corner Academy can only enter the secret realm 3 times. You don't have to be afraid of death in the secret realm and you can increase your strength without worry in there. It's the best way for new students to increase their level in the early stages. Most students will use the secret realm when they first enter the school to increase their level and strength. Lu Yan nodded. If there was a secret realm, he could go and take a look. After all, his level was still a bit low for him to be going into the wilderness, although his combat strength was very abnormal. Alright, that's all for today. I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. I'll inform you when we take action. Lu Fengjian and Zhang Li stood up and shook Lu Yan's hand with a smile before leaving. After finishing the coffee in front of him, Lu Yan also walked out of the cafe. Thinking of the secret realm Lu Fengjian had mentioned just now, Lu Yan asked the surrounding seniors and headed towards the secret realm. The secret realm of the Golden Corner Academy was on the first floor of the stadium. It was still relatively far from Lu Yan's location. Lu Yan directly rode the teleportation formation over. After arriving at the stadium, Lu Yan directly arrived at the hall on the first floor. After searching for a long time, he finally found the location of the secret realm. On the one hand, the stadium was really too big. On the other hand, the room where the secret realm was located was not big. After all, it was only a few bronze mirrors and could not take up much space. Inside, a senior and a teacher were in charge. After learning that Lu Yan was a new student, the teacher inside got the senior to introduce some secret realms to Lu Yan. There were only 3 secret realms here. One was level 10 to 20, one was level 20 to 30, and the other was level 30 to 40. Every new student had 3 chances to enter the secret realm. Every secret realm also had a difficult choice. The harder it was, the more level up power they could obtain. From the seniors and teachers, Lu Yan learned that generally speaking, most new students would use the secret realm once to increase their level. Then, they would use the other 2 times when their strength was no longer obvious to enter the secret realm and use the secret realm to help them break through the bottleneck. Usually, they would use the secret realm for level 20 to 30. Most of the time, they would spend their last chance of entering the secret realm on the eve of graduation. They would use the secret realm for level 30 to 40 to challenge themselves and increase their strength one last time before leaving school. Lu Yan pondered for a moment and decided to enter the secret realm to increase his level the day before he entered the wilderness. During this period of time, he could increase his 4 attributes through the daily missions to increase his speed of clearing the level. This was because he wanted to choose a nightmare level secret realm for level 10 to 20. The reason why he wanted to choose the nightmare level was because there was more level up power in the nightmare level. Moreover, there was also a clearing ranking in the secret realm. The top 10 would be rewarded with credits. The first place credit reward of the nightmare level was the highest. The first place of the nightmare level for level 10 to 20 would be able to receive 800 credit points. This could be considered a higher reward. After such a long time, the time needed to get first place had already been compressed to a very short amount. If Lu Yan wanted to obtain first place, he had to be prepared. After making a decision, Lu Yan left the stadium and walked around the campus briefly before returning to the small mountain where his dormitory was. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. At 9 in the evening, Lu Yan walked up the small mountain. When he reached House 7, the door suddenly opened. Li Mayer, who was wearing pajamas, stood at the door and looked at Lu Yan with a smile. Lu Yan, I've finally waited for you to return. Come quickly. My mother asked me to give you something. Lu Yan did not expect Li Mayer to stop him. Hearing Li Mayer's words, Lu Yan could not help but think of Maggie's beautiful body. Ahem, Lu Yan's face turned red. It must be because Maggie was a succubus. It was definitely not because his willpower was too poor. Arriving in front of Li Mayer, Lu Yan smiled and asked, "What did your mother ask you to bring me?" Li Mayer turned around and bent down, as if she was lifting something from behind. Pfft! Lu Yan's eyes almost popped out. After all, it was summer. Li Mayer was wearing a short skirt under her pajamas. When she bent down, something pink entered Lu Yan's vision. It seemed that she was responsible for the renovation style of their house. Li Mayer picked up a bucket of fruit wine from behind with difficulty and turned around to hand it to Lu Yan. "This is the fruit wine my mother brewed herself. She asked me to bring it to you to express her gratitude." Li Mayer looked at Lu Yan and said. After Maggie woke up, she could not help but feel ashamed of her actions. She made Li Mayer bring the rest of the fruit wine to Lu Yan as an apology for her rude behavior. Lu Yan did not stand on ceremony and received the fruit wine. It had to be said that the fruit wine Maggie brewed was still very sweet and had a unique fragrance. Lu Yan fell in love with this taste after drinking it once. After chatting with Li Mayer for a while more, Lu Yan returned to his house. After taking a shower, Lu Yan poured a glass of fruit wine and drank it while browsing the school forum. There was a lot of information in the school forum. It was an important channel for new students to understand the various news in the school. Lu Yan quickly saw that the video of his battle with Xia Binjayun had become a hot topic. The battle between the 3rd and 6th place new students naturally attracted the attention of many people. Lu Yan browsed briefly and then searched for the sword pill thread. He discovered that there was no new information about the sword pill. After browsing for a while, Lu Yan went to bed to rest. The next day, Lu Yan woke up and drank a glass of water before starting to train. Soon, he finished today's mission. The mission rewards for the past few days were about the same. Lu Yan had always chosen skill points as rewards. Including today, he had obtained 15 skill points in the past few days. Coupled with the 10 skill points from before, Lu Yan now had 25 skill points. Lu Yan did not use these skill points immediately. Today, he should be able to receive the first reward from the school. If he could receive his 3rd place reward Xia Binjayun's 6th place reward, he would be able to obtain a lot of credits. With the credits, Lu Yan planned to go to the school skill library today or tomorrow to take a look. If there were any suitable skills, he would use the credits to exchange for them. At that time, he would decide how to use the skill points. After tidying up briefly, Lu Yan prepared to have breakfast. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Yan saw the 3 Bai siblings walking towards his house. It was Bai Miao, Bai Yuez, and Bai Tianyu. Bai Yuez had a helpless expression, as if he had nothing to live for. Not long after she woke up today, Bai Miao was already urging Bai Yuez to come here and compete with Lu Yan in advance. She could not wait to see it. Bai Yuez was speechless. Was she that impatient to see her brother being tortured? Seeing that Bai Yuez was silent, Bai Miao kicked his leg. Bai Yuez staggered and arrived in front of Lu Yan awkwardly. Student Lu Yan, are you free today? Why don't we bring forward our competition? How about today? Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. Oh, you can't wait for me to move to house 10. Bai Yuez wanted to cry. He really did not mean to provoke the other party. He was only forced to do so. Just as he was about to explain, Bai Miao's voice sounded from behind. That's right. Bai Yuez wants to beat you up. He specially got me and Bai Tianyu to watch the battle so that we can see his heroic figure later. Bai Yuez was directly petrified. Damn, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Big sister, I know that you said this to let Lu Yan use his true strength to see his true level, but have you ever considered my feelings? Is that so? Then let's do it today. Remember to show mercy later. Lu Yan patted Bai Yuez's shoulder and was the first to walk down the mountain. When he saw Bai Miao, Lu Yan vaguely guessed Bai Yuez's goal for bringing forward the competition. If she wanted to find out his strength, it would depend on whether or not her brother had the ability. In the school canteen, Lu Yan and the 3 Bai siblings sat at the dining table and ate. Although they had to compete, they still had to eat breakfast. The breakfast the 4 of them brought almost filled the dining table in front of them. The 3 Bai siblings were all warriors and had consumed a lot of stamina. They naturally ate a lot. Lu Yan was basically half a warrior and had a lot of appetite. After breakfast, it was already 10 o'clock. The 4 of them quickly headed to the school's arena and quickly arrived. At this moment, many people were already competing in the arenas. After all, there were many things that needed to be resolved every day in a school like this. Many students were watching the battle from the surroundings. Some were learning combat techniques, while others were purely watching the commotion. Isn't that Lu Yan? Why is he in the arena again? Is he going to fight again? Lu Yan? Who's Lu Yan? The name is so familiar. The guy I told you about yesterday who was ranked 3rd in the new student recruitment and defeated the 6th place Xia Binjayun until the other party couldn't fight back at all. Looks like he's here to fight in the arena again today. Sigh, I know that girl. Could it be that Lu Yan wants to fight her? Soon, someone discovered Lu Yan and the others and discussed. After the fermentation of the forum, Lu Yan's reputation also spread among the 2nd and 3rd year students. As for Bai Miao, she was the top new student and a beauty. With the popularity she received from her labels, she was even more famous than Lu Yan. Their arrival naturally caused a commotion. Many students' gazes landed on the 2 of them. Lu Yan and the others first went to the notary office and brought the notary to one of the arenas. Then, Lu Yan and Bai Yuez arrived at the arena. What? I thought it was Lu Yan and Bai Miao. Why is it someone else? Who is this kid? I don't remember him. Bai Miao's younger brother, Bai Yuez, is said to be the 2nd place in the new student recruitment this time. However, he doesn't have much of a presence. It's worth watching. Who do you think will win? Hearing the surrounding discussion, Bai Yuez's expression became solemn. Although he knew that Lu Yan was very powerful, he would not admit defeat easily. He was the man who was going to inherit the title of the Bai family's spear god. The arena protection mechanism was activated. Lu Yan and Bai Yuez were both equipped. Their equipment was both gold level, so the difference was negligible. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. With the silver spear in his hand, Bai Yuez was the first to rush towards Lu Yan. The key to the Bai family's spear technique was speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Therefore, Bai Yuez attacked Lu Yan as soon as he arrived at the arena. Gale slash. The charging skill of a warrior could allow him to quickly rush forward for a distance and slash. Bai Yuez was a warrior and naturally knew the skills of a warrior. With Bai Yuez's use of the skill, he cleverly attached the strength to the spear tip. He quickly rushed in front of Lu Yan and stabbed the tip of Bai Yue's spear towards Lu Yan like a dragon emerging from the sea. Bang! Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe in his hand and directly blocked Bai Yue's spear tip. Bai Yue's attack was very ferocious, but it could not advance at all. Bai Yue's was shocked. This guy's strength was actually on par with his and might even be slightly higher. The spear in his hand trembled before changing its angle and piercing towards Lu Yan like a rain. Bai Yue's used the Bai family's spear technique. This Bai Yue's with the spear is so fast. Moreover, the effect of the warrior skill has been cleverly used on the silver spear in his hand. The power has even increased a lot. The most important thing is his spear technique. Look, it's mysterious and unfathomable. He's even stronger than a second profession change spearman. That Lu Yan is the abnormal one. He hasn't even used any skills yet and has already blocked all the attacks with the black scythe in his hand. How is this arena competition for new students? Their fight is even more ferocious than some second-year students. Looks like the quality of the new students this year is very high. The surrounding seniors watched the battle and exclaimed, N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. The Bai Yuez who used a long spear was already very abnormal. However, the Lu Yan in front of him was even more abnormal. The quality of the new students this year was much higher than they imagined. In the arena, Lu Yan blocked Bai Yuez's spear again. Sensing the backlash from his arm, Bai Yuez frowned. This guy did not use any skills and only relied on his 4 attributes and the weapon in his hand to block his repeated attacks. Wasn't this guy's attributes too terrifying? Lu Yan looked at Bai Yuez in front of him and nodded slightly. Bai Miao wanted to test him, and he also wanted to test Bai Yuez's strength. It had to be said that the Bai family's spear technique was still very powerful. Lu Yan relied on his powerful 4 attributes to barely suppress Bai Yuez in front of him. Of course, this was only if he did not use any skills. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Yan felt that it was about time. The 2 skeleton elites were directly summoned and attacked Bai Yuez from both sides. At the same time, Lu Yan also used the undead netherworld armor and the netherworld soul scythe. A huge pressure instantly surged towards Bai Yuez in front of him. Bai Yuez frowned. Previously, Xia Binjiayun was powerless against Lu Yan in this state. He could not make the same mistake. Secret technique? Explosive spear. Bai Yuez's spear trembled, and a scarlet light instantly burst out from the silver spear in his hand. Then, this scarlet light pounced onto Bai Yuez's body and completely enveloped his body. In an instant, Bai Yuez's 4 attributes increased greatly. He waved the spear tip and rushed towards Lu Yan again. Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe covered in the netherworld soul scythe in his hand and faced the other party's silver spear. This time, the speed of the silver spear in Bai Yuez's hand soared. The tip of the spear danced like a flower. As it blocked the black bone scythe, it took the opportunity to pass through the defense of the black bone scythe and land on Lu Yan. Unfortunately, with the protection of the undead netherworld armor, Lu Yan was not injured at all. The 2 skeleton elites also surrounded Bai Yuez. However, the spear in Bai Yuez's hand danced. It was actually more than enough to deal with the encirclement from 3 sides. Damn, awesome, I thought that was their peak just now. I didn't expect that it was only a warm-up. Are all the new students so powerful now? How are we going to survive? The battle between these 2 is really too satisfying. Indeed, this kind of evenly matched battle makes one's blood boil. Evenly matched? Have you watched so many arena matches in vain? That Bai Yuez has clearly used his full strength, but look at that Lu Yan. He's so relaxed but Bai Yuez can't even break his defense. That's right. I bet that Lu Yan hasn't used his full strength yet. There shouldn't be any suspense in this competition. Bai Tianyu looked at the battle on the stage and frowned. This Lu Yan is actually so powerful. Brother Yuez has already used his explosive spear, but he can only barely fight him to a draw. Bai Miao shook her head. It's not a draw. Look at Lu Yan's movements. He hasn't used his full strength yet. You have to know that when he was fighting Xia Binjiayun previously, his speed was very fast. I originally thought that Bai Yuez would at least be able to force Lu Yan to use his full strength. Now, it seems unlikely. Even I'm probably not this guy's match. How is this possible? Bai Tianyu was shocked. He knew very well that Bai Miao was the #1 person in the Bai family's younger generation and had even personally seen Bai Miao's terrifying combat strength. Bai Miao smiled and said, nothing is impossible. There's always someone better. Looks like after going to the secret realm in 2 days, I'll have to go to the wilderness to increase my strength. Otherwise, I'll really lose the first place in the new student competition. At this moment, the surrounding seniors exclaimed. In the arena, Bai Yuez seemed to know that Lu Yan had not used his full strength and was somewhat furious. Taking a step back, Bai Yuez tightly gripped the silver spear in his hand. Stinging moon stab, white dragon break, spear swim in all directions. Bai Yuez gritted his teeth and used 3 skills in a row. His body quickly rushed out, and the silver spear in Bai Yuez's hand directly stabbed diagonally, landing on the black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand. Lu Yan's hands emitted a huge force, and his palms were slightly numb. Then, a white dragon suddenly jumped out from the tip of Bai Yuez's spear and rushed towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan quickly blocked the black bone scythe in front of him, but the huge force still forced him to retreat 4 to 5 steps. However, under the protection of the undead netherworld armor, Lu Yan was not injured. At this moment, the long spear in Bai Yue's hand in front of him seemed to have transformed into hundreds of spears that suddenly bloomed around his body. The shadows of long spears suddenly pierced forward. A portion of the spear shadows headed towards Lu Yan, who had just stabilized his footing. The other portion of the spear shadows directly headed towards the two skeleton elites on both sides. Bang, bang, two crisp sounds sounded. The spear phantom instantly pierced through the two skeleton elites. Then, their bodies directly shattered and their bones scattered on the ground. Bai Yue's series of attacks was very sharp. Not only did he force Lu Yan back, but he also instantly killed two skeleton elites. Although Lu Yan did not upgrade the skeleton elite too much, it was already very powerful for him to do this. Whoosh, whoosh. Bai Yue held the silver spear and panted slightly. The instantaneous explosion had also placed a very strong burden on his body and consumed most of his strength. Lu Yan looked at Bai Yue in front of him and said in a low voice, "Not bad, you're very powerful. If not for the undead netherworld armor, the outcome of this competition would really be uncertain." Of course, this was also because he had not used his full strength. If he had used his full strength from the beginning, Bai Yue probably would not have been able to last more than 10 seconds. With the black bone scythe in hand, Lu Yan no longer hesitated and prepared to use all his strength. Lu Yan suddenly rushed forward, and his speed directly soared. He arrived in front of Bai Yue and slashed the black bone scythe in his hand at Bai Yue. Bai Yue waved his spear to block. A huge force transmitted over, making his hand turn numb and his body take 2 steps back. Quick steps. Lu Yan's speed increased again and he appeared behind Bai Yue like a ghost. He waved the black bone scythe in his hand and collided with Bai Yue's silver spear. Bang! With a muffled sound, the silver spear was directly sent flying. In the next moment, the black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand was placed on Bai Yue's neck. Bai Yue's body froze before he revealed a bitter smile. I lost? Although he had long known that he would lose, Bai Yue did not expect to lose so completely. He was almost unable to resist at all. Awesome, the battle of these two new students makes my blood boil. Every move is very fierce. Not bad, it's clean and efficient. That's Bai Yue's, right? I think even second and third year students will be shocked by his one-shot technique. I was paying attention to that Lu Yan. His combat strength is a little too abnormal. After using his full strength, he's simply bullying the other party. Moreover, what skill is that black armor? Its defense is actually so high. Lu Yan nodded at Bai Yue and directly walked off the arena. The notary at the side also announced the outcome of this competition. The bet on the notary was also effective. From now on, Lu Yan was the owner of House 2. Bai Tianyu was the owner of House 3, and Bai Yue was directly transferred to House 10. Just as Lu Yan was about to leave, a few students arrived and blocked his way. The young man in the lead looked at Lu Yan and smiled. Hello, Junior Lu Yan. I'm Yang Minglu, a third-year student. I'm also the president of our Golden Corner Academy's Cloud Society. I would like to take the liberty to ask Junior Lu Yan if you're interested in joining our Cloud Society. As long as you're willing, we will give you the treatment of a vice president. As he spoke, Yang Minglu looked at the 3 Bai siblings at the side and said, of course, it's the same for Junior Bai Miao. If you can join our Cloud Society, you will also be treated as the vice president. As for the remaining 2, after joining the Cloud Society, they will receive treatment second only to the vice president. When the surrounding students heard Yang Minglu's words, their eyes revealed envy. The Cloud Society was one of the top 3 societies in the Golden Corner Academy, and it was also the most famous one. After entering the Cloud Society, not only would there be monthly subsidies, but the seniors in the club would also bring their juniors to the wilderness to level up for free. When they accepted missions, they could also partner up with the top experts in the club. It was simply awesome. Generally speaking, top-notch clubs like the Cloud Society would recruit members from the top 10 of the school's various rankings. Moreover, their levels would not be lower than 20. Even when recruiting new students, they would only make a move after seeing the strength of the new students clearly. He did not expect to see the president of the Cloud Society to personally invite 4 new students this time. Most importantly, 2 of them were actually given the treatment of vice presidents. This was something that many members of the Cloud Society dreamed of. It seemed that the president of the Cloud Society, Yang Minglu, valued Lu Yan and Bai Miao's potential very much. Yang Minglu originally planned to invite the 3 Bai siblings because he knew the Bai family of the North River. The Bai family of the North River was considered a military family. Many members of the Bai family had joined the army, and almost all of them were very powerful. This was because the weak ones might already be dead before they could even step into the outside world. Yang Minglu had seen Bai Miao's university entrance examination video and had decided to invite Bai Miao. As for Lu Yan, he had made the decision after watching the battle between him and Bai Yue. This guy's potential was not inferior to Bai Miao's. As the president of the Cloud Society, Yang Minglu's judgment was still very accurate. Lu Yan pondered for a moment. He had learned about the club on the school forum. The club was equivalent to a small group in the school. The school was also supportive of the clubs. The stronger clubs could obtain resources from the school. Of course, the school would also let the clubs do some special missions. Other than some students with strange personalities, the others would basically join a club to develop. Lu Yan naturally had his considerations. In the forum, the voice of the Cloud Society was also very high. There were many experts among them. However, joining a club was a very important thing. He had to consider it carefully. At the very least, he had to get to know a few more clubs before he joined one. I'll think about it first. If I want to join, I'll contact you then. Lu Yan looked at Yingming in front of him and said. Yang Minglu was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had encountered someone who had to think about it after he had taken the initiative to invite the other party. However, he then smiled and said, of course. This is my contact information. Junior Lu Yan, when you're done considering, you can contact me at any time n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Then, Yang Minglu's gaze landed on Bai Miao. Bai Miao looked at Yang Minglu and said, I'm sorry, I've already decided what club I want to join. Hearing Bai Miao's words, the smile on Yang Minglu's face froze for a moment, but then he continued with a smile, alright, since the three of you have already made your choice, I won't force you. With that said, Yang Minglu left with the club members. Damn, awesome. They actually failed to invite a single person into the Cloud Society. I thought the few of them would immediately join. They're offering the treatment of a vice president. What's this Lu Yan still thinking about? If it were me, I would have directly agreed. I'm more concerned about which club that Bai Miao will choose. That club actually got her to join in advance. As everyone discussed, Lu Yan left the arena and prepared to go to the library to see if there were any useful skills. The three Bai siblings were in front of him, and he did not know where they were going. After walking for a while, Bai Yuez turned around and arrived in front of Lu Yan with a furious expression. Hey, there's no need for you to go to such lengths, right? I know that since I lost, House 2 is now yours. I'll change houses with you tonight. Are you trying to get me to move out right now by following so closely behind me? Lu Yan looked at the embarrassed Bai Yuez in front of him and said indifferently, who's following you? I'm going to the library. Why? Can't I take this path? Of course. If you want to change houses now, I can accompany you. Bai Yuez was stunned for a moment, his face turning red and white. So he had made a mistake. How many times have I told you to use your brain to think carefully when you encounter something? Don't rush forward on impulse. Bai Miao came over and reprimanded Bai Yuez. Then, she looked at Lu Yan and said, I'm sorry, this brother of mine is a little stupid. He doesn't think before he speaks. I hope you don't mind. Bai Yuez's expression darkened. Although he knew that his sister was speaking up for him, why did these words sound so uncomfortable? Lu Yan waved his hand and said, it's fine. I can already tell based on what I've seen previously. Bai Yuez's expression darkened. What did he mean? If not for the fact that his sister was also here, he would have definitely made the other party explain himself. Bai Miao smiled and said, we're also going to the library. Since it's on the way, why don't we go together? Lu Yan was stunned for a moment before looking at Bai Miao and nodding. The four of them headed towards the school library. Lu Yan and Bai Miao chatted the entire way. Bai Miao was different from Bai Yuez. Be it her speech or her aura, they were very comfortable. Moreover, she knew a lot time passed quickly when he chatted with Bai Miao. Lu Yan and the other three spent half an hour in the library. The entire library was very magnificent. It was surrounded by ancient stone pillars with complicated inscriptions engraved on them. It was said that the school had hired hundreds of top-notch inscribers to engrave this and was able to resist calamities. From afar, it gave off an extremely heavy feeling. The four of them swiped the student card of the Golden Corner Academy and entered the library in front. The library was divided into 12 floors. The first floor was the hall. The remaining floors contained various skill books and books that recorded the local culture. Not only could Lu Yan find skill books in the library, but he could also check the information he needed. Among them, skill books required credits to be exchanged. As for information-type books, only some rare ones required credits to exchange for them. The other books could be checked out by the students at will. As soon as they walked in, a few seniors walked over and asked the four of them why they had come to the library. These people were all working part-time jobs in the library to earn credits. Lu Yan had already noticed that many places in the school, such as the arena and the notary office, were staffed by the seniors. At most, there would be a few teachers holding down the fort. This way, not only could they train his social skills, but they could also earn credits. It was not a bad idea. Lu Yan said, I want to check the undead type skill book. A senior in front of him said, the undead type skill book is on the 11th floor. Student, follow me. I'll send you up. Lu Yan nodded and left with this senior. Behind him, Bai Miao and the others also revealed their goal and left with the senior. Lu Yan followed the senior in front of him and took the elevator to the 11th floor. After the elevator opened, he entered and saw a hall. In front of the hall was a huge screen that was broadcasting the battle scenes of some necromancers. At the bottom of the screen was a row of operating platforms. Through their conversation just now, the senior sister already knew that Lu Yan was a new student. Junior Lu Yan, this is the place to store undead type skills. You only need to place the student card on that console and you'll be able to see the skills you can currently check. If you need it, you just need to click to exchange for it. After deducting the corresponding credits, you can obtain the skill. The senior sister briefly introduced to Lu Yan how to exchange for the skill book and stood at the elevator to wait for Lu Yan. If Lu Yan had any problems, he could call her at any time. She would not go forward to help with the selection. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome if there were any problems in the future. Lu Yan nodded and then arrived at the operating table under the screen in front of him. In front of the console, Lu Yan placed the student card on. Soon, many undead skills appeared on the big screen. Below every undead skill were the credits needed to exchange for them. There were also some areas that were blacked out and could not be checked by Lu Yan at the moment. As long as he clicked on a skill, there would be an introduction to the skill. Then, there would be a simple demonstration of this skill on the big screen. It could help him better choose the skill he wanted. At this moment, Lu Yan saw several columns of recommendations from different types of experts on the screen. Clicking on it, Lu Yan discovered that this was a recommended skill for a high-level undead type profession. After all, it took a lot of effort to comprehend a skill and constantly increase it. Others could not directly increase their skills with skill points like Lu Yan. Therefore, it was very important to choose a skill that was suitable. These recommendations were all skills recommended by experts with high-level undead type professions. This way, it could reduce the number of detours for new students. The recommendation of a level 53rd profession change Necromancer is to mainly choose skills that summon undead creatures. Try your best to choose skills that consume a lot of energy and have a high number of summons. Use undead creatures to kill the enemy. Lu Yan pondered for a moment. This recommendation was in line with the choice of most Necromancers. In a large-scale battle, this skill choice could be relatively useful. The recommendation of a level 68 third profession change undead knight is to mainly choose to level up your undead type skill book and increase its strength before charging. Undead knights are a hidden profession and are not very representative. Although it's an undead type profession, it's more inclined towards the combat method of knights. Undead knights use enhancement skills to strengthen themselves and then fight. This skill choice is only limited to undead knights. The recommendation of a level 58 third profession change undead warlock is to mainly use sacrifice type skills. Skills such as the famous undead calamity are quite powerful and have the ability to use sacrifices to increase one's strength. In general, although this kind of skill is powerful, it requires sacrifice of something. Sometimes, one would even need to sacrifice their own parts and would need to withstand the backlash of the skill. It's a little more evil. This particular necromancer has already refined himself into a skeleton to withstand the backlash of the skill. The recommendation of a level 55 third level necromancer is mainly to summon undead creatures. However, it is recommended for one to summon elite creatures. Don't pursue quantity but quality. This way, the combat ability of each individual unit would be very powerful. In the later stages, high-level undead creatures like bone dragons and dark warriors can have very powerful combat strength. Lu Yan checked the recommendations of the various experts and discovered that most of them were summoning type. This was also the mainstream skill learning direction for people with undead type professions. To increase one's strength like an undead knight, one needed a hidden profession. Nov. L. B /JNN. Lu Yan also discovered another situation, which was that undead type life-saving skills were very rare. After briefly looking at the undead skills he could find, the only life-saving skills Lu Yan could find was a bone shield and a teleportation type escape skill. There were no other life-saving skills. However, Lu Yan could also understand. After all, there were very few undead type skills to begin with, and even fewer life-saving skills. Even the Golden Corner Academy did not have many undead type life-saving skills. In addition, there were also some skill areas that he could not check at the moment. There should also be some life-saving skills inside. Lu Yan did not need the bone shield. His gaze landed on another teleportation type escape skill. Dark Escape, Grandmaster, Level 0. Effect, consumes undead power and teleports you to any place within 100 meters. No cooldown time. Requires 10 seconds to use. Upgrade can increase the teleportation range. It was a very good teleportation life-saving skill. Of course, it could also be used to attack. However, the 10 seconds of use made it slightly useless. If it could be instantly used, coupled with the fact that there was no cooldown time, this would be a super top grade skill. However, it was already not bad. Lu Yan checked the credits required and saw that it only needed 200 credits. Outside the school, life-saving skills were more expensive than other skills. However, life-saving skills were relatively cheap in the schools. This was because the school hoped that students could master more life-saving skills to increase their chances of survival in dangerous situations. Moreover, there were very few undead students to begin with. For undead students, the school would provide some subsidies. The credits needed to exchange for skills were lower than those needed by other departments. If it were any other department, even if life-saving skills were relatively cheap, such a master-level skill would probably cost at least 300 credits. At this moment, Lu Yan already had 800 credits in his student card. This was the first reward given by the school. The third place reward was 500 credits, and Xiaobin Jiayun's sixth place reward was 300 credits. In total, there were 800 credits. The other reward resources would also be sent to Lu Yan's dormitory either today or tomorrow. Therefore, Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly chose to exchange for this skill. Soon, the copy of the Dark Escape skill book was spat out from the operating table and appeared in front of Lu Yan. After ordinary students obtained the skill book copy, they needed to go back and study it carefully. Even if there was guidance on it, they would still need 2 to 3 days to learn it. Therefore, the guidance power on the skill book was usually maintained for 5 days. If one could not master it in 5 days, they would have to comprehend it themselves or exchange it for another skill book to guide their learning. Lu Yan could directly master it. Opening the Dark Escape skill book copy in his hand, a voice instantly appeared in Lu Yan's mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Dark Escape skill. As the host is an undead monarch, it has automatically advanced to the monarch level. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. It had advanced again. Previously, the skeleton soldier skill he had obtained had advanced to the skeleton elite level. Now, the Dark Escape had advanced to the monarch level. However, he did not know how the skill advancement was triggered. Monarch Netherworld Escape, Grandmaster, Level 0. Effect, consumes the undead power and teleports yourself to any place within 100 meters. No cooldown time. Requires 1 second to use. Upgrade can increase the teleportation range. After leveling up, it had gone from master level to grandmaster level. Other than that, there were no other changes. The time it took to use it only increased from 10 seconds to 1 second. However, this change was enough for a master level skill to become a grandmaster level skill. Now, this skill was very abnormal. As long as he had enough strength, he could change his position every second within 100 meters. Be it escaping or chasing, it was extremely useful. Lu Yan continued to search for skills he could use now and quickly discovered one. It was an Undead Knight skill book called Undead Blessing. Undead Blessing, Advanced, Level 0. Effect, use the undead power to bless yourself. Increase intelligence by 10, agility by 15, and physique by 20. Upgrade can increase the effect. Cooldown time is 30 minutes. Other than strength, the other 3 attributes would also increase in 10 minutes. Upgrading it could also increase the effect. It was a relatively good enhancement skill. He needed 200 credits to exchange for it. Although it was a high-level skill book, it was not life-saving after all, so it also cost 200 credits. Because it was an Undead Knight skill book, Lu Yan did not know if he could learn it. He directly opened it and began learning it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Undead Blessing skill. As the host is an undead monarch, it has automatically been upgraded to Monarch Blessing. Lu Yan was overjoyed. It seemed that because of his identity as an undead monarch, he could learn any undead type skill, even if it was a hidden profession. Moreover, it could also be upgraded. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Monarch Blessing, Grandmaster, Level 0. Effect, use the undead power to bless yourself. Increase 10% intelligence, 15% agility, and 20% physique. Upgrade can increase the effect. Cooldown time is half an hour. After leveling up, the enhancement effect was now percentage-based, making Lu Yan extremely happy. It was not an exaggeration to call such an effect an epic level skill. Lu Yan planned to use the remaining 400 credits. After all, he still had to go to the wilderness. After searching for a long time, Lu Yan found a skill he liked. Skeleton Army, Advanced, Level 0. Effect, consumes the undead power to summon 100 skeleton soldiers. The attributes of the skeleton soldiers are fixed and cannot be increased. However, they are of the same level as the user. Upgrade can increase the number of skeleton soldiers. This was considered a very good skill for an undead summoning skill. The overall effect was also very good. The level of the summoned skeleton soldier was the same as the summoner, which was the wild skeleton soldier attribute. As long as the level kept increasing, the effect of this skill could also keep increasing. This skill required 300 points, which was a relatively high price. Lu Yan directly chose to exchange, and the pleasant voice sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Skeleton Army skill. As the host is an undead monarch, the skill has automatically advanced to Skeleton Elite Army. Skeleton Elite Army, Grandmaster, Level 0. Effect, consume the undead power to summon 100 skeleton elites. The attributes of the skeleton elites are fixed and cannot be increased. However, they are of the same level as the user. Upgrade can increase the number of skeleton elites. After being upgraded, the skeleton soldiers directly became skeleton elites. The overall effect increased greatly. Lu Yan had no use for the remaining 100 credits. He would see if there were any good skills in the black area next time. As for the skill upgrade, Lu Yan planned to do it after returning. Lu Yan left in satisfaction after taking the 3 skill book copies. Although the skill book copies were already useless, Lu Yan was still relatively careful. He could expose his hidden profession, but he could not expose the profession auxiliary system at all. After returning to the dormitory, the school staff was waiting to change their houses. When they saw Lu Yan return, they changed Lu Yan, Bai Yue's, and Bai Tianyu's houses according to the notary document. Lu Yan brought his items to house 2. At this moment, the other rewards given by the school also arrived. Lu Yan's own and Xia Yunbing's rewards were all sent to Lu Yan. The resources sent by the school were 2 boxes, one big and one small. Lu Yan directly brought them to house 2. After entering the house, Lu Yan directly opened the 2 boxes. There were a total of 10 essence tonics inside, as well as 5 physique enhancement pills, 5 agility enhancement pills, and 5 intelligence enhancement pills. Other than that, there was nothing else. The rewards given by the school were mostly credits. After all, credits could be exchanged for any resources in the school's treasure vault as long as one had enough of them. Lu Yan consumed the 15 enhancement pills. Strength, 77. Physique, 102. Agility, 67. Intelligence, 143. After consuming the enhancement pill, Lu Yan's physique, agility, and intelligence increased by 5 points. Lu Yan also directly used the 10 essence tonics and added them all to his agility. Although it was possible for him to have more outstanding attributes, it was best not to have any that were especially bad. His strength and intelligence were still alright, but it was best for his physique and agility to not be too low. Otherwise, not only would it affect his combat strength, but it might even burden his body. After using it, Lu Yan's agility reached 77, the same as his strength. Lu Yan's current 4 attributes could definitely be said to be the number 1 among the new students, without a doubt. Then, Lu Yan looked at his skill points. He still had 25. Looking at the new skills he had obtained, Lu Yan upgraded them equally. Monarch Netherworld Escape, Grandmaster, Level 4. Effect, consumes the undead power and teleports yourself to any place within a 500-meter radius. No cooldown time. Requires 1 second to use. Upgrade can increase the teleportation range. Monarch Blessing, Grandmaster, Level 4. Effect, use the undead power to bless yourself. Increase 20% intelligence, 25% agility, and 30% physique. Upgrade can increase the effect. Cooldown time is 30 minutes. Skeleton Elite Army, Grandmaster, Level 4. Effect, consume the undead power to summon 500 skeleton elites. The attributes of the skeleton elites are fixed and cannot be increased. However, they are of the same level as the user. Upgrade can increase the number of skeleton elites. The 3 skill levels were different and the skill points needed to increase from level 3 to level 4 were different. After upgrading all of them to level 4, Lu Yan had just used up 25 skill points. His current 4 attributes were already very abnormal at this stage. Therefore, in the future, he would prioritize choosing skill points for the daily mission rewards. After reaching level 4, the effects of the 3 skills had clearly increased. It would also be safer for him to enter the wilderness. For the next 2 days, other than completing his daily missions, Lu Yan was basically always in the dormitory. There was a spirit gathering formation here that was very effective for comprehension. After staying for a long time, skills could be comprehended and upgraded on their own. 2 days later, Lu Yan received a message from Lu Fengjian, saying that he wanted Lu Yan to prepare and set off tomorrow morning to search for the traces of the swordsman team. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Although the date had been brought forward, Lu Yan still agreed. Since he was going to the wilderness tomorrow, he would go to the secret realm to increase his level today and break the record. After a simple breakfast, Lu Yan headed to the first floor of the stadium and arrived at the room where the secret realm was stored. After explaining to the senior sister and the teacher inside, the senior sister brought Lu Yan to choose the difficulty of the secret realm he wanted to enter. Lu Yan first checked the current clearance records of the level 10 to 20 secret realm. Normal level, Zhang Xinhu 5 minutes 30 seconds. Difficult level, Fortune Rise 7 minutes 33 seconds. Nightmare level, Zhao Yuhang 10 minutes 55 seconds. These were all records of other people completely killing all the demon beasts in the secret realm. If he killed fewer demon beasts, even if he cleared the level, it would not be recorded. However, students entered the secret realm to level up. Killing the demon beasts inside allowed them to obtain more level up power than in the real world. Therefore, students entered to kill demon beasts. As long as it was not a test, most students would kill all of the demon beasts. Unless one was too weak and retreated midway, as long as they could clear the level, they would definitely kill all the demon beasts inside. In addition, there was a level restriction for every level of the secret realm. Those who exceeded this level could not enter. For example, those above level 20 could no longer enter secret realms between level 10 and 20. However, low levels could enter higher level secret realms. For example, one could enter level 20 to 30 at level 19. Moreover, there were only 3 rankings for each secret realm. They were rankings for the ordinary, difficult, and nightmare levels. Therefore, entering level 10 to 20 was the most advantageous. However, in fact, most new students needed to enter secret realms to increase their level to increase their survival rate in the wilderness. Therefore, most people who entered the level 10 to 20 secret realm were between level 13 to level 15, after the new students had arrived. After the university entrance examination, the special admissions students could come to the school to advance first. However, the other students did not just stay at home. Most of them would go to the wilderness to hunt demon beasts to level up. Those with good family backgrounds would hire professional protection teams to escort them to the wilderness to hunt demon beasts to level up. Those with poor family backgrounds would directly form teams and go to the wilderness. They could also accept some materials missions to earn some money. Therefore, after the new students entered the school, they were usually around level 13 to 15. Zhang Xinhu, who was rewarded for the normal level, and Hong Xingyun, who was rewarded for the difficult level on the list, were both level 15. The nightmare level Zhao Yuhang was at level 12. In other words, this Zhao Yuhang was a special student. Looking at her information, this Zhao Yuhang was already in her 3rd year. After Lu Yan checked the ranking, he looked at the senior beside him and said, "Senior sister, I choose the nightmare level." The senior was stunned for a moment before dissuading him. "Junior, I see that your student card's information is only at level 10. Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to challenge the nightmare level? I don't mean to underestimate you. It's just that if you fail and come out after entering the secret realm, you'll have wasted your chance." Lu Yan smiled. "Senior sister, don't worry. I'm ranked 3rd among the specially recruited students. My profession is also a hidden profession. It'll be fine if I choose the nightmare level. Hearing Lu Yan's words, the senior in front of him heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, I hope you can clear the level quickly. With that said, the senior directly opened the level 10 to 20 nightmare level secret realm. Buzz! A door of light shot out from the secret realm appeared in front of Lu Yan. Lu Yan put on all his equipment and directly stepped into the door of light in front of him with the black bone scythe. The door of light disappeared and Lu Yan instantly entered the secret realm in front of him. After going in, Lu Yan discovered that he had already appeared on a grassland. The surrounding environment was the wilderness. A bright moon hung in the sky, and the silver moonlight scattered down, illuminating the entire grassland. Lu Yan held the black bone scythe and was somewhat excited. This would be his first stop in building an undead army? After obtaining the undead servant skill, Lu Yan planned to build an undead army. The undead enslaved by the undead servant skill were different from the undead summoned by his other skills, such as the skill of the skeleton elite army. The former would not dissipate unless he died. The latter was summoned by a skill and required one to consume their strength to maintain it. Without enough strength, the undead summoned by the skill would dissipate. However, the advantage was that even if they were destroyed, he could still summon an equal number of undead the next time. Both had their pros and cons, but it was unlikely for him to rely on skill summoning to build an undead army. Therefore, he still had to rely on the undead servant skill. The effect of undead servant was that the higher the suppression of his strength on the creatures he killed, the higher the chances of transforming the creatures he killed into undead that he could control. Therefore, the secret realm would be the first step for Lu Yan to build an undead army. According to the information he had obtained before entering, the demon beast in this secret realm was a silver moon wolf, a demon beast that was fast and had a powerful short-distance attack. Moreover, the silver moon wolves were all group attack creatures and had very powerful teamwork. In addition, the silver moon wolf had another characteristic, which was that its combat strength would increase with moonlight. The richer the moonlight shone on its body, the higher the combat strength of the silver moon wolf. It could even increase by 50%. Therefore, the ordinary level and the difficult level were all in the daytime, while the nightmare level was at night where there was a full moon. Moreover, the level of the nightmare realm silver moon wolf was also higher than the ordinary level. Now, Lu Yan's undead netherworld armor could last for 20 minutes. However, it would not take so long for him to clear this secret realm. The duration of the netherworld soul scythe was now 7 minutes. Lu Yan felt that it should not take him more than 7 minutes to clear the level. Therefore, Lu Yan prepared to directly push forward with all his strength. Howl. Wolf howls sounded as silver moon wolves the size of 2 boars emerged from the surrounding grass. Their green eyes stared fixedly at Lu Yan, their gazes revealing cunning and cruelty. A pitch-black undead netherworld armor rose from under his feet and directly covered Lu Yan's entire body. The black bone scythe in his hand was also covered in a pitch-black scythe phantom. At the same time, the ground beside Lu Yan trembled. 500 skeleton elites crawled out from the ground and stood behind Lu Yan, waiting for Lu Yan's orders. The skeleton elites summoned by the skeleton elite army should be different from the skills Lu Yan had previously. The attributes of these 500 skeleton elites were the same as his level. They were all level 10, the attributes of a level 10 skeleton elite in the real world. It was not as high as the 2 skeleton elites summoned by the same level, but they had more attributes. Lu Yan had already decided to give up on the skeleton elite skill. Although summoning 500 skeleton elites was only at level 10, it still consumed a lot of Lu Yan's mental strength. However, Lu Yan's intelligence attribute was very high and he did not feel too obvious pressure yet. Undead twin. Lu Yan wanted to take the opportunity to test his current limit. Skeleton elites were replicated from the 500 surrounding skeleton elites. Their attributes were only 50% of the surrounding skeleton elites. However, Lu Yan was unable to replicate 500 skeleton elites. After replicating 300 of them, he felt his mind become slightly dizzy. He could not continue to replicate anymore. Lu Yan stopped, and then a red light instantly enveloped the surrounding skeleton elites. Undead rage. All the skeleton elites were covered in a layer of red light, as if they were emitting a bloodthirsty light. At this moment, the surrounding silver moon wolves had already pounced over with their teams and were directly heading towards Lu Yan. Monarch blessing. A faint pitch-black fog instantly enveloped Lu Yan's entire body, making Lu Yan feel that his strength had increased a lot. Quick steps. Lu Yan held the black bone scythe in his hand and led the skeleton elites behind him to directly welcome the surrounding silver moon wolves. This was Lu Yan's current strongest state. Even if he was only level 10, level 20 demon beasts were not his match. There was no collision, no pulling, and no evenly matched situation. In front of the silver moon wolf that other students had to deal with carefully, Lu Yan directly sent it flying. The black bone scythe covered in the netherworld soul scythe in his hand slashed forward and directly killed several silver moon wolves. The remaining silver moon wolves were also directly drowned in the skeleton elite army and instantly disappeared. Lu Yan directly gathered a lot of soul fragments. At the same time, silver moon wolves that had shed their flesh and appeared in the form of bones appeared and joined the skeleton elite army. These newly born silver moon wolves' sprinting speed had decreased a little, but their endurance had increased a lot. Their overall attributes had also increased a little. This was the effect of Undead Servant. As long as Lu Yan suppressed the other party in strength when he killed it, the other party's strength would also increase after becoming an undead. On the contrary, if Lu Yan used various methods to kill creatures stronger than him now, such as killing a dying dragon, even if the other party had a chance to become an undead controlled by Lu Yan, its strength would still be inferior to when it was alive. Lu Yan did a simple calculation. The chances of killing the Silver Moon Wolves and turning them into undead were not small. It was at least 50%. This was the effect of his strength suppressing these Silver Moon Wolves. What the surrounding skeleton army killed could also be considered to be affected by Lu Yan's killing effect and could also be transformed into undead. As Lu Yan rushed over, the number of skeletons increased. This secret realm was divided into a total of 3 areas. The first area had the most Silver Moon Wolves, but they were only level 10 to 14. Moreover, they were basically all ordinary Silver Moon Wolves, with some elite Silver Moon Wolves mixed in. In the second area, there were mainly elite Silver Moon Wolves. Moreover, they were at level 14 to 18. In the last area, there were only 3 Silver Moon Wolf Kings. They were all level 20 elite bosses. Ordinary students would basically clear the first area faster. It would be more difficult in the second area, and they would only be able to clear the third area after a relatively difficult battle. However, it was not strenuous for Lu Yan. He was not in a sorry state at all. He sent them all flying. In a minute, all the Silver Moon Wolves in the first area were directly destroyed, and Lu Yan had also advanced to level 12. This was the beauty of the secret realm. If it were in the real world, Lu Yan would probably have to kill 5 times as many Silver Moon Wolves to advance to level 12. There were about 600 Silver Moon Wolves in the first area, and 380 of them had successfully transformed into undead Silver Moon Wolves. This was a very good conversion rate. Then, he arrived at the second area. The level 14 to 18 elite Silver Moon Wolves faced Lu Yan. Lu Yan led the skeleton elite army behind him to welcome them. The black bone scythe covered in the netherworld soul scythe in his hand slashed across and directly slashed open the body of an elite Silver Moon Wolf. It was still an instant kill. The skeleton army behind him swarmed over, and the tragic cries of elite Silver Moon Wolves sounded. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. He was still sending them flying? Elite Silver Moon Wolves were killed one after another and quickly transformed into undead Silver Moon Wolves to join the skeleton army. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Lu Yan almost did not stop. As he rushed forward, he waved the black bone scythe in his hand and harvested the lives of the surrounding Silver Moon Wolves. Now, Lu Yan had already gathered 2 soul crystals. The surrounding elite Silver Moon Wolves were also unable to stop Lu Yan. Even though these elite Silver Moon Wolves had already completely joined forces, Lu Yan still dealt with them easily. During the battle, Lu Yan sent the skeleton elites he summoned to the front. Even if they were shattered by the Silver Moon Wolf's attack, he would not feel sorry. He could still summon them next time. Those undead Silver Moon Wolves displayed their characteristics and hid among the skeleton elites, launching sneak attacks from time to time. Whenever they made a move, it would be a fatal attack. The elite Silver Moon Wolves in the second area only lasted for 2 minutes before being completely destroyed by Lu Yan and the undead army he led. Lu Yan's level had also arrived at level 14. 16 free attribute points were added to his agility and 6 to his intelligence. With 4 skill points, Lu Yan first upgraded the Undead Twin to level 3. Undead Twin. Grade, Master, level 3. Effect, consumes mental strength. It can replicate the undead creatures controlled by the host. The more undead creatures the host chooses to replicate, the more mental strength it will consume. At most, it can replicate double the number. The attributes of the replicated undead creatures are 60% of the original, upgradable. The duration is affected by intelligence. The cooldown time is 4 hours 30 minutes, upgradable effect. After reaching level 3, the attributes of the replicated undead creatures had increased by 10%, and the cooldown time had decreased by 30 minutes. It was not a bad increase. Now, there was only the Silver Moon Wolf King left. Lu Yan collected the corpses of the Silver Moon Wolves that had not been able to transform into undead Silver Moon Wolves. These were all good materials for corpse explosion. Killing the Silver Moon Wolf could allow him to obtain soul fragments. A portion of the Silver Moon Wolf could be transformed into an undead Silver Moon Wolf. The remaining Silver Moon Wolf corpses could be used as materials for corpse explosion. Lu Yan could not help but want to give himself a thumbs up. It was simply perfect. The last area was a cave. There were 3 Silver Moon Wolf Kings in the innermost area. There was a big hole in the cave roof, and bright moonlight directly shone in. When Lu Yan entered the cave, the 3 Silver Moon Wolf Kings raised their heads and howled at the same time. Their howls were mixed with a vibration that instantly tightened Lu Yan's head. Lu Yan had already exhausted his mental strength to maintain 800 skeleton elites. Now that he was affected by this vibration, his head was instantly stunned. Damn it! Who allowed you to scream? Lu Yan's body froze for a second before instantly disappearing from his spot. When he appeared again, Lu Yan had already arrived behind a Silver Moon Wolf King. The black bone scythe in his hand directly slashed towards its head. This was the effect of the Monarch Netherworld escape. The Wolf King's fur instantly stood on end as it hurriedly dodged to the side. However, it was still unable to dodge Lu Yan's attack. The black bone scythe slashed across the Silver Moon Wolf King's body, directly leaving a deep wound that revealed its bones. Seeing this, the 2 surrounding Silver Moon Wolf Kings directly pounced towards Lu Yan, their silver fangs biting towards Lu Yan's neck. Lu Yan directly threw out several black shadows into the mouths of the 2 Silver Moon Wolf Kings. It was the corpses of the Silver Moon Wolves just now. Corpse explosion. Bang, bang, bang. Violent explosions sounded. The 2 Silver Moon Wolf Kings whimpered and instantly retreated, blood flowing from the corner of their mouths. After all, they were level 20 Silver Moon Wolf Kings. The corpse explosion did not cause much damage to them. The skeleton elite army behind gathered and rushed towards the 3 Silver Moon Wolf Kings. A Silver Moon Wolf King roared angrily, and the wolf fur on its body instantly stood up stiffly, as if it had transformed into silver needles that shot out in all directions. The skeleton elites were shot by these wolf fur and directly turned into porcupines. The skeleton elites that were hit many times instantly fell apart. The other Silver Moon Wolf King directly rushed out. A silver light appeared on its body, covering its entire body like moonlight, making its speed increase explosively. At the same time, silver light condensed on the sharp claws of this Silver Moon Wolf King and covered its claws. After rushing into the group of skeleton elites, this Silver Moon Wolf King could kill a skeleton elite every time it attacked. After all, it was a level 20 elite boss and its combat strength was still very powerful. However, the Silver Moon Wolf King that was attacked by Lu Yan first was already severely injured. With Lu Yan's current attack power, even a level 20 elite boss would not be able to withstand it. A silver-white light covered the Silver Moon Wolf King's wound and actually began to quickly heal it. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and used the Monarch Netherworld escape again. His body froze for a second before reappearing behind the injured Silver Moon Wolf King again. Several black shadows flew out and directly surrounded the Silver Moon Wolf King. Then, the black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand slashed down at the Silver Moon Wolf King. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and the sound of a corpse exploding directly formed an explosion circle around this injured Silver Moon Wolf King. Then, the black bone scythe directly slashed into the explosion range. A miserable wolf howl sounded. The explosion effect dissipated, and the black bone scythe had already entered the body of the Silver Moon Wolf King in front of him. The Silver Moon Wolf King endured the pain and directly broke free from the black bone scythe before escaping to the side. Lu Yan used the Monarch Netherworld escape again and his body appeared behind the Silver Moon Wolf King again. The black bone scythe in his hand slashed down from above. The Silver Moon Wolf King tried its best to dodge, but there was still an additional wound on its body. Lu Yan seemed to have gotten addicted to slashing. His figure kept disappearing before appearing behind the Silver Moon Wolf King. The black bone scythe in his hand slashed down from above. Even though the Silver Moon Wolf King's vitality and recovery ability were very powerful, it was still unable to withstand such continuous slashing. After 5 times, it directly died under the black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand. The flesh and blood of the Silver Moon Wolf King on the ground slowly dissipated. The bone stood up and successfully transformed into an undead creature. The remaining 2 Silver Moon Wolf Kings did not last long in the hands of Lu Yan, who was addicted to slashing, and they died under the black bone scythe one after another. Unfortunately, these 2 Silver Moon Wolf Kings were not able to transform into Lu Yan's undead servants. Lu Yan could only accept their corpses with tears in his eyes. After going out, he would take off the wolf fur and teeth and sell them as materials. The remaining corpses could only be used as corpse explosion materials. At this moment, Lu Yan had passed the secret realm, and he finally advanced to level 15. After clearing the level, the time limit also stopped. Lu Yan took a look. The time taken to clear the level was 5 minutes and 20 seconds. The time was not bad. He was twice as fast as that Zhao Yuhang. Lu Yan knew that he could definitely break the record, so he did not try his best to clear the level. It was not bad for the 3 Silver Moon Wolf Kings to only transform into one undead Silver Moon Wolf King. Lu Yan had killed a total of 300 of those Silver Moon Wolves and transformed 180 of them into undead. Coupled with the previous 380, Lu Yan now had 560 undead Silver Moon Wolves and 1 undead Silver Moon Wolf King. The skeleton elite army dissipated, and the surrounding undead Silver Moon Wolves were still beside Lu Yan. These undead Silver Moon Wolves were like Lu Yan's subordinates. Lu Yan could easily control them, but he would not have any burden. With a thought, these undead Silver Moon Wolves sank into the ground and disappeared. Lu Yan could sense that these undead Silver Moon Wolves had entered a special space and could appear beside him at any time. After stepping into the door of light in front of him, Lu Yan's figure disappeared. In the room where the secret realm was placed, a door of light appeared, and Lu Yan's figure appeared. The senior sister not far ahead sensed the commotion behind her and was slightly stunned. Then, she turned around and saw Lu Yan. You failed? I've long told you not to force yourself. However, don't worry, you still have more chances. When the senior sister saw Lu Yan come out so quickly, she subconsciously thought that Lu Yan had failed. After all, Lu Yan had chosen the nightmare level. Only a few minutes had passed. How could he pass? Lu Yan looked at the senior in front of him and smiled. I've already cleared the level. Senior, take a look. After that, can you also give me the credit reward? Pass? How is that possible? The senior sister had a look of disbelief when she heard Lu Yan's words. She turned to look at the secret realm record at the side. As long as he broke the record, it would be displayed in real time. At this moment, the nightmare level record for level 10 to 20 had already changed. Nightmare level, Lu Yan, 5 minutes and 20 seconds. 5 minutes and 20 seconds? The senior's eyes almost popped out. She rubbed her eyes and almost felt that she was hallucinating. Zhao Yuheng's record had been maintained for 2 years, and no one had been able to break it. Even if the person in front of him could break the record, what the hell was this 5 minutes and 20 seconds? It was directly doubled. However, the senior also reacted later. She looked at Luyan excitedly and said, "Junior, you broke the record. Moreover, you were twice as fast. I'm afraid no new student will be faster than you in the next few years." Luyan was speechless. Although this was a compliment, why did it sound somewhat strange? "Senior, the credits reward." Luyan looked at the senior in front of him who was even more excited than him and reminded. The senior in front of him reacted and hurriedly said, "Junior Luyan, it's like this. After breaking the record, we'll report it to the school. After the school reviews it, we'll automatically transfer the credits to your student card. Generally speaking, the entire process can be completed in 3 days." Luyan nodded. He originally thought that he could use the credits to increase the level again. From the looks of it, he could only wait until he returned from the wilderness. After leaving the room where the secret realm was stored, Luyan did not leave the stadium. Instead, he arrived at the training room on the 2nd floor. This was the place where students trained. Students could choose a room here to train for 24 hours for 1 credit. If they ended early, they could stop training and keep using the room until the time was up. The training room was specially built by the school's logistics department. Every room consumed a lot of resources. In the training room, students could choose their own environment. Moreover, Luyan could release his skills as much as he wanted inside and did not have to worry about causing damage. Generally speaking, students would constantly use skills in the training room to increase their skill proficiency, digest essence tonics, or increase the effect of the pill. The others were not like Luyan, who could directly transform the essence tonic and enhancement pills into free attribute points to directly increase their 4 attributes. They needed time to digest it. Moreover, fighting in the training room and the wilderness could speed up the digestion. Of course, the digestion speed in the real world was much faster than in the training room. It was said that some people with rich families would bring a lot of essence tonics and enhancement pills to the wilderness. They would eat them and fight at the same time to increase their level and digest the essence tonics or enhancement pills. Luyan paid for a training room and directly entered. He was prepared to train the undead silver moon wolf that had just become his undead army. These undead silver moon wolves retained their combat thinking. However, only their instinctive combat thinking was left behind. Luyan wanted to teach them team combat ability. If they cooperated well, these undead silver moon wolves could unleash stronger combat strength. For the entire day, Luyan stayed in the training room to train these undead silver moon wolves and increase his skill proficiency. As long as he reached a certain level, he could increase his skill level without using skill points. At night, Luyan returned to the dormitory and took a shower with his exhausted body. His gains today were still not bad. Those undead silver moon wolves were already capable of cooperating very closely. They only needed Luyan to give them a simple command to unleash their cooperative combat strength. After drinking a cup of fruit wine, Luyan directly fell asleep. The next morning, Luyan got up and went to the stadium to meet Lu Fengjian, preparing to go to the wilderness. Other than Lu Fengjian and Zhongli, there were also 3 other people. After Lu Fengjian's introduction, he learned that they were all second-year seniors. The 3 of them were called Hu Feng, Lu Yanyu, and Feng Huyu. These 3 people were from the same dormitory and were contacted through Lu Fengjian's forum. When the 3 of them saw Luyan, they greeted him with smiles and did not show any dissatisfaction because of Luyan's identity as a new student. They had already seen Luyan's battles on the forum. They knew that he was very powerful and would not be a burden. "Junior Luyan, have you advanced to the secret realm? What's your level now?" Lu Fengjian looked at Luyan and asked with a smile. Luyan nodded. "I just went to the secret realm yesterday and am already level 15. Lu Fengjian became more and more satisfied. The current Luyan would be one of the main combat forces of their team. "Let's go, Junior Luyan. Let's go replenish our consumables and see if there are any missions we can do along the way." As he spoke, Lu Fengjian brought everyone in the direction of the school's treasure vault. Beside the school's treasure vault was also the place where missions were issued. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Every student who went to the wilderness would go to the mission area to take a look. If there was a mission on the way, they would accept it as long as it was within their ability. The entire school's treasure vault was very large, like a huge warehouse. Students came and went inside. It was one of the most crowded places in the entire Golden Corner Academy. After entering, one could see that the treasure vault was divided into several parts. There was the equipment area, the skill book area, the rare materials area, and so on. Lu Fengjian brought the few of them to the consumable area. The things sold here were all kinds of consumables, such as medicine that increased blood essence recovery or food that could increase attributes in a short period of time. There were also some array stones and talismans. However, although items like talismans were very effective, the price was not low. Lu Fengjian and the others' goal was to obtain medicine and food that could increase blood essence recovery. This place was also filled with operating platforms that displayed the information of various items and exchange points. One could exchange them after putting in their student card. Luyan arrived in front of an operating table and browsed the item information on it. Blood pill, it can recover 20% of one's blood essence in 10 minutes. When used with a medical bandage, it can quickly recover injuries. Price, 2 credits per pill. Medical bandage, a must-have item that can quickly stop bleeding and stabilize injuries. It costs 1 credit per bandage. Balin's delicious cake, it can replenish mental strength. The higher the level, the better the recovery effect. Price, 2 credits. €1. These were all necessary items for every student to enter the wilderness. Most of them were made by the school's auxiliary academy and the price was relatively reasonable. Lu Yan pondered for a moment. He still had 10 credits. Currently, he had the undead netherworld armor and the sovereign netherworld escape. His life-saving ability was still relatively powerful, but summoning a skeleton elite army still consumed a lot of his mental strength. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yan directly used the remaining 10 credits to buy 5 Balin's delicious cakes. The recovery of his mental strength was more important to him than anything else. The 4 free attribute points he gained from level 14 to 15 were also added to his intelligence and mental strength. As for the other life-saving items, Lu Yan did not look at them. Firstly, he did not have any credits left. Secondly, if there was really a fatal danger, it was much more reliable to use the Monarch Netherworld escape skill to quickly escape than to buy these life-saving items. Even a top-grade defensive shield that was worth 20 credits could only allow him to defend on the spot and wait for help. If help did not arrive, he would be waiting to die. Moreover, Lu Yan still had the undead medal as a defensive item. After buying the items, Lu Yan strolled around and looked at the surrounding items. Soon, Lu Fengjian and the others also bought all the items and directly left the school's treasure vault to the place where the missions were issued. Beside the school's treasure vault was a huge LCD screen. On it were listed various missions. Students could choose their missions and accept them from the console below. After accepting it, the mission would be tied to the student card. At that time, they would be able to obtain the mission reward after submitting the mission results here. The place Lu Yan and the others were going was the Yinwind mountain stream. Lu Fengjian directly went forward to search for the mission. Their destination was in the central area in front of the Yinwind mountain stream. They also had to choose the mission according to the strength of the team. Therefore, Lu Fengjian chose a mission to collect the unique plant of the Yinwind mountain stream, the Yinwind bone flower. After everything was prepared, Lu Yan and the others left the school and headed southeast. Soon, the few of them arrived at the public supply station before entering the wilderness. This was a supply station set up by the government and the military region. There were various supplies and emergency teams inside. If one encountered an emergency in the wilderness, they would usually seek help from the supply station. After entering the supply station, Lu Yan and the others went to apply for an identification document to enter the wilderness. This document came with a scanning device. With it, one could record the number of demon beasts they killed in the wilderness. The government and the military region encouraged people to kill demon beasts. According to the level and strength of the demon beasts killed, they would be converted into points and deposited into their identification document. Points could be used at the supply station or exchanged for the reward vault of the military region. At the same time, the rescue team of the military region at the supply station could also ask for help through their identification if they encountered danger. Of course, this was not free. After the rescue, they would ask for compensation according to the rescue situation. Overall, the supply station was a very important organization for everyone who entered the wilderness. Lu Fengjian and the others already had identification and only needed to register it. Lu Yan followed a staff member to get his identification. Every staff member here was wearing a military uniform. They were probably all from the military. The surroundings were filled with people entering and leaving the wilderness. Some had just returned from the wilderness and were covered in blood. There were also some injured people who were being rushed into the emergency room for emergency treatment. Lu Yan followed this staff member to the place where the information was recorded. Because he had a student card, Lu Yan did not need to report the information himself. He only needed to give the student card to this staff member and let her scan it. Soon, this staff member recorded Lu Yan's information and made an identification document for Lu Yan to enter the wilderness. Then, the staff looked at Lu Yan and said, "Mr. Lu Yan, do you want to test your 4 attributes? Test my 4 attributes." Lu Yan frowned. He did not expect this. The staff nodded and said, "That's right. We have professional equipment here that can test your 4 attributes. After testing your 4 attributes, it will be easier for us to determine your strength. If you encounter any danger and ask for help, we can also send out a corresponding search and rescue team to prevent the awkward situation of the search and rescue team being inferior to your 4 attributes. In addition, the military region also has points rewards for people with high 4 attributes. The top 10 with the highest total 4 attributes of every level will have corresponding points rewards. Of course, if you're unwilling, we won't force you to do a 4-dimensional attribute test. It's all up to you." Lu Yan nodded. Since there was a reward, he agreed to test the 4 attributes. Then, he followed the staff to a room with a 4-dimensional attribute detector. The 4-dimensional attribute detection equipment was a square cabin that was 1.5 times the height of an average person. After entering, the equipment could scan one's 4 attributes. Lu Yan saw the display at the side displaying the rankings of the various levels. Soon, Lu Yan discovered a familiar name. Zhao Yuhang. Her total 4 attributes at level 14 and 15 were both first place. They were 200 and 225 respectively, which was considered very high. However, she was still somewhat inferior to Lu Yan. Lu Yan entered the square cabin in front of him and his 4 attributes were quickly scanned. Strength, 77. Physique, 102. Agility, 87. Intelligence, 153. Total 4 attributes, 419, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. The staff member who helped Lu Yan detect the 4 attributes looked at the number displayed on the screen and could not help but cover his mouth with his hands. A total of 419 attributes? His physique and intelligence had both exceeded 100. His intelligence had even reached 153. The other party was still at level 15. This staff member was directly numb. Then, he operated the device to test again, but the result was still the same. He broke the record. Moreover, it's nearly double the record. Isn't this guy's 4 attributes too abnormal? When I was at level 15, what were my 4 attributes? They didn't even add up to more than 100. I feel abnormal after comparing myself to him. As the staff sighed, he entered Lu Yan's 4 attributes into the system. Soon, an announcement sounded in the entire supply station. Congratulations, Mr. Lu Yan. Your strength, 77, physique, 102, agility, 87, intelligence, 153. Your total score of 419 attributes has broken the record for the peak of the 15th level of the supply station. Congratulations, Mr. Lu Yan. Your strength, 77, physique, 102, agility, 87, intelligence, 153. Your total score of 419 attributes has broken the record for the peak of the 15th level of the supply station. The broadcast was broadcasted 3 times in a row, allowing the entire supply station to hear it. Lu Yan walked out of the detection cabin and frowned when he heard the voice in his ear. He originally thought that it would only be tested. He did not expect it to be broadcasted. However, it did not matter. In any case, it would not be long before his 4 attributes increased further. At this moment, in the hall, the people handling various matters were stunned for a moment. They listened to the broadcast in their ears with questioning expressions. Did I hear wrongly? Level 15, 419 total attributes? Is that true? The broadcast is already out. How can it be fake? I remember that the previous record of 15 was more than 200 in total attributes, right? This is almost double the previous record. Who is this Lu Yan? Is he that abnormal? Everyone guessed who it was that actually had such abnormal 4 attributes at level 15. This simply shattered their understanding. Lu Fengjian and the others were also stunned when they heard the broadcast. Lu Yan? Is that Junior Lu Yan? Feng Huio asked in disbelief. Lu Fengjian pondered and said, just now, Junior Lu Yan seemed to have gone to get his identification documents. I remember that the 4 attributes will be tested. It should be Junior Lu Yan. The total number of attributes of 419? This is awesome. Lu Yan thought for a long time and did not know how to describe it. In the end, he could only express the shock in his heart. Zhongli smiled. Although I don't know how Junior Lu Yan did it, our operation this time is even more stable. Lu Fengjian smiled and said, not bad. Looks like we'll have to cozy up to Junior Lu Yan this time. At this moment, at the entrance of the supply station that entered the wilderness, a dusty woman holding a staff walked in. She had probably just returned from the wilderness. Hearing the broadcast in her ear, her body suddenly froze. The total attributes of 419? It's actually twice as high as mine. This woman was none other than Zhao Yuhang, the previous owner of the 4 attributes at level 15. She did not expect to hear this news as soon as she returned from hunting. It was normal for someone to break her record. However, the other party had almost doubled her record, making her somewhat uncomfortable. Looks like I didn't work hard enough. I originally wanted to go back and rest for a day. I should just rest here and continue hunting. I'll try my best to reach level 25 this time and digest the essence tonics and enhancement pills I brought. At this moment, Lu Yan did not know that because of his 4 attributes, Zhao Yuhang, who had originally planned to return to school to rest for a day, had temporarily decided to rest at the supply station before continuing to hunt in the wilderness. Following the staff member out of the testing area, Lu Yan saw that many people had already gathered outside. Many people were very curious about this broken record and wanted to see who the person was. Is he Lu Yan? He looks like a student, right? This place is very close to the Golden Corner Academy. He might be a student of the Golden Corner Academy. I know him. He's the top champion of the university entrance examination in Sohang province, Lu Yan. I didn't expect his attributes to be so powerful. Top champion of the university entrance examination? No wonder. Every top champion of the university entrance examination will receive a large number of resources as rewards. There will be a lot of essence tonics and enhancement pills. That's why he can have such terrifying 4 attributes at level 15. It's useless to only have the essence tonic and the enhancement pill. This Lu Yan's physique is definitely very special. He can quickly absorb the essence tonic and the strength of the enhancement pill. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to have such abnormal 4 attributes at this time. It was simply abnormal for him to increase his 4 attributes to this extent in such a short period of time after the university entrance examination. Lu Yan, are you going to the wilderness? Everyone on our team is level 20. We have both warriors and mages. Do you want to go with us? So what if you're at level 20? Our team has an average level of 25. Lu Yan, if you come to our team, I guarantee that you won't be in any danger in the wilderness. Lu Yan, our team has a priest with top-notch life-saving abilities. Do you want to consider joining us? The surrounding people looked at Lu Yan and wanted him to join their team. Putting everything else aside, it was already very profitable to build a good relationship with such a person with potential. Lu Yan smiled and refused. Sorry, I already have a team. Hearing Lu Yan's words, the surrounding people still did not give up. They were still trying their best to persuade Lu Yan to join their team. There were even people who suggested for their two teams to go together. Just as Lu Yan was feeling a headache, a middle-aged man in a military uniform walked over. Seeing this middle-aged man, the surrounding people made way. It's station leader Wang Yi. I didn't expect to alarm him. Not only did this Lu Yan break the record, but his level 15-4 attributes are also so abnormal. Chief Wang Yi naturally has to come and take a look. Wang Yi arrived in front of Lu Yan and stretched out his hand with a smile. Hello, student Lu Yan. I'm the station master of this supply station, Wang Yi. Lu Yan's information had already been recorded. Wang Yi naturally knew that Lu Yan was a specially recruited student of the Golden Corner Academy. Lu Yan reached out and shook his hand. Hello, Station Master Wang. Wang Yi smiled and said, the Golden Corner Academy really has a lot of geniuses. The previous level 15-4 attributes record was broken by your school's Zhao Yuhang. This time, it's you, student Lu Yan. Moreover, it's such a shocking number. I'm afraid this record will be maintained for many years. What a young hero n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Station head Wang, you're too kind. Lu Yan exchanged pleasantries with Wang Yi before being invited to the office by Wang Yi for a private chat. Lu Yan happened to want to avoid the surrounding people who were crazily forming teams and followed Wang Yi to his office. Lu Yan, have you considered joining the army after graduation? After arriving at the office, Wang Yi did not waste his breath and directly said to Lu Yan, join the military after graduation. Lu Yan did not expect Wang Yi to be so straightforward and could not help but ponder. Seeing this, Wang Yi smiled and said, Lu Yan, I believe you also know that the combat strength of the military region increases very quickly. In the military region, rewards and punishments are distributed fairly. As long as you have enough strength, you can obtain various rewards after completing the mission. The military region has never been vague about nurturing talents. Lu Yan nodded. This was not a problem. The university and the military region were the two fairest places. They did not care about interpersonal relationships and only cared about strength. Many fierce people, such as the level 76 Axe King, Yang Fucking, who had killed 10 foreign races, and Li Yahu, who had entered the wilderness alone and killed 100 epic-level demon beasts in a day, were all from the military region. Of course, the training and missions of the military region were also very strict. The mortality rate was also very high. Wang Yi saw Lu Yan's hesitation and smiled. Lu Yan, you don't have to give me an answer now. This is my name card. If you have the intention to join the military region, just contact me. Lu Yan had just become a new student of Golden Corner University and still had a few years to go before he graduated. Joining the military region or joining another faction was not the most important thing for him to consider now. Lu Yan received the business card from the other party and nodded. When the time comes, I'll definitely contact station leader Wang. Wang Yi smiled and nodded. Then, he took out a pitch-black card and handed it to Lu Yan. Lu Yan, this is your entry pass. There are already 1,000 points inside, equivalent to 100,000 energy coins. You can spend them freely in the supply station. This is your reward for breaking the record. In addition, your identification card is of the highest level. You can buy the limited items in the supply station. Lu Yan nodded. He did not expect the reward for breaking the record to be this good. Alright, I won't say anything else. If you want to join the military anytime in the future, you can contact me. Wang Yi stood up directly when he saw Lu Yan accept the identification card. The people of the military region had always been swift and decisive. Lu Yan nodded and left, heading towards the hall. Soon, Lu Yan met up with Lu Fengjian and the others. Junior Lu Yan, you're amazing. You directly doubled the record. Hu Feng looked at Lu Yan and smiled. I remember that when I was at level 15, my 4 attributes were only 180. Compared to Junior Lu Yan, I am simply inferior. Lu Fengjian also sighed. Lu Yan smiled and then said, Senior Lu, where's the place to buy things at the supply station? I just obtained some credits and can buy something. Lu Fengjian patted his head. I forgot that you will be rewarded with points for breaking the record. The exchange place is on the 2nd floor. I'll bring you there. The others also followed to see if there was anything they had missed and needed to buy. When he arrived at the 2nd floor, Lu Yan saw a room that looked like a trading hall. There was only one room on the entire 2nd floor. There were all kinds of items inside. Anyone who entered the wilderness could replenish their supplies here. Here, if one had points, they could use them to buy it. If one did not have points, they could also use energy coins to buy it. Lu Yan browsed around and his gaze quickly landed on the limited purchase area. What was sold there were essence tonics, attribute enhancement pills, and some items with special effects. The items in this area were all limited. Moreover, one needed to have the proper identification to buy them. Essence tonics and attribute enhancement pills were both relatively rare and popular resources. Although Luyan had so many essence tonics and attribute enhancement pills in his reward, it was only because those were the rewards for being the provincial champion. Even in the treasure vault of the Golden Corner Academy, essence tonics were limited. The price of an essence tonic here was 200 points. There was a limit of 3 pills a week. One attribute enhancement pill cost 150 points. There was a limit of 5 pills a week. Luyan did not hesitate and directly bought as many as he could. He still had 50 points left after buying 5 agility enhancement pills and an essence tonic. After adding 5 points to agility, it was 92. After Luyan added the essence tonic to his intelligence, it reached 154. After increasing his attributes again, Luyan, Lu Fengjian, and the others headed to the wilderness. After leaving the supply station, they arrived in the wilderness. The first thing they entered was the Black Fog Forest. The Black Fog Forest was an entire dense forest. It was named after the black fog inside. The entire Black Fog Forest was very large, almost covering the entire area in front of him. The destination Luyan and the others were going to was an area in the Black Fog Forest. The most famous thing about the Black Fog Forest was not the black fog floating inside, but the dark elves living inside. Compared to ordinary elves, the skin of the dark elves was a beautiful black. Coupled with the beautiful face of the dark elves, they exuded a different aura. In fact, on the black market, the price of dark elves was even higher than ordinary elves with fair skin. Therefore, the Black Fog Forest had attracted many professionals who hunted dark elves. It was said that the dark elves in the Black Fog Forest were now extremely vigilant after being hunted. It was dozens of times more difficult to capture them than in the beginning. When he left the supply station, Luyan and the others were already fully armed. In the wilderness, they could encounter demon beasts' attacks at any time. They had to be very careful. After entering the Black Fog Forest, Luyan and the others directly plunged in. A faint black fog appeared in the Black Fog Forest. It could block a certain amount of vision, making the surroundings even more dangerous. Line up. Mages and archers in the middle. Warriors, defend the surroundings. We don't have a priest this time, so we have to be especially careful. Lu Fengjian looked at the few people around him and quickly formed the formation he had previously determined. Among all the combat professions, the priest profession had the least number of people and were very rare. Even among auxiliary professions, there were very few who could make healing liquid. This was also one of the reasons why medical resources were relatively expensive. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. According to the previous formation, Luyan arrived at the back of the team and was in charge of the safety behind. Luyan was not a conventional mage and could completely take on the responsibility of defending the team. As soon as they entered the Black Fog Forest, there were still relatively few demon beasts. 10 minutes after Luyan and the others entered the Black Fog Forest, they sensed that there were demon beasts surrounding them. The entire team continued forward. Suddenly, 3 black shadows rushed out from in front of them and directly pounced towards Lu Fengjian in front of the team. It was the Black Spot Leopard. This level 15 demon beast attacked quickly. Lu Fengjian raised the shield in his left hand, and a golden light appeared, directly blocking the Black Spot Leopard in front of him. At the same time, he raised the sledgehammer in his right hand and instantly smashed the head of a Black Spot Leopard. At this moment, 2 arrows shot out from the team and accurately hit the heads of the remaining 2 Black Spot Leopards, directly piercing through their heads. Lu Fengjian and the others had all been to the wilderness before and could easily cooperate. At this moment, 5 black shadows emerged from the forest behind and pounced towards Luyan. These Black Spot Leopards were targeting their rear. Sensing the attack of the Black Spot Leopard behind him, Luyan raised his eyebrows and directly waved the black bone scythe in his hand backward. A cold light flickered as the black bone scythe directly slashed across the bodies of the 3 Black Spot Leopards and instantly killed them. The remaining 2 Black Spot Leopards were blocked by the 2 skeleton elites that appeared beside Luyan before being killed by Luyan one by one. A team with good cooperation was still able to deal with such demon beasts with ease. In front, Lu Fengjian looked behind him and smiled. To be able to kill 5 Black Spot Leopards so easily proved that Luyan's strength was not only limited to his 4 attributes on the surface. His combat awareness and combat ability were also very powerful. The corpses of the Black Spot Leopards were not very useful. The few of them did not collect any materials. Luyan put away the corpses of the 3 Black Spot Leopards Lu Fengjian had killed as well as the 2 that he had killed himself. No one had any questions. After all, Luyan was an undead type and it was very normal for him to collect corpses. The team continued forward. The remaining 3 Black Spot Leopards' corpses behind Luyan trembled. Then, the flesh on their bodies disappeared, turning into dry bones that disappeared into the ground. It was unknown if it was because killing these Black Spot Leopards was intimidating or because this was the entrance to the Black Fog Forest, but Luyan and the others did not encounter a second wave of demon attacks until the entrance of the Yinwind mountain stream. At this moment, Luyan and the others had arrived at a mountain stream. They were surrounded by a dense forest and had steep rock walls on both sides. The entire mountain stream was huge and long. It was a long river that divided the entire mountain into 2. Lu Fengjian checked the map and pointed ahead. According to the map in the file, the location should be about 1,000 meters ahead. It's not deep into the Yinwind mountain stream and is relatively safe. By the way, most of the demon beasts in the Yinwind mountain stream are between level 15 and 30. There shouldn't be any demon beasts above level 20 in the first half. Everyone, don't worry too much. However, we still have to be careful. We can't let our guard down. Many students from the Golden Corner Academy died in the wilderness every year, so Lu Fengjian knew that it was better to be careful. Lu Yan and the others nodded and directly entered the Yin Wind mountain stream in front of them. A cold wind howled in the mountain stream, but even the fierce wind could not blow away the surrounding black fog. This black fog seemed to be settling down and becoming denser in the Yin Wind mountain stream. Lu Fengjian brought the few of them far away from the river and advanced along the side. There might be relatively dangerous demon beasts in the river. If not for the lack of water, it was best not to approach the larger river. This was the experience summarized by the blood of his predecessors. After carefully walking forward for a while, everyone felt somewhat strange. They did not encounter a single demon around. Strange, although there aren't as many demon beasts in the Yin Wind mountain stream as in the Black Fog forest, it shouldn't be possible for us not to encounter a single one, right? I keep feeling that the surroundings are dark. Is there a situation here? Don't scare yourself. After all, this place is not deep into the Yin Wind mountain stream. It's normal for there to be no demon beasts. The few of them communicated and continued walking in. They were already here, so it was impossible for them to retreat just because of the surrounding situation. 1,000 meters was still relatively easy for the few of them to cross. Soon, they arrived at the place where the Sword Dao team was wiped out on the map. Seeing the scene in front of them, Lu Yan and the others were stunned. Two long and narrow cracks appeared on the hill on both sides in front of him. The surrounding soil was very moist and filled the ground in front of him. The mountain on this side and the mountain on the other side of the river had both suffered a landslide. A large amount of soil was left on the hill and was about to pile into the river. No wonder he did not see any demon beasts. The mountain terrain on both sides shifted and directly blocked the Yin Wind mountain stream in front of him. If they wanted to pass through here, they had to cross the mud torrent in front of him or pass through the river. I don't think we're able to pass, right? Hu Feng looked at the towering mud torrent in front of him and said. Lu Fengjian nodded. We probably can't pass here. If we want to pass, we have to go from above or cross a section of the river. Now, there are two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which do you want to hear first? Zhang Li frowned and said, hurry up and tell me. There's no time to guess now. Lu Fengjian smiled awkwardly and then said, the good news is that the place we're looking for is not behind the partition. It's around here. There's no need to spend any effort to cross here. The bad news is that the surrounding terrain has changed and will cause a serious obstruction to our search. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and asked Lu Fengjian, how did we search for the sword pill? We can't just search aimlessly, right? Lu Fengjian took out a detector and said, if there's a sword pill, it should be on that sword master. This detector can detect an item on him within 10 meters. I've prepared one for each of you. Moreover, according to the file, the last place they were seen was in a cave. Originally, it would have been easier to search from the cave. However, I didn't expect a landslide to happen and the surrounding terrain to change. Is there a specific location? For example, here or at the river? Lu Yan continued to ask. Lu Fengjian shook his head. There's no specific location. If there was, we wouldn't have the opportunity to search. The general area is here. We still need to find the specific location. Lu Yan pondered for a moment when he heard this. Then, he pointed at the cracks that appeared on both sides and said, the mountain terrain has shifted, and cracks have appeared on both sides. Since it's possible for it to be on both sides of the river, I think it's better to move separately and explore both sides. This way, the speed will be faster. Zhang Li frowned and said, separating will increase the danger, right? This was the wilderness after all. It was safest for the team to be together. Lu Yan said, the mountain here is very unstable and there's a possibility of another landslide. At that time, if the terrain changes again, finding the sword pill will probably be like finding a needle in a haystack. The gaps in the mountains on both sides shouldn't be very deep. We'll split into two teams and quickly investigate. This is the best solution for now. If we miss the opportunity, we'll probably miss the sword pill. Hearing Lu Yan's words, the surrounding people pondered. Lu Yan is right. It's indeed better to explore separately. Moreover, there are basically no demon beasts here. It won't be too dangerous, Lu Fengjian said. In that case, let's split up. However, how are we going to split the members? Lu Yanyu asked. The three of them definitely had to be together. Lu Yan said, you guys form a team. I'll do it myself. I'm very capable of protecting myself. Sending 1 or 2 people to follow me will only be a burden. Lu Yan was telling the truth. Now that he had summoned the skeleton elite army, he could almost sweep through this place. He also wanted to kill more demon beasts to fill up the numbers of his undead army. Lu Fengjian hesitated for a moment, but then nodded and said, all right. It shouldn't take more than an hour. Let's set the time limit at an hour. In an hour, no matter what happens, we'll return here and meet up first. Everyone nodded. Lu Yan's 4 attributes were extremely high and his combat strength was very powerful. There was naturally no need to worry. Moreover, it was only an hour of exploration. There would not be any problem. Lu Fengjian gave Lu Yan a detector and prepared to cross the river with the others. Lu Yan was already alone, so he naturally could not risk crossing the river. Lu Yan did not hesitate. He picked up the detector and entered the crack on his right to investigate. He walked and stopped along the way. The detector in his hand did not make any sound. After walking for half an hour, Lu Yan still did not discover anything. There were not even any demon beasts around. Something seemed to be wrong. Lu Yan frowned and prepared to quickly investigate. If he could not find it, he would retreat first. There were no demon beasts around, making Lu Yan somewhat flustered. After walking in for another 10 minutes, Lu Yan stopped. Lu Yan touched the water droplets on his face and raised his head. The weather in the real world was unpredictable. 1 second, the sky was clear, and the next second, it would rain. Moreover, the Black Fog Forest was a rainy area. Otherwise, there would not be a landslide. Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly turned around to return, wanting to meet up with Lu Fengjian and the others first. The rain was not terrifying, but it was still relatively dangerous to encounter a storm in such a terrain. However, just as Lu Yan turned around, the raindrops that were only dripping just now instantly increased. In just a few seconds, they formed a heavy rain. The dense rain smashed onto Lu Yan's armor and instantly splashed up, spreading in all directions before dissipating into the surrounding rain. Lu Yan frowned and stopped walking back. With his current position, even if he rushed back with all his strength, it would probably still take him 10 minutes. When the rain fell, the river water would surge, and it might not be safe ahead. Moreover, Lu Yan looked up and saw that a lot of soil had already been washed down from the mountains on both sides. It rained all year round, so the mountain here was not sturdy. It was relatively dangerous below. Without hesitation, Lu Yan directly used the Monarch Netherworld escape. His body froze for a second before he directly appeared above the mountain crack. As soon as he landed, the ground under his feet suddenly split open and he instantly fell. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and used the Monarch Netherworld escape again to teleport into the distance. Looking back, the ground where Lu Yan was just now directly cracked. A large amount of soil poured down into the crack Lu Yan left, mixed with the rain, forming an earthen yellow torrent. The rain in the sky became heavier and heavier. The ground in front of him was also constantly collapsing, mixed with the soil to form an earthen yellow torrent that poured into the crack. Lu Yan frowned. This was very wrong. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Although the soil here was not firm, it was not to the extent that it would collapse like tofu. However, now was not the time to consider this. The ground collapsed very quickly and was already spreading towards Lu Yan. With no choice, Lu Yan could only be forced to head into the depths of the Black Fog Forest ahead. As for Lu Fengjian and the others, they could only hope for the best. After entering the depths of the Black Fog Forest, the situation improved. The heavy rain passed through the dense trees and had already decreased a lot. However, Lu Yan became even more vigilant. After all, there was a high chance of demon beasts appearing in the depths of the Black Fog Forest. Moreover, the Black Fog Forest was not like the Yinwind mountain stream where the level of the demon beasts that appeared was very high. There were even demon beasts from level 10 to 50. If he encountered someone with a high level, Lu Yan could only choose to escape quickly. His life might even be in danger. Perhaps because of the heavy rain, Lu Yan walked in the Black Fog Forest ahead for a while and did not encounter any demon beasts. Just as Lu Yan relaxed and was about to make a temporary place to rest, several black shadows rushed out and directly pounced towards Lu Yan. On the branches, in the grass on the ground, and behind the trees beside him, several figures rushed towards Lu Yan from all directions. Lu Yan's body tightened as he saw clearly that the shadows pouncing towards him were large snakes the size of bowls. The Black Flame Python was a level 18 to 20 demon beast in the Black Fog Forest. It was extremely good at hiding and could spit out black flames to attack. Most importantly, these Black Flame Pythons lived in groups and attacked in groups. The information of the Black Flame Pythons appeared in Lu Yan's mind. He calmly cut the 2 Black Flame Pythons in front of him in half. Then, the armor on his body blocked the attacks of a few Black Flame Pythons. The 2 Black Flame Pythons directly wrapped around Lu Yan's body. At this moment, a few skeleton elites appeared from the ground and joined forces to deal with the Black Flame Python beside Lu Yan. In the surrounding forest, the cries of the Black Flame Pythons sounded. The surroundings instantly became chaotic, and a large number of Black Flame Pythons fled in all directions. Skeleton elites walked out from the surroundings, holding the corpses of the Black Flame Pythons. When he was attacked, Lu Yan used the skeleton elite army to attack the surrounding Black Flame Pythons. Some skeleton elites had black flames on their bodies. After burning for a while, their bodies fell apart. The Black Flame Python's attack was not weak either. Because it was relatively rushed, he had killed a total of more than 20 Black Flame Pythons. More than 10 of them had transformed into undead and became members of Lu Yan's undead army. The remaining corpses were put away by Lu Yan as materials for the corpse explosion. Lu Yan bought a new spatial item that was specially used to store corpses. The rain was getting heavier. It was not wise to continue deeper into the Black Fog Forest in such an environment. Lu Yan decided to rest here for now and return to take a look after the rain stopped. Lu Yan took out a tent and set it up on the spot. He was still relatively well equipped with such things. Generally speaking, if one was alone, most people would choose to rest on the tree and scatter some things that could emit the aura of a high-level street demon to ensure their safety. However, Lu Yan did not have to go through so much trouble. He could just set up a tent and let the undead patrol the surroundings. At this moment, in a cave deep in the Yinwind mountain stream, a huge hexagram formation formed by strange purple-black lights was emitting a faint light. The entire cave was covered by this hexagram formation. Some were even deep inside the cave. Clearly, this six-pointed star formation was larger than the entire cave. A figure in a black robe was standing quietly at the entrance of the cave, staring at the river below that was surging because of the rain. He held a black staff in his right hand that was covered in many distorted white bones. The palm that grabbed the staff did not have any flesh but a skeleton. Bang! The rapid river below suddenly exploded, and a huge and slender figure appeared. It was a black flood dragon. The black flood dragon's figure jumped out of the river and quickly arrived in front of the cave. Its huge dragon head stared fixedly at the black-robed figure at the entrance of the cave. Why haven't you attacked yet? My patience is running out. The black flood dragon questioned the black-robed man in front of it. Then, it roared angrily. A huge airflow spat out from its mouth, directly blowing off the hat on the black-robed man's head in front of it, revealing a skeleton head. Two faint netherworld flames were on the skeleton head's eyes as it looked straight at the black flood dragon in front of it. This was a high-level necromancer. He was not a human necromancer but a true undead creature. My dear friend, I'm already beginning to help you. Look, if I make the surrounding ground collapse and destroy the hiding places of those dark elves, they will definitely give themselves away. At that time, won't it be easy for me to capture the daughter of the Dark Elf Queen? It's just that you still need some time. Of course, as I said before, you can also wait for me to summon Lord Netherworld. At that time, you might even be able to capture the Dark Elf Queen herself. The high-level necromancer looked at the black flood dragon in front of him. His words were filled with temptation, like a demon that had fallen into the abyss. Lord Netherworld? Humph, he's only a high-level lich. How dare he call himself Lord Netherworld? The black flood dragon had a disdainful expression. The ghost flames in the high-level necromancer's eyes flickered. He looked at the black flood dragon and said angrily, "My dear friend, you better not be disrespectful to Lord Netherworld." The black flood dragon still had a disdainful expression. "I'm not interested in Lord Netherworld you're summoning. Don't forget our deal. I only want a dark elf with king blood. I'll give you another month. If you don't have a dark elf with king blood by then, don't blame me for falling out with you." The high-level necromancer's white skeleton jaw twisted as if he was smiling. "My dear friend, don't worry. I, Moraton, am the most trustworthy." Then, the high-level necromancer named Moraton stretched out his bony hand, as if he was asking the black dragon in front of him for something. The black flood dragon snorted coldly and then spat out a ball of faint black blood that slowly floated into Moraton's bone palm. "The number of blood essence is wrong, right? This is not enough for me to summon Lord Netherworld." Moraton frowned. The black flood dragon said coldly, "This is your punishment for exceeding the deadline. Moreover, this amount is already quite a lot. You also have a way to resolve the rest. Don't make me wait too long." With that said, the black flood dragon directly flipped its body in midair and crawled into the rapid river below. Moraton put away the black dragon blood essence in his hand, and the ghost flames in his eyes flickered. Then, he waved the staff in his hand, and an undead walked out with a large sword on its back. Get the undead knights to go out and search for some more sacrificial prey. Naturally, those humans are the best candidates. Of course, remember not to let the human experts discover you. Last time, if not for the fact that I used an array formation to hide, I would have been discovered by those guys. Remember, if you encounter humans, you definitely can't leave them alive. Moraton looked at the undead swordsman in front of him and instructed. "I understand, master." The undead swordsman stood up and hid in the surrounding black fog, his figure quickly disappearing. Lu Yan waited until the rain stopped and walked out of the tent. This rain had directly lasted for nearly a day. It was already the next day. For the entire night, many demon beasts came to disturb Lu Yan, but they were chased away by the undead Lu Yan controlled. There were a few more demon corpses on the ground. After Lu Yan put them into his bag, he headed to the crack to check. Before he arrived, Lu Yan's expression suddenly changed. The crack in front of him was already gone, leaving only a huge ravine. It seemed like it was impossible to find anything in here. Lu Yan took out his phone. Indeed, there was no signal in the wilderness. He could not contact Lu Fenjian and the others. Now, only the student cards and certificates processed by the supply station could send out and receive distress signals. Generally speaking, it was best to evacuate in this situation. After all, it should be very difficult to find the sword pill. However, since he was already here, Lu Yan naturally would not leave easily. There was still a month before the new students started school. At that time, there would be a new student competition. Therefore, Lu Yan definitely had to come to the wilderness to increase his strength in this month. Instead of returning to the wilderness, it was better to start here. Killing demon beasts to level up could also increase the number of the undead army. He had yet to enter the Black Fog Forest. In the middle and front area, the level of the demon beasts distributed was suitable for Lu Yan. Thinking of this, Lu Yan directly summoned the skeleton army elites and his undead army. Previously, in order to clear the level faster, Lu Yan had personally led the undead to fight. Now that he was in the wilderness, he did not have to work so hard. Lu Yan got the skeleton elite army and the undead army he had transformed to hunt around him. He saved his strength to deal with unexpected situations. The mental strength brought by Lu Yan's current intelligence attribute was very high. Using the undead twin might put a burden on his mental strength, but he could still maintain the summoning of the skeleton elite army for a long time. A team of nearly 1,000 undead spread out with Lu Yan as the core and hunted. Roar. A red flame tiger was running in the black fog forest when it suddenly stopped and looked warily at the forest in front of it. In the next moment, several undead silver moon wolves rushed out and directly bit towards this red flame tiger. The two skeleton elites also came out to attack and directly surrounded this red flame tiger. The flames on the red flame tiger's body surged and it directly rushed out from behind, wanting to quickly rush out of the encirclement. An undead silver moon wolf directly bit the neck of this red flame tiger, completely ignoring the flames surging on its body. The two skeleton elves also slashed at the red flame tiger with large sabers. The flames on the red flame tiger's body enveloped the undead silver moon wolf in front of it, but this undead silver moon wolf also bit its neck. Roar! The red flame tiger roared and sent the undead silver moon wolf in front of it flying with a slap. Then, it was killed by the three silver moon wolves and the two skeleton elites. With an unwilling cry, the red flame tiger fell to the ground. Soon, the flesh and blood on the red flame tiger disappeared, turning into an undead red flame tiger that joined the surrounding undead army. On the other side not far from here, several skeleton elites were attacking a black-horned rhinoceros. This black-horned rhinoceros had rough skin and thick flesh. The few skeleton elites attacked for a long time but did not cause much damage to the other party. The black-horned rhinoceros lowered its head and suddenly rushed forward, directly blocking a skeleton elite and instantly shattering this skeleton elite. The long-distance movement speed of the black-horned rhinoceros was not fast, but it was very powerful when accelerating for a short distance. Most importantly, this black-horned rhinoceros was at level 23, so its attacks were still relatively fatal to these skeleton elites. Seeing this, the remaining skeleton elites began to surround the black-horned rhinoceros. When the black-horned rhinoceros charged, they dodged and did not let the black-horned rhinoceros attack them. After this situation lasted for 2 to 3 times in a row, just as the black-horned rhinoceros was about to recover its strength, a figure suddenly appeared behind the black-horned rhinoceros. The pitch-black scythe suddenly slashed out and landed on the black-horned rhinoceros, instantly leaving a deep wound that revealed its bones. The black-horned rhinoceros was in pain and wanted to attack Lu Yan. At this moment, the surrounding skeleton elites quickly rushed over and captured this black-horned rhinoceros with Lu Yan. Unfortunately, this black-horned rhinoceros had not successfully transformed into an undead. Lu Yan could only gather the valuable materials on the other party's body and put the corpse into his storage space. It had been half a month since the rain. Lu Yan had been hunting in the surroundings. He would let the skeleton elites and the undead army he had transformed deal with the ordinary demon beasts. When he encountered troublesome creatures like the black-horned rhinoceros, Lu Yan would personally take action. In just half a month, after removing the losses, his undead army had already reached 1,000. Coupled with the skeleton elite army, there were already 1,500 of them. Lu Yan was already level 17. It was not as simple to level up in the real world as it was in the secret realm. It was already very fast for him to level up twice in half a month. This was also because Lu Yan had the help of the undead army to quickly kill the demon beasts. At this moment, Lu Yan felt a warm current surge in his body. He had leveled up again. In half a month, he had advanced from level 15 to level 18, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. In half a month, I've basically hunted all the demon beasts in the surrounding area. Other than encountering some trouble in a gathered demon group, there's basically no obstruction in hunting other demon beasts. Lu Yan put away the black-horned rhinoceros corpse on the ground and looked at the map in his hand. Then, Lu Yan skillfully added the free attribute points. After leveling up 3 times and adding 12 skill points, Lu Yan's attributes increased again. Strength, 82 physique, 102 agility, 99 intelligence, 154. Lu Yan added 5 points to his strength and 7 points to his agility. Although he needed to focus on increasing his intelligence, his other attributes could not be too far away. Moreover, Lu Yan could also use the strength attribute. In the past half a month in the real world, Lu Yan had not only increased his level, but his combat experience had also increased greatly. Moreover, with the use of his skills and attributes, Lu Yan's skills had also increased without using skill points. Undead Rage, level 5 instantly doubles all attributes of controlled undead creatures, lasts for 75 seconds, and increases the movement speed of charging undead creatures by 50%. Cooldown time is 3 minutes. Quick Steps, high level skill, level 5 it can increase one's movement speed by 50 points. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 1 hour 40 minutes. Monarch Netherworld Escape, Grandmaster, level 5. Effect, consumes the undead power and teleports yourself to any place within a 600-meter radius. No cooldown time. Requires 1 second to use. Upgrade can increase the teleportation range. The increase in the 3 skills was not bad for Lu Yan. As his level increased tots, Lu Yan felt another skill increase. It was the Skeleton Elite Army that had been used recently. Skeleton Elite Army, Grandmaster, level 5. Effect, consume the undead power to summon 700 skeleton elites. The attributes of the skeleton elites are fixed and cannot be increased. However, they are of the same level as the user. Upgrade can increase the number of skeleton elites. The number of skeleton elites I can summon has increased to 700. Very good. Now, if I use the undead at full strength, I can directly use 1,70 to 1,80 undead. I can directly do whatever I want in the wilderness. As for the new students meeting, my 4 attributes are enough to crush them. At the very least, I can use my skill, the Skeleton Elite Army, to drown the other party. At this moment, a few skeleton elites came over and handed Lu Yan a few light black crystal cores. This was the demon crystal of a demon. It was a crystal core that could only appear in the body of a demon above level 20. After a demon swallowed it, it could quickly increase its strength. It was also an important material for building array formations and was relatively valuable. Lu Yan had already gathered nearly 50 demon crystals in the past few days. When he returned, he could choose to exchange them for supply points or exchange them for credits in the school. Of course, exchanging credits was the most cost-effective. There's still half a month before the new students arrive. Previously, when I contacted Yang Wei, he also chose the Golden Corner Academy and told me that he would come early. I also have to return to school to rest for a few days. In that case, I'll stay here for another 10 days. I should be able to advance another level. Lu Yan pondered for a moment and had already made a plan. It was already very abnormal for a new student to reach level 19. After commanding the surrounding undead army, Lu Yan continued deeper into the black fog forest in front of him. The increase in level and the number of undead army gave Lu Yan the confidence to go deeper into the black fog forest ahead. 5 days later, Lu Yan was riding an undead black-horned rhinoceros and leisurely collecting the corpses of demon beasts around him. There are still a few days. At that time, I'll have to return to school. As for the sword pill, I can only use other methods to find it. Perhaps that sword pill is already circulating in the market. Lu Yan dug open the corpse of a demon and discovered a demon crystal. He took it out with a happy expression. At this moment, the student card in Lu Yan's arms vibrated. Lu Yan took out his student card and a screen appeared. It was a map of the black fog forest. At this moment, a spot of light was flickering in the northeast direction from Lu Yan. This was the cry for help function of the Golden Corner Academy's student card. After using it, one could expose their target on it and ask the surrounding students of the Golden Corner Academy for help. The students who felt that they were strong enough would go to the rescue. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they would be rewarded with credits. It's not far from me. I'll go and take a look first. If I can save him, I'll save him. If not, I can also escape. Lu Yan pondered briefly and directly rushed to the location of the light marker. If it were other professionals, Lu Yan would still hesitate. However, they were students of the Golden Corner Academy. He would save them if he could. At the very least, there were good credits rewards. After putting away the surrounding undead army, Lu Yan switched to riding an undead silver moon wolf and quickly headed towards the location of the light marker. At this moment, a scorching fireball was suddenly rising from the northeast of the black fog forest. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. The fireball exploded, and a huge fire power surged from it, quickly enveloping the 2 undead knights in front. Zhao Yuhang panted heavily and controlled the white-eyed tiger under her to quickly escape into the distance. At this moment, Zhao Yuhang was in a very sorry state. The red cloth armor on her body had cracked, and blood slowly seeped out of the wound on her snow-white long leg. The cloth armor on her chest was also torn open. Some of the flesh playfully squeezed out and jumped up and down in the turbulence, making Zhao Yuhang's image very indecent at this moment. However, at this moment, Zhao Yuhang couldn't care less. She looked at the undead knights chasing after her and used the fire wind technique to increase the speed of the injured white-eyed tiger under her, wanting to quickly escape. Damn it, why are there level 25 undead knights here? Moreover, they're in groups. Zhao Yuhang was somewhat puzzled. The demon beasts here basically did not exceed level 22. It was perfect for her to hunt and level up here. Moreover, Zhao Yuhang thought that she was very powerful. This was also the reason why she dared to come to the wilderness alone to hunt. Even if she encountered any danger, at the very least, escaping was not a problem. However, there was a problem now. Most importantly, there were many level 25 undead knights in groups. She had already rushed out of several encirclements with all her might, but she still could not shake off the undead knights behind her. If not for the fact that she had a hidden trump card, she would probably have long died here. With such a dangerous situation, it was no longer enough for Zhao Yuhang to wait for the school or the supply station to save him. She could only try his luck and see if there were any students from the Golden Corner Academy around. Most of the students were self-aware. Those who could rush over to help were not weak. If anyone arrived, she would still have a chance. Just as she was thinking, an undead knight rushed out from behind a big tree on the left and rode a pitch-black undead horse towards Zhao Yuhang. Damn it! There are still undead knights in front. Zhao Yuhang looked at the undead knights rushing towards her and her face turned pale. Then, Zhao Yuhang raised the staff in her hand with difficulty, and a fiery red light condensed. Boom! A scarlet fireball directly smashed towards the undead knights in front of her. The crimson fireball landed on the undead knight in front of her and instantly exploded. The flames directly enveloped the other party's body. The undead knight covered in flames was still charging towards Zhao Yuhang. The white bone spear in its hand directly swept out, heading towards Zhao Yuhang's neck. Zhao Yuhang bent down and stuck close to the white-eyed tiger under her, dodging this attack. The white-eyed tiger under her also suddenly exerted strength and instantly passed this undead knight, quickly rushing forward. Who? Zhao Yuhang panted, his hand holding the staff trembling slightly. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. In order to rush out of the encirclement of the few undead knights, Zhao Yuhang had spent too much strength. Her stamina and mental strength were already almost exhausted. I've already used up all the consumables to recover my mental strength and stamina. With my current mental strength, I can only release 2 more skills. If the undead knights behind us catch up, it'll be over. No, I have to persevere. When help comes, I might still have a chance. Zhao Yuhang forced herself to focus. She could not give up here. The Black Fog Forest was the wilderness area closest to the Golden Corner Academy, so there were many Golden Corner Academy students who came here to hunt. Moreover, after graduating from the Golden Corner Academy, the 4th-year students would basically go their separate ways. Therefore, usually, the club members or students with better relationships would choose to come to the Black Fog Forest to hunt together. It could be considered as a graduation gift. Therefore, after asking for help, the second promotion students and even the teachers might rush over to help. She could not give up easily. However, at this moment, the white-eyed tiger under Zhao Yuhang roared angrily, and its speed became much slower. Zhao Yuhang's face turned pale. The duration of the fire-wind technique had already ended. Her mount, the white-eyed tiger, was already injured. Now that it did not have the fire-wind technique to increase its speed, it would quickly be caught up by the undead knights behind. Sensing the approaching undead knights behind him, Zhao Yuhang's eyes revealed despair. However, at this moment, the student card in front of Zhao Yuhang's chest vibrated. Zhao Yuhang was stunned for a moment before a happy expression surged on her face. The student card vibrated, indicating that the people from the Golden Corner Academy had arrived. Moreover, the other party's location was already relatively close. There's always a way out. Fortunately, I didn't give up just now. Zhao Yuhang hurriedly took out her student card and checked the position near her cursor. Then, she quickly headed towards the position of the cursor. Those who can take the initiative to support others in the wilderness will at least have the strength of someone who had awakened their second profession. If I join forces with the other party, I can definitely escape from here. The most important thing now is to quickly meet the other party to prevent anything else from happening. Zhao Yuhang calmed down and controlled the white-eyed tiger under her to quickly rush forward. Bang! A pitch-black ball of light landed on Zhao Yuhang's right. If not for the white-eyed tiger changing its direction in time, Zhao Yuhang would probably have been struck by this pitch-black ball of light. The undead knights behind her still had long-range attacks. Zhao Yuhang tensed up and quickly dodged the attack from behind. At this moment, the sound of hooves sounded from a small hill in front of him. 3 undead knights appeared on the small hill and dived towards Zhao Yuhang. Zhao Yuhang's expression tightened as she raised the staff in his hand. Thick fire elements condensed in front of the staff in Zhao Yuhang's hand and suddenly bloomed forward. Boom! A huge scarlet fire dragon suddenly rushed out and instantly landed on the 3 undead knights in front of her. The flames exploded on their bodies, directly burning the 2 horses of the 3 undead knights. This time, Zhao Yuhang successfully blocked the attacks of the 3 undead knights. However, her mental strength was also directly exhausted and she was completely unable to use any magic power. Now, all our hopes can only be placed on the reinforcements. I hope it's a team with good strength. The white-eyed tiger carried Zhao Yuhang and continued to run forward. At this moment, the undead knights behind her were also getting closer and closer. At this speed, Zhao Yuhang would be caught by the undead knights behind her in less than 3 minutes. Moreover, the undead knights behind him kept releasing long-range attacks, making Zhao Yuhang able to only dodge in a sorry state. After checking the location of the light marker on the student card again, Zhao Yuhang was overjoyed. The other party was only 800 meters ahead. After crossing a small slope, Zhao Yuhang saw a figure in front of her. The moment she saw the other party, Zhao Yuhang's heart sank. There was only one person. However, Zhao Yuhang then comforted himself. If he has a second profession change profession, it's enough even if he's alone. Lu Yan rode the undead silver moon wolf and also saw Zhao Yuhang in front of him. Lu Yan arrived beside Zhao Yuhang and stopped when he saw the undead knights chasing after him. You asked for help, right? A student of the Golden Corner Academy. Lu Yan looked at Zhao Yuhang to confirm. Zhao Yuhang nodded and then said anxiously, why did you stop? Hurry up and leave. There are many undead knights behind you. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. Don't be nervous. It's only a dozen undead knights. Why are you panicking? Hearing Lu Yan's words, Zhao Yuhang was stunned for a moment before calming down. Had she encountered a big shot? What's your name? What level are you? Are you confident in dealing with these undead knights? Just in case, Zhao Yuhang still looked at Lu Yan and asked. Lu Yan waved his hand and said, my name is Lu Yan, a new student of the Golden Corner Academy this year. I'm already level 18. Don't worry, I can still easily deal with these few undead knights. This was the first time Lu Yan had encountered an undead creature since entering the Black Fog Forest. If he killed an undead creature, would it still turn the other party into his undead servant? Lu Yan felt that it was necessary to try. Zhao Yuhang, who was at the side, was indeed shocked when she heard Lu Yan's words. A new student this year? Only level 18. She was already forced to this extent at level 23, let alone a level 18 freshman. This guy was really shameless. Could he really deal with them easily? It was more likely that he would get easily destroyed. These undead knights are level 25 and are also elite demon beasts. You can't deal with them. Hurry up and escape with me. Zhao Yuhang was anxious and asked Lu Yan to leave with him quickly. If they hesitated for a moment longer, the two of them would die here. In the next moment, Zhao Yuhang suddenly discovered that the guy beside her was actually rushing towards the undead knights behind her. Zhao Yuhang's body froze. She did not expect Lu Yan to directly rush out. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Did this guy want to die? Hadn't she told him that the undead knights behind her were level 25 elites? Level 18? He was alone. Where is his courage coming from? However, Zhao Yuhang then realized that the name Lu Yan was very familiar. Lu Yan from the supply station who broke my level 15-4 attributes? He advanced to level 18 in such a short time? I remember that it took me half a year to advance from level 15 to level 18. This guy is really abnormal. However, even so, a level 18 professional has no chance of winning against more than 10 level 25 elite undead knights. Zhao Yuhang bit his lip, but in the end, she did not choose to take the opportunity to escape. She did not believe that someone who had almost doubled her level 15-4 attributes record was a brainless guy. Moreover, her mental strength and stamina had already been exhausted, and the wide-eyed tiger was also almost exhausted. Even if she ran, she would only die a little later. Then, Zhao Yuhang saw a scene that shocked her. Undead appeared beside Lu Yan. There were skeleton elites, undead black-horned rhinos, undead black-spotted pythons, undead silver moon wolves. Hundreds of undead creatures appeared. Lu Yan was like a king as he commanded these undead to charge towards the undead knights in front. Several undead surrounded a single undead knight. Many of the undead were shattered by the undead knight. However, soon after, this undead knight was directly enveloped and instantly drowned. These undead knights were all level 25 and were even elite level. Their individual combat strength was very powerful, but in the face of so many undead, they barely caused any trouble. Seeing the undead knights drown in the surrounding undead, Zhao Yuhang was surprised. The combat strength of these undead creatures was too powerful. Could it be that this Lu Yan was a necromancer who could summon powerful undead creatures? Although necromancers were publicly acknowledged to be relatively weak, some extremely talented necromancers were still very powerful. However, the number of them could be counted on one hand. However, the stronger the undead creature, the greater the burden on the necromancer. This guy was only level 18, so how could he summon so many powerful undead creatures? How could Zhao Yuhang know that because of Lu Yan's identity as the undead monarch, the attack and defense of the undead knights in front of him directly decreased by half? Even though Lu Yan was now level 18, he was still not afraid at all when facing a level 25 elite undead knight. Soon, Lu Yan, who was riding on the undead silver moon wolf, revealed a happy expression. The undead knights that were killed by the surrounding undead quickly stood up again. This time, Lu Yan could clearly sense that he had absolute control over the undead knights who stood up again. Killing undead creatures could also turn them into undead servants. Moreover, what made Lu Yan even more happy was that every undead knight that was killed stood up again and entered Lu Yan's control. After more than 10 dead undead knights stood up and were controlled by him again, Lu Yan was excited to confirm that all the undead creatures killed by his strength had a 100% chance of turning into undead servants. Although Lu Yan had to pay the price of several undead to obtain every undead knight, this was very worth it for Lu Yan. This was because after these undead knights became Lu Yan's undead servants, they had preserved most of their strength. Although they were weakened a little, they preserved far more strength than when other demon beasts transformed into Lu Yan's undead servants. Now, these undead knights could roughly unleash the strength of a level 23 elite undead knight. It had to be known that these undead knights could suppress him by 7 levels previously. If it were other demon beasts, with such a level suppression, they would probably be able to unleash the strength of a level 20 ordinary undead servant at most. After letting the surrounding undead knights enter his special undead space, Lu Yan returned to Zhao Yuhang's side. It's over just like that. Zhao Yuhang looked at Lu Yan in shock. She did not expect the undead knights that had been chasing after her to be dealt with by this guy in a few moves. Lu Yan nodded indifferently. It's already resolved. You're safe now. Oh right, I forgot to tell you that I have a hidden profession, the undead monarch. I deal extra damage to the undead. If it were other demon beasts, I would probably have to escape with you. Hearing Lu Yan's words, the shock on Zhao Yuhang's face decreased slightly, but she was still shocked. Even if it was a hidden profession that dealt damage to undead creatures, it was still very exaggerated for a level 18 to deal with a level 25 elite undead knight so easily. This guy not only has abnormal 4 attributes, but his combat strength is also so exaggerated. Are the new students this year so powerful? Zhao Yuhang looked at Lu Yan as she thought to herself. She could not help but sigh. Then, Zhao Yuhang looked at Lu Yan and said gratefully, Lu Yan, it's all thanks to you this time. If not for you, I might have already died. No matter what, the other party had saved her. Zhao Yuhang was still very grateful. Lu Yan waved his hand and said, it's fine. It was nothing. By the way, what's your name? After asking for his name, he could go to the school to receive his credits. Zhao Yuhang said, my name is Zhao Yuhang. I'm a third-year student of the Golden Corner Academy. Zhao Yuhang. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect the girl in front of him to be Zhao Yuhang. He had broken the other party's secret realm record in school and the other party's level 15 4-dimensional attribute skill record at the supply station. He did not expect that the person he saved was the same person. We're really fated. Lu Yan smiled at Zhao Yuhang. Zhao Yuhang's expression was somewhat awkward. As a senior, not only had her junior broken her record, but he even saved her life. This made Zhao Yuhang, who had always been very competitive, somewhat uncomfortable. However, she then stabilized her emotions and looked at Lu Yan in front of her. Junior Lu Yan, let's retreat first. The situation here is quite complicated. The undead knights chasing after me are only a portion. I saw many undead knights on the way. The Black Fog Forest is not an area where undead knights live. It's very abnormal for so many undead knights to suddenly appear here. We have to report this situation to the supply station and the school. Hearing Zhao Yuhang's words, Lu Yan nodded. It was indeed not normal for undead knights to appear here. However, Lu Yan then looked at Zhao Yuhang and blushed. Senior, why don't you tidy up first before we evacuate? Her thing had already popped out. She should stuff it back first. Cough, cough. It was such a hot day. It would be bad if she got sunburned. He was already sweating. Zhao Yuhang followed Lu Yan's gaze and lowered her head. She directly exclaimed, and her face instantly turned red as she hurriedly turned around. Lu Yan, let's find a place. I'll change my clothes before leaving. Her clothes had already been torn. Even if she stuffed them back, it would not have much of an effect. Moreover, her thing was a little big and seemed to be unable to be stuffed back. Lu Yan nodded and then brought Zhao Yuhang to a big tree in the dense forest in front of them. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Zhao Yuhang went behind the tree and changed her clothes. Lu Yan turned around with a righteous expression, but for some reason, his heart felt slightly itchy. After changing his clothes, Zhao Yuhang came out from behind the tree and looked at Lu Yan's face as it turned red again. Lu Yan did not mention the awkward situation just now. He took out Bahrain's delicious cake from his storage item and handed it to Zhao Yuhang. Senior sister, eat something first. This can recover your strength and mental strength. The Zhao Yuhang in front of her was clearly a mage. To her, the recovery of her mental strength was the most important at the moment. Zhao Yuhang did not hesitate and directly received it to eat. As she ate the cake, Zhao Yuhang looked at Lu Yan and said, Junior Lu Yan, let's rest here for 10 minutes before quickly retreating. The sooner we report the matter here, the better. The large number of undead knights that should not have appeared here made Zhao Yuhang feel that something was wrong. Something else might happen here. They had to report the situation here back as soon as possible. Lu Yan nodded and then looked at Zhao Yuhang and asked, Senior sister, do you know where these undead knights appeared? Lu Yan thought of his goal in the Black Fog Forest. It was to find the sword pill that the sword master of the Yinwind mountain stream might have left behind. Lu Yan remembered that Lu Fengjian had mentioned in the file that the sword team had been wiped out by the undead knights. Was there a connection with the undead knights that had appeared now? After all, that incident had not happened long ago. Zhao Yuhang shook his head when he heard this. I'm not sure. I was hunting in the surroundings and quickly discovered that I was surrounded by a small group of undead knights. The other party's target seems to be me. I tried my best to escape, but I ended up being surrounded by more undead knights. I used all my strength to break out. As for where these undead knights came from, I really don't know at all. Lu Yan nodded, but he still felt that the undead knights that appeared now might be related to the undead knights in the file, although he did not know what the connection was. After eating the 2 cakes, Zhao Yuhang's stamina and mental strength were quickly recovering. It would not be long before he could release magic to fight again. Although Lu Yan was very powerful beside him, one would only be at ease when they themselves had the ability to fight. As she recovered his strength and mental strength, Zhao Yuhang looked at Lu Yan and asked, Junior Lu Yan, let me ask you, what's your ranking among the new students this time? Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. Third. Zhao Yuhang was in disbelief. In her opinion, this Lu Yan was so abnormal. He must be the number 1 of this batch of new students. She did not expect him to be only ranked 3rd. Could it be? Could it be that there were 2 more abnormal new students in this batch? Zhao Yuhang instantly did not want to speak, as if she had been silenced. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yuhang had already recovered a lot of his stamina and mental strength. At the very least, he could continue fighting now. Lu Yan directly summoned an undead silver moon wolf for Zhao Yuhang to ride, and Zhao Yuhang's white-eyed tiger was put into her ring to recover. It was a spatial ring that Zhao Yuhang had specially bought for his mount. Not only could it accommodate his mount, but the recovery speed of his mount could also increase when it was stored in there. The 2 of them began to retreat. Lu Yan's expression was still relatively vigilant. After all, according to Zhao Yuhang, there were many undead knights. It should still be relatively dangerous around. The truth was as Lu Yan thought. Soon, he and Zhao Yuhang encountered a small group of undead knights. A total of 18 undead knights appeared in front of them. When they saw Lu Yan and Zhao Yuhang, they did not hesitate and directly rushed towards the 2 of them. Fire dance. Zhao Yuhang raised the staff in his hand, and a fiery red mark instantly appeared under the undead knight at the front. Then, a large amount of flames spewed out and directly enveloped the body of the undead knight. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and did not have the time to summon the undead army. His figure flashed and directly arrived in front of the undead knight. The black bone scythe in his hand slashed across and directly slashed at the undead knight wrapped in flames in front of him. This undead knight instantly fell to the ground and was directly killed by Lu Yan. Lu Yan did not want them to be killed by this Zhao Yuhang. These enemies would soon become his undead knights. Senior, you don't have to do anything. Let me do it. You just recovered. It's best not to use too much strength lest you injure your body. Lu Yan looked at Zhao Yuhang, who was about to continue, and hurriedly said. Then, undead creatures appeared beside Lu Yan and swarmed towards the surrounding undead knights in front of him. Zhao Yuhang raised the staff in his hand and looked at the large number of undead in front of her that directly drowned these undead knights. She slowly put down the staff in his hand. It seemed that there was indeed no need for her to do anything. This junior Lu Yan was quite caring. A shy expression appeared on Zhao Yuhang's face. This was the first time she had experienced this feeling of being protected. Previously, Zhao Yuhang had always felt that if such a day came, she would definitely feel useless and feel incomparably uncomfortable. However, it did not seem that bad now. Lu Yan held the black bone scythe and kept appearing beside the surrounding undead creatures to help them kill these undead knights. Soon, these undead knights were all killed and completely transformed into Lu Yan's undead knights. Awesome! At this speed, Lu Yan could quickly form an undead knight team. Thinking of this, Lu Yan did not want to leave this place so quickly. After returning to Zhao Yuhang's side, the two of them continued to travel. Lu Yan looked at Zhao Yuhang beside him and suddenly asked, Senior sister, were the undead knights you encountered previously the kind we encountered just now? Were they also in small groups? Zhao Yuhang was stunned for a moment when she heard Lu Yan's question. Then, she looked at Lu Yan and asked in confusion, I encountered more undead knights when I broke through. Why are you asking this? Lu Yan smiled, his face revealing a trace of desire. I want to destroy all these undead knights. Zhao Yuhang was stunned for a moment. She did not expect Lu Yan to say such a thing. According to the combat strength the other party had displayed, it seemed that he could indeed destroy these undead knights in small groups. However, Zhao Yuhang then pondered for a moment and said, I personally still think that you have to be more careful, Junior Lu Yan. It's unlikely that these undead knights appeared here casually. Moreover, they clearly want to capture me. They're very organized. I'm guessing that these undead knights are probably controlled by something. If all the undead knights are gathered and the mastermind appears, no matter how high your combat strength is, Junior Lu Yan, you will probably still be in danger. Lu Yan pondered for a moment and felt that what Zhao Yuhang said made sense. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. It was easier to subdue these small groups of undead knights. After continuing forward for a while, Lu Yan and Zhao Yuhang encountered another small team of undead knights. Lu Yan did not retract the undead. When he discovered this group of undead knights, he directly surrounded them. However, this small group of undead knights was not like the undead knights they had encountered previously. When they saw Lu Yan and the others, they did not rush over directly. A few of the undead knights wanted to turn around and leave. Lu Yan frowned. The other party was clearly trying to send some news. Indeed, as Zhao Yuhang had said, there was something else behind these undead knights. Lu Yan got the surrounding undead to deal with the undead knights that wanted to fight and used the Monarch Netherworld escape to chase after the undead knights that wanted to escape. 10 minutes later, this small group of undead knights was also successfully wiped out by Lu Yan and joined Lu Yan's undead army. After returning to Zhao Yuhang's side, Lu Yan frowned. Senior sister, we might be in trouble. Zhao Yuhang raised her eyebrows. Why? What did you discover? Lu Yan said, Senior sister, we encountered several waves of undead knights. Coupled with the fact that you broke through a distance previously, we can infer that the range of activity of these undead knights is very large. Moreover, from your previous description, these undead knights are directly targeting you. Either that or they're targeting humans. I think we haven't walked out of the encirclement of these undead knights yet. Lu Yan's expression became slightly solemn. If it were small groups of undead knights, Lu Yan would not be afraid at all. He even looked forward to it. He could easily kill them and then transform them into his undead servants. However, such a large encirclement proved that there were definitely many undead knights around. Lu Yan had never discovered these undead knights, making Lu Yan have a bold guess. The undead knights had probably already surrounded the surroundings and gathered inside, wanting to capture all the humans inside in one go. Such a purposeful action was definitely based on an order by someone. It might even be a higher level undead creature. If the other party's level and strength were too high, it would probably be very difficult for him to deal with the other party even with undead intimidation. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Zhao Yuhang frowned. That's indeed possible. In that case, the appearance of the surrounding undead knights must have some secret. We have to send this news back. Now, try your best to rush back. If these undead knights are really hunting from the outermost area, the earlier we rush out, the better for our situation. Moreover, it's best to wipe out the undead knights after encountering them. Otherwise, I'm afraid more undead knights will find us. Lu Yan nodded. That was indeed the case. The two of them no longer hesitated and continued forward, wanting to leave this place quickly. After 10 minutes, they did not encounter any undead knights along the way, making Lu Yan and Zhao Yuhang slightly relaxed. At this moment, the undead silver moon wolf under Lu Yan and Zhao Yuhang stopped. What's wrong? Zhao Yuhang looked at Lu Yan and asked. Lu Yan pointed ahead and said with a solemn expression, My undead discovered a large number of undead knights ahead. A large number? How many? Zhao Yuhang frowned. Lu Yan said softly, There are about 100 of them, and some of them are at level 30. They're patrolling ahead and forming an encirclement. 100 undead knights. Some of them were even level 30. Zhao Yuhang's heart suddenly sank. He looked at Lu Yan and said, What do we do now? Do we break through? Although the combat strength displayed by Lu Yan was very powerful, it was probably still difficult for him to deal with so many undead knights. Lu Yan directly said, "Prepare first and then break out. The situation will probably be worse if we waste time here." Lu Yan had passed by here when he came to support and did not discover any undead knights. 100 undead knights had appeared in such a short period of time. It seemed that there were definitely many undead knights around. If this continued, who knew if there would be more undead knights? Fortunately, he had not chosen to stay behind to clear out the surrounding undead knights. Although that could increase the number of undead knights in the undead army, it would be dangerous once he was surrounded by a large number of undead knights. Zhao Yuhang nodded and then said, "I've already recovered a lot of mental strength and can fight. If we break out later, I can release a large-scale spell to disturb the surrounding undead knights. At that time, we can find a spot and directly break out. It shouldn't be a problem." Lu Yan nodded. Although there were 100 undead knights, with the two of them working together, they could at least break out. Boom! At this moment, a violent vibration sounded from the right. Then, the sound of battle sounded. Lu Yan and Zhao Yuhang's heart skipped a beat. At this distance, someone was fighting the undead knight. Was someone else also trying to break out? Lu Yan directly arrived behind a big tree on the right with Zhao Yuhang. Through the dense branches around them, he saw a figure fighting the undead knights in front of him. It was a female professional. She did not look very old and was about the same age as Lu Yan. It was unknown if the helmet had fallen or if she was not wearing it, but her exquisite face was revealed. She held a pitch-black heavy sword and remained calm as she faced the siege of 4 to 5 undead knights. The heavy sword seemed to be weightless in her hand. She swung it around, creating afterimages that landed heavily on the surrounding undead knights, causing them to retreat repeatedly. At the same time, she took advantage of the opportunity and suddenly slashed out with the heavy sword in her hand. A sharp sword aura directly landed on the undead knight in front of her and directly tore through the other party's body, piercing it to the ground. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. He did not expect to encounter another acquaintance. It was Bai Miao. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. This girl's combat style is so smooth. There's no hesitation at all. That heavy sword doesn't look light, but she can attack so frequently. She can even kill an undead knight despite being surrounded. Isn't she too powerful? Zhao Yuhang looked at Bai Miao in front of her and could not help but exclaim. Lu Yan said from the side, "Her name is Bai Miao. She's the number 1 of the new students of the Golden Corner Academy." Another new student. Zhao Yuhang was shocked. She did not expect this to be a new student. Are the new students this year also powerful? However, this Bai Miao doesn't seem to be as powerful as Lu Yan beside him. Looks like the ranking of the new students competition is going to change a lot. Zhao Yuhang thought to herself. Let's go and help. Otherwise, she'll probably be in danger. Lu Yan instructed the undead army beside him and began to head towards Bai Miao. Zhao Yuhang also followed. Although this Bai Miao's combat strength was also very powerful, it was somewhat difficult for her to face the encirclement of a few undead knights. If the surrounding undead knights surrounded her, Bai Miao's life would probably be in danger. At this moment, Bai Miao was dealing with the undead knights beside her with all his strength. Heavy edge. Bai Miao increased the strength of the heavy sword in her hand. A sharp aura instantly enveloped the heavy sword. Then, Bai Miao held the heavy sword and directly slashed at the surrounding undead knights. Although he did not use any skills, Bai Miao was clearly using a set of heavy sword techniques to constantly repel the surrounding undead knights. However, even though she temporarily had the upper hand, Bai Miao's expression was very solemn. "I didn't expect there to be so many undead knights here. I originally wanted to quickly break out, but I've underestimated the combat strength of these undead knights. They should be elite undead knights. Looks like I can only use a secret technique. Otherwise, I probably won't be able to escape." During this period of time, Bai Miao had been leveling up in the wilderness. Now, she was already level 18. After returning to the school and entering the secret realm, she felt that she could directly reach level 20. Coupled with the essence tonic and the enhancement pill she digested during this period of time, Bai Miao felt that she could compete with Lu Yan for the first place of the new students. However, at this moment, she had fallen into danger. Seeing the surrounding undead knights approach him, Bai Miao no longer hesitated. Boom! A huge sword aura directly bloomed from Bai Miao's body and instantly enveloped her entire body. The heavy sword in her hand trembled slightly under the stimulation of this sword aura, as if it was very excited. "It seems that you can only barely unleash your true strength when I use a secret technique." Looking at the heavy sword in her hand, Bai Miao smiled. Kill. The heavy sword in her hand suddenly slashed out, and the image of a huge heavy sword appeared, instantly slashing onto the undead knight in front of her. With a muffled sound, the undead knight in front of her was directly slashed into two. Although it was only at level 25, for her to directly kill it when she was only at level 18, it could be said that Bai Miao was 1 in a million. The heavy sword flipped in Bai Miao's hand, dancing with sword flowers, sending all the surrounding undead knights flying. Bai Miao took the opportunity to rush forward. Although she could kill the surrounding undead knights, that would consume too much strength and reduce the time she could maintain her secret technique. Now, the most important thing for Bai Miao was to break out of the encirclement and not kill the surrounding undead knights. After passing through the encirclement of the undead knights, before Bai Miao could reveal a happy expression, her expression suddenly froze. As Bai Miao fought, the surrounding undead knights had already taken action. They moved very quickly and directly sealed off the area ahead. Looking at the large number of undead knights in front of her, Bai Miao's heart sank. It seemed that it was somewhat difficult to break out. However, the battle intent in Bai Miao's eyes became richer. Previously, during the Bai family's training, she had almost died tragically and would have been buried underground forever like those dead Bai family disciples. However, at the critical moment, Bai Miao activated her potential and successfully survived. Facing another life and death crisis, Bai Miao was not afraid at all. She only had a powerful fighting spirit. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Even if she died, she would only die from exhaustion. Boom! The heavy sword in her hand seemed to have sensed Bai Miao's determination as a sharp sword aura surged out. Bai Miao raised her sword and charged towards the undead knights in front of her. As soon as Lu Yan and Zhao Yuhang rushed out, they were discovered by the undead knights in front of them. More than 20 undead knights directly rushed towards Lu Yan and Zhao Yuhang. The auras of 3 of the undead knights were higher than the surrounding undead knights. Clearly, they were level 30. Facing them, a large portion of the skeleton elites in the front was instantly shattered. The surrounding undead army surrounded them and fought these undead knights. Senior sister, stall these undead knights here. I'll go and save Bai Miao. Lu Yan looked at Zhao Yuhang and said. He had already seen a large number of undead knights in front of him surrounding Bai Miao. If he did not hurry over to provide support, Bai Miao might not be able to last. Zhao Yuhang nodded. All right, I'll help you stall these undead knights. As she spoke, the staff in Zhao Yuhang's hand bloomed with a scarlet light. More than 10 flame birds flew out and rushed towards the undead knights in front of her. Lu Yan left 200 undead to Zhao Yuhang and rushed forward with the remaining undead army. Zhao Yuhang originally thought that the battle would be relatively difficult. After all, there were level 30 undead knights. However, she then saw that the undead knights in front of her were actually all suppressed by Lu Yan's undead. Moreover, more than 10 undead knights had appeared among Lu Yan's undead at some point and actually directly suppressed the undead knights in front of him. The dozen or so flame birds she had released landed on the undead knights in front of her, but they only left several flames on their bodies and were constantly roasted without causing much damage. On the other hand, the undead Lu Yan left behind had already begun to kill the undead knights in the front. Wasn't this junior Lu Yan's undead too powerful? Then, Zhao Yuhang reacted and directly began to cooperate with Lu Yan's undead to kill the undead knights in front of him. Zhao Yuhang, a fire mage, had forcefully become the support of Lu Yan's undead. Under the entanglement of the other undead, the undead knights that had been transformed into Lu Yan's undead servants attacked the surrounding undead knights. In almost 10 seconds, they were able to kill an enemy undead knight. Of course, the surrounding undead were also shattered in large numbers. These undead knights were still very powerful. Zhao Yuhang discovered that cooperating with these undead was very easy. They had a certain degree of cooperation to begin with. She only needed to use her skill to block the undead knight's attack at the critical moment. At this moment, Zhao Yuhang was shocked to see an undead knight stand up again. These undead knights could be revived? However, Zhao Yuhang then saw this undead knight join Lu Yan's undead army and attack the remaining enemy undead knights. The slain undead knights joined junior Lu Yan's undead army? Zhao Yuhang was directly stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. She did not expect such a thing to happen at all. He could turn the undead he killed into his own? How abnormal was this ability? Then, Zhao Yuhang realized that the reason why Lu Yan was able to summon so many undead might have a lot to do with this ability. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why Lu Yan could summon so many undead at level 18. This could be considered junior Lu Yan's secret, but she had seen it. This was junior Lu Yan's trust in her. She definitely could not tell this secret to anyone. Zhao Yuhang's expression was firm. Then, she released a fireball at the undead knights in front of her. Since junior Lu Yan's undead creatures killing the undead knights in front of him could transform the other party into junior Lu Yan's undead servant, she would mainly restrain them and let junior Lu Yan's undead creatures kill them one last time. At this moment, Bai Miao had already fallen into a bitter battle. Beside her, a few undead knights had already been killed, but the undead knights beside Bai Miao were still constantly attacking her. The consumption of the secret technique's strength was very large. If this continued, she would probably be exhausted to death here. A trace of determination flashed in Bai Miao's eyes. It seemed that she could only use all her strength to break out. As for the outcome, Bai Miao no longer considered it. Raising the heavy sword in her hand, Bai Miao suddenly slashed at the undead knights in front of her. At this moment, the undead knights in the back charged at Bai Miao. Bai Miao was about to respond when a figure quietly appeared behind her. Bai Miao was shocked. Just as she was about to attack the figure that had appeared, a familiar voice sounded in her ear. It's me. Focus on the undead knights in front. Leave the rest to me. It was Lu Yan. Bai Miao did not expect Lu Yan to appear here at all. However, since it was Lu Yan, Bai Miao was relieved and focused on dealing with the undead knights in front of her. Bang! The heavy sword in her hand landed on the undead knight in front of her and forced the other party back. The heavy sword in Bai Miao's hand suddenly slashed forward. A sword aura instantly rushed out, forcing all the undead knights in front of her to retreat. Bai Miao turned around and wanted to help Lu Yan behind her. However, she was shocked to discover that the pitch-black scythe in Lu Yan's hand was slashing across the body of an undead knight and directly killing it. Looking at Lu Yan's leisurely manner, she could tell that it did not take much strength for him to kill this undead knight. Bai Miao also saw a large number of undead appear beside Lu Yan. This guy, it had only been nearly a month since they last met, but he had already become so powerful. Previously, Bai Miao had seen Lu Yan fight by himself and his combat strength was already very powerful then. At that time, Bai Miao thought that the undead monarch was a close combat hidden profession. However, now that she saw the groups of undead beside Lu Yan, Bai Miao knew that she was wrong. This was completely a necromancer who had increased combat strength and defense in addition to the ability of controlling the undead. Wasn't this too abnormal? The undead knights in front of her attacked again. Bai Miao hurriedly blocked. Lu Yan only summoned the undead creatures after using the monarch netherworld escape to arrive beside Bai Miao. Therefore, Lu Yan's undead creatures quickly filled the surrounding area and directly forced open the surrounding undead knights. Bai Miao panted. She had consumed too much strength in the battle just now. The use of the secret technique had also almost exhausted her stamina and mental strength. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. If not for Lu Yan rushing over and continuing to maintain the secret technique, she would probably have directly suffered a backlash. Even so, after using the secret technique for a period of time, Bai Miao's combat strength would decrease to a very low level. There were still many undead knights in front of him, and Zhao Yuhang was still behind. Lu Yan thought briefly and prepared to bring Bai Miao to Zhao Yuhang's side first. Bai Miao, ride it. I'll bring you out of here first. Lu Yan got an undead silver moon wolf to Bai Miao's side before rushing out. Bai Miao rode the undead silver moon wolf and rushed after Lu Yan. The undead knights in front quickly could not withstand it. After all, with so many undead and Lu Yan and Bai Miao, the pressure they displayed was still impressive. After 7 to 8 undead knights were killed, an undead knight behind Lu Yan roared. The undead knights Lu Yan was charging towards began to give up on resisting and retreat. Lu Yan and Bai Miao rushed out towards Zhao Yuhang in front of them. Riding on the undead silver moon wolf, Lu Yan turned around and saw the undead knights return to the side of the undead knight who had roared just now. Then, under the command of the undead knight, the surrounding undead knights surrounded them again. Moreover, Lu Yan acutely discovered that although many undead knights had been killed by him, the number had increased. It seemed that other undead knights had arrived. After returning to Zhao Yuhang's side, Lu Yan joined forces to kill all the undead knights that had been surrounded by the undead. At this moment, Lu Yan had already enslaved nearly 50 undead knights. He could completely build a small undead knight team. Lu Yan brought Zhao Yuhang and Bai Miao back into the forest behind him. Lu Yan gave the two of them a simple introduction. Then, he looked at the surrounding undead knights in front of him and frowned. Zhao Yuhang looked at the movements of the undead knights in front of her and calmly analyzed, the number of undead knights is constantly increasing and their encirclement is still shrinking. If we don't break out quickly, we might be trapped here. Bai Miao nodded. That's right. We have to break out as soon as possible. However, we have to give up our location. Clearly, the number of undead knights here has increased. I suggest we break out from another direction. Because of the battle just now, this place would definitely become a key place for the undead knights. It was unlikely for them to break out from here again. Lu Yan nodded. You're right. Let's take a simple rest first. In 5 minutes, we'll circle around to the northwest and rush out from there in one go. Not only were there many undead knights here, but there were also many level 30 undead knights. It was indeed somewhat inappropriate to break out from here. Bai Miao took out the recovery supplies and began to consume them. Then, she found a bandage and began to bandage the wounds on her body. Although she had the strength to fight those undead knights after using a secret technique, Bai Miao still suffered a lot of injuries. Seeing this, Zhao Yuhang helped Bai Miao bandage her wounds. At this moment, there was a commotion in the forest behind them on the left. Lu Yan turned around and the undead sentry was alerted. Before Lu Yan could do anything, a shout sounded. Don't attack. We're on the same side. We're not demon beasts. We're students of Xingming University. Li Fengjian was very depressed. As a specially recruited student of Xingming University, his journey had been very smooth. However, he did not expect to encounter a huge problem here in the Black Fog Forest. Xingming University was also one of the top 100 universities. The fact that Li Fengjian was specially recruited proved that his potential was not bad. After advancing a few levels in the secret realm of the school, Li Fengjian organized the specially recruited students of Starming University and roped in 5 of the top 10. He formed a team and came to the Black Fog Forest to hunt and level up. Li Fengjian had planned very well. These people would definitely be able to become the pillars of Xingming University when they grew up. At this moment, forming a team would not only make the hunt easier, but it would also improve their relationship. Li Fengjian also directly took on the position of team leader and led the team to constantly hunt in the Black Fog Forest. The hunt was also very smooth. After coming out for 5 to 6 days every time, he would return to the supply station to rest before coming out again. After this happened 2 to 3 times, the team members had already become familiar with each other. Moreover, they had all reached level 16 and 17. Everything was going according to Li Fengjian's expectations. However, Li Fengjian felt that he could go deeper into the Black Fog Forest this time. Because of this, he encountered a huge problem this time. He had actually encountered an undead knight. Moreover, there were not just 1 or 2, but hundreds of undead knights. If not for the fact that they had an item that could hide their aura, they probably would not have been able to survive until now. It was not easy for him to get here bit by bit. He did not expect to be surrounded by undead knights in front of him. Moreover, there were almost no blind spots. Just as Li Fengjian was in despair, he saw the battle of Lu Yan and the others not far away. In the beginning, they were disdainful because the detection equipment told him that the highest level among them was only level 23. It's over. I originally thought that some stronger professionals were there and we could join forces and rush out. I didn't expect the highest level to only be level 23. The other two are only in their teens. They should be specially recruited students like us. I wonder if they're from the Golden Corner Academy or Hongxing University. No matter where they're from, we're done for this time. This place seems to be blocked by something. The distress signal can't be sent out at all. The distress signal of the student card and supply station identification can only be transmitted outside this range. It's useless. That's right. There are only undead knights here. Even if others receive the signal, they probably won't rush over to help. They probably can't even protect themselves. The team members beside Li Fengjian also felt that Lu Yan and the others in front were probably going to die among the undead knights in front of them. They felt increasingly desperate. However, the next scene shocked everyone. Damn, what's going on? Is that professional around level 15 a necromancer? How can he summon so many undead? Perhaps he is talented in undead power, but it's useless. Level 15 undead are useless against those level 20 and 30 undead knights. What's going on? Why is this guy's undead so powerful? Damn, why did that guy rush up to fight? Isn't he a necromancer? Damn, he killed an undead knight with a single slash? For real? Did the big shot deliberately hide his level information? Li Fengjian and the team members beside him were directly stunned when they saw Lu Yan's actions. In the end, they came to a unanimous conclusion. This was a high-level big shot. He had hidden his level information, so the detection equipment revealed that he was in between level 10 to level 20. Seeing Lu Yan retreat into the dense forest not far away, Li Fengjian and the others were excited. Big shot? This is definitely a big shot. If we follow him, we will definitely be able to break out from here. Boss, quickly decide. Should we meet up with them and break out from here together? Huh? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and cozy up to him. Do you still need me to teach you? The others looked at Li Fengjian, who had already stood up, and hurriedly followed. As soon as they arrived beside the big shot in front, Li Fengjian and the others bumped into the undead sentry Lu Yan had sent to guard the area. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Seeing the undead rush towards him, Li Fengjian hurriedly shouted. The team members behind him also spoke one after another, afraid that they would be directly destroyed by the big shot before they could cozy up to him. Lu Yan was walking over cautiously when he heard Li Fengjian and the others' voices. He raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that there were other professionals around. However, this was also normal. There should be many professionals who came here to hunt. It was impossible for them to all be destroyed by the surrounding undead knights. Lu Yan walked over and happened to see Li Fengjian and the others. Boss, we're students of Xingming University. We specially recruit new students. This is our student card. You can check it. Li Fengjian looked at Lu Yan with a very respectful expression. After all, he had finally found a big shot. He could not let the other party misunderstand his intentions. Lu Yan got the other party to place the student card on the undead and brought it over to check. After confirming that there was no problem, he got the other party to come over. Li Fengjian looked at Lu Yan with an excited expression. Boss, we came here to hunt and were trapped by these undead knights. We couldn't break out. It should be the same for Big Shot, right? Let's join forces and attack. The few team members behind Li Fengjian also looked at Lu Yan with anticipation. Lu Yan's battle scene just now had raised endless hope in their hearts. Hearing Li Fengjian's words, Lu Yan pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. All right, rest first. We'll talk about breaking through later. Li Fengjian nodded excitedly and got his team members to rest at the side. With this big shot's help, it seemed like it would not be a problem for them to break out this time. Before Li Fengjian and Lu Yan could exchange pleasantries, a rustling sound sounded from the forest to the right. Then, several figures appeared in front of Lu Yan and the others. It was a 5-man team between 27 and 30 years old. The equipment on their bodies was somewhat damaged and they looked somewhat sorry. Friend, get your undead to move aside first. We're all trapped here by these undead knights. Why don't we work together and rush out? The bearded man in the lead shouted at Lu Yan. He was carrying a heavy hammer on his back. It was unknown if he had changed his profession a second time. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and did not let the other party come immediately. The people that came earlier were specially recruited by the new students of Xingming University. Because of this, he did not have much thoughts. Most importantly, they were not powerful and Lu Yan could completely control the situation. The guys in front of him were different. It was obvious that they were old hunters. In the wilderness, other than being careful of demon beasts, one also had to be careful of some hunters. It had to be known that there were teams that specialized in hunting professionals. They did not hunt demon beasts in the wilderness and only killed professionals to obtain resources. It was never wrong to be careful. What level are you? What profession are you? Lu Yan asked the bearded man. When Yang Mirong heard Lu Yan's question, he instantly frowned. He did not see Lu Yan's previous battle. An assassin in the team sensed that there was someone here and came to take a look. Realizing that the other party had a lot of people, Yang Mirong wanted to come over and prepare to break out together. As for the other party's strength, Yang Mirong did not consider it at all. Even if the other party was very weak, they could still use him as a shield. However, he did not expect the other party to be so vigilant. You're just a group of children. Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and get your undead to move aside. I'll bring you guys out. That's right. Don't be so shameless. From the looks of it, you guys are probably the new students of a university, right? You're at most level 10. We're all around level 25. If you don't rely on us to bring you out, you'll probably be completely wiped out here. Before Yang Mirong could speak, his teammates beside him started clamoring. However, this was also normal. After all, in their eyes, Lu Yan and the others were only some brats. They were not at school where there was gentle treatment, but the wilderness. Yang Mirong did not speak, wanting to see how the guy in front of him would deal with it. Lu Yan frowned slightly when he heard the people in front of him. If you're unwilling to answer, then forget it. We won't work together. Everyone, it's better for you to leave. If you get any closer, I'll attack. Lu Yan could rely on himself to break out with these people. He really did not need these high-level professionals. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yang Mirong raised his eyebrows. He did not expect the guy in front of him to be so determined. Then, the man stopped his teammates who wanted to continue speaking and smiled at Lu Yan. Little brother, my teammates are all rough people and don't speak well. Please forgive them. Since everyone is gathered and facing a common danger, why don't we face it together? Look, we're not weak. If we join forces, won't our chances of escaping be higher? Seeing Lu Yan's tough attitude, Yang Mirong directly put on a gentle attitude. This was his way of dealing with the world. If the other party was easy to bully, he would directly intimidate them and become the leader. When they broke through, he would arrange for them to be in the most dangerous position. If the other party's attitude was firm, they would be gentler and achieve the outcome of breaking out together. At the very least, it was much better than breaking out alone. As for starting a war with the other party, that was something only idiots would do. In a situation where they were surrounded by undead knights, it would be stupid to fight among themselves. Hearing Yang Mirong's words, Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and then pointed to the side. You guys stay there. After resting for 5 minutes, directly break through. At that time, we'll move together, but don't get too close. Lu Yan was not at ease with Yang Mirong and the others, but his thoughts were the same as Yang Mirong. It was much better for them to break out together than to break out alone. At the very least, these guys could share a lot of the pressure. Yang Mirong smiled and nodded. Then, he began to rest beside Lu Yan and the others. They had also broken through the encirclement of the undead knights several times before arriving and needed to recover. Yang Mirong took out some potions from his spatial item and directly consumed them to begin recovering his mental strength and injuries. Lu Yan observed Yang Mirong's team. This was a very common hunting team in the wilderness. The distribution of members was also relatively comprehensive. There were 2 warriors, an assassin, a mage, and a priest. Lu Yan was somewhat surprised that the other party had a priest. After all, priests were very rare. As Lu Yan observed Yang Mirong's team, the members of Li Fengjian's team were also observing Lu Yan. This big shot looks very young. Guess how many levels he's hiding. I think he has to have hidden his level for at least 4 or 5, right? I think his true level is 23 or 24. Not at all. Didn't you see how easy it was for this big shot to kill that undead knight just now? I think he's at least level 30. No matter what level he is, don't you think he's very handsome? I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Stop being infatuated. Look at the 2 beauties beside him. Which one of them doesn't surpass you by a few streets? He's so young and already so powerful. How could it be possible for him to lack women? Li Fengjian got the team members beside him to lower their voices. Then, he arrived beside Lu Yan and prepared to flatter the big shot. Ahem, big shot, my name is Li Fengjian. How should I address you? Lu Yan turned around and looked at Li Fengjian before replying, my name is Lu Yan. We're the specially recruited new students of the Golden Corner Academy. Since they were both students of a university, Lu Yan was not too wary of Li Fengjian. Of course, the main reason was that the other party was too weak and there was no need to be too wary. Specially recruited new students of the Golden Corner Academy? Big shot, stop joking. With the way you killed the Spirit Knight just now, how could you be a new student? Li Fengjian looked at Lu Yan with a smile, as if saying, stop fooling around. Lu Yan frowned. Lie to you? I have no reason to lie to you. Li Fengjian was stunned for a moment before looking at Yang Mirong with an understanding expression. Understood, understood. You're a new student of the Golden Corner Academy. Ha ha ha, we're all new students. We're really fated. When we break through later, please take care of us, Boss Lu Yan. Lu Yan nodded. If you have spare energy, I'll help you. If it was convenient, Lu Yan did not mind helping Li Fengjian and the others. The smile on Li Fengjian's face deepened. He thanked Lu Yan before returning to his team. Boss, how was it? Did you find out anything? Seeing Li Fengjian return, his teammates quickly surrounded him. Li Fengjian said proudly, I wanted to get close to that big shot just now. The other party told me that they're new students of the Golden Corner Academy. New students of the Golden Corner Academy? How is that possible? That big shot's combat strength is so powerful. How can he only be a new student? That's right, boss. Did you hear wrongly? I would believe it even if he said that he's a teacher of the Golden Corner Academy. That's even more believable than saying that he's a new student. When his teammates heard Li Fengjian's words, they were all shocked and in disbelief. A new student of the Golden Corner Academy? The two girls beside that big shot might be, but that big shot was definitely not a new student. It was impossible for a new student to kill these undead knights so easily, let alone have so many undead. Li Fengjian smiled and said, "Of course I know that's impossible. Didn't you see the group of people over there? This big shot is clearly worried about them, so he deliberately told me this to make those guys relax. Hehe, this is called pretending to be weak. Just you wait. If that group of people dares to do anything, the big shot will definitely give them a surprise." The Golden Corner Academy specially recruited new students. Yang Mirong raised his eyebrows slightly as he listened to Lu Yan and Li Fengjian's conversation. For a new student to have such courage and be so unyielding in front of them, he seemed to be a genius. Tisk, I thought he was some awesome guy. He's only a new student and is only around level 15. How dare he be so arrogant to us? That's right. I was almost intimidated by him just now and he even said that he would attack. How laughable. If not for being surrounded by these undead knights, I would definitely teach him a lesson and make him restrain himself so that he won't suffer when he encounters others in the future. Ha ha ha. Yang Mirong turned around and frowned. Alright, stop talking. Everyone knows the current situation. It's beneficial for us to be able to break out with the other party. It's not worth it to get into a conflict now. On Lu Yan's side, Zhao Yuhang looked at the two teams around her and whispered, with two teams breaking through with us, the chances of breaking through will be much higher. Let's take this time to discuss the specific escape plan. Bai Miao said from the side, I think it shouldn't be too difficult for everyone to gather in one place and quickly rush out. Zhao Yuhang nodded. This is simpler and more direct. Junior Lu Yan, you just have to maintain the number of undead around you later. Otherwise, if there are too many, I think those two teams will probably let your undead help block the attack of the undead knights and will cause your undead to suffer. Although the three sides were cooperating, Zhao Yuhang did not want Lu Yan to suffer. Lu Yan did not reply. Instead, his gaze had always been on the undead knights in front of him. With the two surrounding teams, Lu Yan had a bold idea. Why don't we directly destroy these undead knights? Lu Yan said suddenly. Zhao Yuhang and Bai Miao were stunned for a moment. They did not expect Lu Yan to say this. Then, the two of them pondered. Previously, they had seen the combat strength of Lu Yan and the undead. As long as there were not too many undead knights, Lu Yan could completely surround and kill them. Zhao Yuhang only thought for a moment and nodded. It's also possible to destroy these undead knights. However, Junior Lu Yan, you have to face a lot of pressure. You have to consider it carefully. If he wanted to destroy these undead knights, Lu Yan definitely had to withstand most of the pressure. This was a very dangerous thing. After all, although Lu Yan was powerful, there were still many level 30 undead knights around. However, Zhao Yuhang knew that the undead Lu Yan had killed could be transformed into his own, so she understood why he said that. To others, these undead knights were a huge threat. However, to Lu Yan, these undead knights were also a huge temptation. If he could transform them into his undead servants, he could directly form an undead knight army. The overall strength of the undead army could double. Bai Miao spread her hands and said, You're the boss now, it's up to you. Now that she was relying on Lu Yan naturally had the final say. If not for Lu Yan, she would probably have already been killed by the surrounding undead knights. Lu Yan nodded and then said to Yang Mirong and Li Fengjian, I have an idea. I wonder what you think. Li Fengjian immediately said, Big shot, feel free to tell us your thoughts. We'll definitely follow suit. Yang Mirong looked at Lu Yan and said, Tell me n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I want to destroy the surrounding undead knights, Lu Yan directly said. Li Fengjian smiled and said, all right, whatever you say. What did you say, boss? Li Fengjian originally thought that Lu Yan was talking about a way to break out of the encirclement and that they only needed to follow Lu Yan. He did not expect the other party to actually say that he wanted to destroy the surrounding undead knights. The smile on his face instantly froze. Li Fengjian looked at Lu Yan in front of him and wondered if he had heard wrongly. Yang Mirong looked at Lu Yan and then at Li Fengjian, realizing that something was wrong. For this Lu Yan to say such words, he was either a purebred fool or extremely confident in his strength. From the attitude the other team had towards this guy, his strength should be very good. However, Yang Mirong thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't think so. How many people do we have? There are more than 100 undead knights ahead. Moreover, no one knows if there are other undead knights around. If more undead knights rush over and surround us, we'll be directly doomed. I don't think there's a need to take such a huge risk. We can just break out and leave. The level up power he could obtain by killing these undead knights was definitely very high, but there was no need for him to put himself in danger for the level up power. At the side, Li Fengjian also hurriedly said, That's right, big shot. There's no need to get entangled with these undead knights. We can just rush out. If you really don't like these undead knights, we'll gather our men and kill our way back after we return. Li Fengjian was really afraid that this big shot was determined to kill the surrounding undead knights. In that case, not only would the other party be in danger, but the chances of their team breaking out would also be much lower. Moreover, if they attracted more undead knights, they would probably be wiped out here. Lu Yan naturally knew their considerations. He did not hesitate and directly said to the two of them, I only need you to stop a third of the undead knights. Moreover, you don't have to kill them. Just stop them for half an hour. I'll destroy those undead knights in half an hour and support you. You also know that even if we break out, these undead knights will still follow us. They're very fast, and although it's easy for us to break out, it's still relatively difficult to shake them off. In that case, why don't we directly destroy these undead knights? Li Fengjian's face turned pale. It was over. This big shot was furious and insisted on fighting these undead knights to the death. Big shot, I think we should break out first. It's not that simple to destroy these undead knights. When Yang Mirong heard Lu Yan's words, his expression changed slightly. They only needed to block a third of them? Moreover, they only needed to stall for half an hour? In other words, the other party wanted to destroy 2/3 of the surrounding undead knights in half an hour? How arrogant? However, this also made Yang Mirong curious. What kind of confidence did this guy have to say such a thing? Looking at Lu Yan, Yang Mirong directly said, You said that you can destroy 2/3 of the surrounding undead knights in half an hour? Why should we believe you? Lu Yan smiled and suddenly waved the black bone scythe in his hand. Previously, Lu Yan had not summoned all the undead. He had summoned about a third of his undead army. Moreover, he had not completely used the skill of the skeleton elite army. Now, Lu Yan had summoned all the undead he controlled and added the skill skeleton elite army. Undead crawled out from the surrounding ground and surrounded Lu Yan. They were like a monarch's most loyal guards. Undead appeared from the ground one after another. Coupled with the skeleton elite army Lu Yan had used, the entire surroundings seemed to have fallen into an undead sea. Li Fengjian looked at the undead in front of him and his throat moved, his expression shocked. So many undead? This Lu Yan was much more abnormal than he imagined. He even said that he was a new student? Impossible? Absolutely impossible? Li Fengjian confirmed his thoughts again. This Lu Yan was definitely a big shot. He was pretending to be weak. Yang Mirong was also very shocked. There were so many undead. It seemed that the other party was not arrogant when he said that he could quickly destroy 2/3 of the undead knights. He really had the ability. At this moment, Yang Mirong was glad that he did not get into any conflict with the guy in front of him. Otherwise, with so many undead, they would probably be directly drowned. Little brother Lu Yan, right? Ha ha ha, I've long noticed that you're extraordinary. It's indeed as I expected. I definitely agree with besieging these undead knights. Don't worry, we can definitely help you resist a third of the undead knights for half an hour. Yang Mirong's attitude changed again. This was no longer a genius who had yet to grow up. Instead, it was a powerful professional. He needed to correct his attitude. Pfft, a bootlicker who changes his attitude. Li Fengjian looked at Yang Mirong and spat lightly. Then, he quickly looked at Lu Yan and flattered, Boss Lu Yan, don't worry. We'll also help you block a third of the undead knights. We promise to complete the mission. Lu Yan nodded. Although he had more undead, he could not deal with too many at once if he wanted to quickly destroy the undead knights. Moreover, Lu Yan guessed that after the battle here, a large number of undead knights would probably rush over. Therefore, he had to destroy these undead knights quickly. 2/3 of the undead knights could be quickly destroyed by the current Lu Yan. Since everyone has agreed, prepare to take action. Don't worry, I'll leave behind 300 undead for you to help you. If anything happens to me or if the speed at which we destroy the undead knights is too slow, we can choose to abort and continue breaking through. Lu Yan knew very well that although the two teams beside him were helping, their main goal was still to break out of the encirclement and protect their lives. Therefore, he gave them reassurance. If it was impossible, he would directly break out. Hearing Lu Yan leave 300 undead to help them, Li Fengjian's last worry was eliminated, and the smile on his face became richer. Boss Lu Yan, don't worry and destroy the undead knights. We'll definitely help you block the remaining undead knights. Lu Yan nodded and then his gaze landed on Yang Mirong. Yang Mirong smiled and said, It's naturally best if little brother Lu Yan can leave 300 undead to help us. This way, we won't have anything to worry about. We'll definitely be able to help you block a third of the undead knights n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Alright, let's discuss the specific combat strategy. Lu Yan looked at Yang Mirong and Li Fengjian. The three of them quickly discussed what to do later and which direction Lu Yan would take. As for the remaining undead knights, they would be blocked by Yang Mirong and Li Fengjian. At the side, Bai Miao looked at this scene with a slightly stunned expression. She and Lu Yan were both new students of the Golden Corner Academy. She was ranked first, but in the face of such a situation, her performance was completely inferior to Lu Yan. Everyone around was listening to Lu Yan's arrangements, making him look like a superior. Zhao Yuhang's gaze also landed on Lu Yan, her gaze slightly dazzling. This was the first time Zhao Yuhang had seen such an outstanding new student. Back then, she was also known as the #1 new student, right? However, in front of this junior Lu Yan, Zhao Yuhang felt completely suppressed by the other party. Moreover, this suppression did not make her feel uncomfortable or unconvinced. This was because this was an absolute suppression. This junior Lu Yan was really too abnormal. Soon, the specific plan was decided. The surrounding people had also almost recovered. Lu Yan rode an undead silver moon wolf and held the black bone scythe. His gaze landed on the undead knights in front of him, and his eyes revealed excitement. Move out. With that said, Lu Yan was the first to rush out with the surrounding undead and headed towards the surrounding undead knights in front of him. Lu Yan was heading to the right and was the first to attract the attention of all the undead knights. Then, Yang Mirong and the others came out to help Lu Yan block a third of the undead knights. Lu Yan's 300 undead would also follow Yang Mirong and the others. However, Lu Yan's allocation was also very subtle. Most of the undead were close to Bai Miao and Zhao Yuhang and there were fewer undead on Li Fengjian's side. Yang Mirong and the others had the least undead. As soon as he rushed out, the undead knights in front noticed Lu Yan and the others and directly roared. A large number of undead knights rushed towards Lu Yan. Yang Mirong and the others also rushed out and helped Lu Yan block a third of the undead knights. Lu Yan led the undead army and directly came into contact with the undead knights in front. In an instant, the undead knights directly broke through the bodies of the undead at the front. However, a large number of undead then enveloped these undead knights, preventing them from using the advantage of the night charge. Then, the undead knights that had transformed into Lu Yan's servants began to attack the undead knights in front of him. Lu Yan also kept charging and waving the black bone scythe in his hand. Compared to the undead, Lu Yan's current combat strength was still the highest. Basically, with every attack, he could injure the undead knights. Roars sounded from the surrounded undead knights. They attacked with all their might, wanting to escape from the surrounding undead. However, how could Lu Yan let them succeed? The close-range attacks of these undead knights only affected the skeleton elites summoned by Lu Yan's skeleton elite army. Therefore, Lu Yan did not feel any heartache and directly got them to stall the undead knights even if they died. Yang Mirong and the others also came into contact with the undead knights and began to help Lu Yan block the surrounding undead knights to buy Lu Yan time. Yang Mirong discovered that the undead Lu Yan had left for them were very powerful. A few of them could even stall an undead knight. Unfortunately, there were fewer undead on their side. Otherwise, they could easily stop these undead knights. However, it was not bad now. Yang Mirong and the others exerted their strength and cooperated with the surrounding undead to stop the remaining undead knights. Now, they only needed to wait for Lu Yan to destroy the two-thirds of the undead knights and then come to support them. On Lu Yan's side, Lu Yan frowned as he looked at the stubborn undead knights in front of him. He could not delay any longer. Otherwise, more undead knights would be attracted. Undead Rage. Lu Yan's undead rage was already at level 5. It instantly doubled the attributes of all undead creatures he controlled for 75 seconds and increased the movement speed of undead creatures by 50%. Although it only lasted for 75 seconds, it was already enough. The surrounding undead were instantly covered in a layer of scarlet. The attributes of all the undead doubled and instantly went berserk, severely injuring the undead knights that were already being surrounded and suppressed. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. One undead knight after another was killed before standing up again and becoming undead knights controlled by Lu Yan. Lu Yan's body also constantly appeared in the surroundings to help the undead quickly kill these undead knights. About 80 undead knights quickly disappeared as they were drowned by Lu Yan and the undead beside him. Then, they stood up again and became members of Lu Yan's undead. Although he still lost some undead, it was completely worth it for Lu Yan. When others hunted demon beasts, their combat strength would continue to decrease. After all, it consumed their physical strength and mental strength. However, Lu Yan's combat strength had increased a lot compared to before because the number of undead knights had increased a lot. Lu Yan's gaze landed on the last 3 undead knights. They were all level 30 and had very powerful combat strength. Even after going berserk, the undead close to them were still quickly killed and could only be surrounded. If one looked carefully, they could see a faint red light covering the 3 undead knights' bodies, just like the red light that would appear after Lu Yan had used undead rage. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. It seemed that these 3 undead knights also had skills that increased their strength. No wonder they could last for so long. Lu Yan instructed the surrounding undead knights to charge and directly push the 3 undead knights further away from each other, preventing them from fighting together. Then, Lu Yan held the black bone scythe and directly rushed towards a level 30 undead knight at the front. This undead knight was resisting the attacks of the surrounding undead. Lu Yan arrived and directly slashed the black bone scythe in his hand down at the undead knight. The undead knight was suddenly shocked and wanted to retreat to defend, but it was already too late. Bang! With a muffled sound, the black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand landed on the undead knight's shoulder blade, directly breaking the other party's armor and slashing into the other party's body. Raising his eyebrows, Lu Yan discovered that this attack only made a small cut and was unable to go deep. This undead knight's defense was quite powerful. The undead knight roared and waved the long sword in its hand at Lu Yan. Lu Yan retracted the black bone scythe to block and then slashed horizontally at the undead knight, directly slashing at the other party's waist. This attack almost slashed open the waist of the undead knight in front of him. The undead knight still wanted to counterattack, but it was quickly killed by Lu Yan and the surrounding undead. Although level 30 undead knights were difficult to deal with, Lu Yan could still kill them with the help of the surrounding undead. Moreover, he did not even need to use the undead netherworld armor and the netherworld soul scythe. Lu Yan rushed towards the other 2 undead knights and cooperated with the undead to kill the 2 of them. However, after the last undead knight was killed, it did not stand up again to become a member of Lu Yan's undead army. After this undead knight died, the flesh and blood on its entire body directly melted, and even the mount under it turned into a pool of blood. Then, the pool of blood wriggled and slowly outlined the appearance of an array formation. Lu Yan frowned slightly and got the two undead beside him to destroy the pool of blood. However, as soon as the two undead arrived beside the blood water, they seemed to be pulled by a powerful suction and directly entered the pool of blood. The blood water was like a bottomless pit. After the two undead entered, they instantly disappeared. Then, the pool of blood expanded a little, as if it had been replenished. Seeing this, Lu Yan directly got the undead beside him to stay away from the pool of blood. Something was wrong with this pool of blood. He would eliminate the surrounding undead knights first. Lu Yan left with the surrounding undead and headed towards Bai Miao and the others. Seeing Lu Yan bring the undead army over to support, Bai Miao and the others, who were blocking the undead knights, revealed happy expressions. Yang Mirong was shocked. How long has it been? It's at most 4 minutes, right? This guy already destroyed 2/3 of the undead knights. It seemed that this guy's combat strength was even more exaggerated than he had imagined. Lu Yan charged over with the huge undead army and directly surrounded the remaining 1/3 of the undead knights before quickly killing them. Lu Yan did not even have to do it himself. The surrounding undead directly destroyed the remaining undead knights. Awesome, Boss Lu Yan is really too powerful. He killed those undead knights in 4 minutes. Li Fengjian was shocked. What level do you think Boss Lu Yan's undead are? He actually only needs a few undead to suppress these undead knights. I think Boss Lu Yan is at least level 25 or 26. His undead should also be at this level. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to suppress these undead knights. He's really too powerful. If I had the help of so many powerful undead, I could have swept through the black fog forest outside. Li Fengjian and the team members beside him looked at Lu Yan in shock and admiration. At this moment, Yang Mirong was also extremely shocked. Although he was shocked to see so many undead just now, numbers did not mean combat strength. However, after seeing the battle scene of these undead, Yang Mirong believed his guess even more. This should be a guy who pretended to be weak and deliberately hid his strength. Level 15? Who was he kidding? In other words, this guy was definitely a big shot. Thinking of this, Yang Mirong could not help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he had stopped the team members back then. Otherwise, he would already be dead and grass might have even grown out of his grave. The surrounding undead knights have already been cleared. We should leave this place first. Li Fengjian looked at the surrounding undead knights and said excitedly. Yang Mirong looked at Lu Yan. Student Lu Yan, let's go back together to avoid encountering undead knights on the way. Yang Mirong already had a deep understanding of Lu Yan's strength and naturally hoped to leave with him. This way, even if he encountered danger, he could still rely on the other party's powerful combat strength. Lu Yan nodded. Let's retreat first. It's not good to stay here for long. The pool of blood just now made Lu Yan somewhat uneasy. At this moment, the expanding blood at the previous spot seemed to have reached its limit and stabilized. The blood outlined and formed a simple array formation on the ground. Then, a faint black light directly soared into the sky from the pool of blood. A faint black light rose into the sky. After reaching a peak, it quickly spread in all directions, forming a huge faint black barrier that enveloped 1,000 meters below. Lu Yan and the others instantly sensed that something was wrong. Looking at the light shield emitting a faint black light not far ahead, everyone was stunned. What's going on? What's this? No, it seems that a light rose from behind just now. Then, such a light shield suddenly appeared in front of me. The surroundings seem to have been enveloped by this light shield. Could there have been a strange phenomenon? Looking at the light shield that enveloped the surroundings, everyone's expressions became nervous. He had just eliminated the threat of the surrounding undead knights. Could it be that a new danger had appeared? Lu Yan turned around and looked at the spot where the blood was previously. He frowned. The faint black barrier that appeared should be related to the pool of blood. Could it be that the mastermind behind the command of the undead knights had discovered the decrease in the number of undead knights here and had reacted? This should be an isolation barrier that can isolate the aura inside the barrier from the outside world. Yang Mirong was knowledgeable and recognized this faint black barrier. Isolation barrier? Then aren't we isolated from the outside world now? It doesn't matter if it's isolated or not. The key is, why did this light shield suddenly appear? Who created it? These are not important, okay? The most important thing now is to quickly leave this place. Who cares if it's a barrier or not? Just break through and rush out. The surrounding people discussed animatedly, feeling extremely uneasy because of the sudden appearance of the isolation barrier. Lu Yan looked at the isolation barrier in front of him and directly said, let's see if we can rush out first. The current situation was indeed somewhat strange. It was better to leave this place first. Everyone quickly headed forward, wanting to leave this place first. At this moment, the surrounding ground began to tremble. Everyone's expressions changed. Then, they saw a large number of undead knights rush out from the surroundings and quickly rush towards them. It's over, it's over. We still ended up attracting the attention of the other undead knights. They're surrounding us. I long said that we should have left quickly and insisted on destroying the surrounding undead knights. Now, we've attracted more undead knights. The surrounding undead knights should have been destroyed just now. How could there be more undead knights chasing after us? Looking at the surrounding undead knights surrounding them, the expressions of Yang Mirong and the others suddenly changed. There were more than 200 new undead knights around, double the number from before. Facing so many undead knights, everyone felt a sense of danger. Lu Yan frowned and looked at the spot where the blood was previously. Could it be because of the change just now? However, now was not the time to think about this. It's still the same as before. I'll help you eliminate 2/3 of the undead knights. As for the rest of the undead knights, try your best to resist their attacks. Lu Yan looked at the surrounding undead knights and said without hesitation. The enemy had already appeared. It was useless to shout here. It was better to deal with the other party directly. Hearing Lu Yan's words, the surrounding people also nodded. That was the only way for now. Fortunately, Lu Yan was around. Otherwise, they would have been completely helpless against so many undead knights. Lu Yan rode an undead silver moon wolf and directly rushed out with the surrounding undead. With so many undead knights, it was also a pressure on Lu Yan. However, the problem was not too big. Among Lu Yan's current undead army, there were already more than 100 undead knights, forming an undead knight regiment. Although their individual combat strength was not as powerful as the surrounding undead knights, they were still not to be underestimated. They could completely take charge. The undead knights in front rushed over. Their targets seemed to be aimed at Lu Yan as they all rushed towards him. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Seeing this, Zhao Yuhang hurriedly said, "Let's quickly help Lu Yan share the pressure. Otherwise, Lu Yan will be finished. We'll all be finished." Hearing Zhao Yuhang's words, the surrounding people did not hesitate and directly welcomed the undead knights in front. Even Yang Mirong brought his teammates and rushed over to help Lu Yan resist some undead knights. Just as Zhao Yuhang had said, if Lu Yan died, it was definitely impossible for them to escape the pursuit of these undead knights. The two sides instantly came into contact. A large portion of Lu Yan's skeleton elites were instantly shattered by the impact of the undead knights. Lu Yan did not feel any heartache. These were all summoned by his skill. After dying, he could still use the undead power to summon them again. The undead behind were already familiar with the way to fight these undead knights. They directly surrounded the undead knights in front. Most of the undead knights in front of Lu Yan were trapped in the battle with Lu Yan's undead and could not unleash their advantage. However, Lu Yan quickly discovered the difference in the undead knights in front of him. These undead knights were all level 30. They all had combat skills and were all different. Some would have that red light appear on their bodies and envelop them. Moreover, their combat strength would increase explosively, like an undead going berserk. Some of them could even release black flames from the long sword in their hand, and the damage they dealt to the undead was actually increased. These undead knights were all very difficult to deal with. Seeing this, Lu Yan did not hesitate to let the surrounding undead surround these undead knights and then let the undead knights that had recently joined his undead army attack them. Lu Yan also raised the black bone scythe in his hand and rushed into the undead knights in front of him, constantly slashing. Including all the undead, Lu Yan had the highest combat strength present. Therefore, he could only rely on himself to kill these undead knights one by one. However, the surrounding undead knights were all around level 30 and their combat strength was much stronger than before. It was still very difficult for Lu Yan to kill them. After spending a minute, Lu Yan finally killed an undead knight and quickly rushed into the encirclement of the next undead knight. Lu Yan's situation was still alright. Although it had been a long time, he was still able to suppress these undead knights and kill them. However, it was a little troublesome for Zhao Yuhang. Previously, the undead knights they dealt with were somewhat difficult. Now that they were all level 30 undead knights, it was even more difficult for them to deal with them. If not for Lu Yan leaving a portion of the undead for them, they would probably have long been killed by these undead knights. However, even so, they could only barely stop the surrounding undead knights and even had to constantly give in. Otherwise, they would be in danger of being killed. "Boss, this won't do. These undead knights' levels are too high. We can't stop them." "That's right. Why are there suddenly so many undead knights? I can't take it anymore. Why don't we escape?" That Lu Yan seems to be able to last for a while. These undead knights would also rush towards him. "We can still escape." Yang Mirong's teammates shouted at Yang Mirong as they tried their best to block the undead knights in front of them. On Li Fengjian's side, their performance was even worse when facing the undead knights in front. After all, their combat strength was completely inferior to Yang Mirong's side. Yang Mirong and the others were already having such a difficult time, let alone Li Fengjian and the others. Even though the number of undead Lu Yan left on their side was more than Yang Mirong's side, Li Fengjian and the others were still constantly retreating and were somewhat unable to stop the undead knights in front of them. "Brother Yan, I can't take it anymore. These undead knights are too powerful. They're on a completely different level from the ones just now. Brother Yan, I'm about to die. Why don't we retreat too? Those guys are right. These undead knights seem to be targeting Lu Yan. They can help us buy time. Damn, I was almost hit just now. Brother Yan, quickly make a decision." Li Fengjian blocked an attack from the undead knight in front of him and quickly retreated, panting. The pressure brought by the undead knights in front was too powerful. It was more than a little stronger than the undead knights from before. Hearing the surrounding teammates, Li Fengjian also hesitated. After all, in a life and death situation, it was better not to be so loyal. However, Li Fengjian then gritted his teeth and said, "No, we can't retreat. We can only believe in Boss Lu Yan now. The reason why we can continue to persevere now is completely because of the undead big boss Lu Yan sent us. Without these undead, if these undead knights catch up, we probably won't be able to last more than half a minute." Although these undead knights are now targeting Boss Lu Yan, are you sure we won't encounter other undead knights when we leave? Since we've decided to cozy up to someone powerful, we have to cozy up to the end. We can't give up halfway. Li Fengjian was very clear-headed. They were only a few new students. Without Lu Yan, they were nothing. It made sense for Yang Mirong and the others to leave. After all, the other party was a level 20 professional and their combat strength was not weak. After leaving, even if they encountered another undead knight, they might still have a way to escape. It was different for them. If they left Lu Yan and encountered another undead knight, they would die. Hearing Li Fengjian's words, the surrounding teammates also bit their lips and agreed with Li Fengjian's decision. Other than being the initiator of the team, there was also another reason why Li Fengjian was able to become their captain. It was because he had always made the right choice and had yet to make a bad decision. On Yang Mirong's side, as he listened to his teammates, Yang Mirong pondered as he blocked the attacks of the surrounding undead knights. It was not impossible for him to directly retreat now. After all, these undead knights were rushing towards Lu Yan. If they retreated, these undead knights would probably directly head towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan's combat strength was also very powerful and could last for a while. The surrounding undead knights should have been attracted by the large number of undead knights Lu Yan had killed just now. Perhaps these were undead knights from other places. If they retreated, there was a high chance that they would not encounter any undead knights. Even if they encountered them, as long as there were not many of them, they could still escape. However, this would probably offend Lu Yan. No matter what, in the face of survival, the matter of offending someone or not was no longer important. Since the opportunity to escape had appeared, he had to seize it. Yang Mirong pondered for a moment and directly said to his team members, "Retreat. Directly rush out of this isolation barrier and leave this place." Yang Mirong directly retreated with his team and no longer resisted the surrounding undead knights. As one of Yang Mirong's team members was leaving, he directly hid behind the undead and got the undead to block the spear for him before quickly leaving. Then, the mage summoned a 3-meter-long and 2-meter-tall lion from the spatial item that stored the goods. "Come up quickly." This mage member directly called Yang Mirong and the others up. Then, he urged the lion under him to quickly rush towards the isolation barrier in front of him. As they had guessed, the surrounding undead knights did not chase after them after they retreated. Instead, they turned around and rushed towards Lu Yan. Yang Mirong and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this, and smiles appeared on their faces. It seemed that he had made the right decision. Yang Mirong's departure directly increased the pressure on Lu Yan. After all, Zhao Yuhang and the others were mainly relying on Yang Mirong's team to resist. Seeing Yang Mirong's team leave, Bai Miao cursed. Then, she directly used a secret technique again and went forward to stop 2 more undead knights. Using the Bai family's secret technique twice in a short period of time was harmful to Bai Miao's body, but now, she couldn't care less. She had to help Lu Yan relieve some pressure. With the Bai family's secret technique, Bai Miao and the undead beside her cooperated to stop 2 more undead knights. This was already the limit of her strength. Seeing this, Zhao Yuhang did not hesitate and quickly condensed fire power on the staff in her hand. Boom! A phoenix formed entirely from flames condensed in the sky in front of the staff. Then, it quickly pounced towards the undead knights in front of her. The impact of the flaming phoenix made the 5 undead knights stop rushing towards Lu Yan. At the same time, a large number of flames dripped from the flame phoenix's body, forming a huge fire below, forcing the undead knights rushing towards Lu Yan to take a detour. Although she could not continue to stop more undead knights, she could at least make these undead knights waste some time. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Just as Bai Miao and the others were trying their best to stop the undead knights, Yang Mirong and the others had already arrived in front of the isolation barrier. "Captain, are we going to rush out directly?" The mage looked at Yang Mirong and asked. Yang Mirong nodded and said, "Charge directly. The isolation barrier usually only isolates aura and doesn't stop objects from passing through." The mage team member did not hesitate and directly controlled the lion under him to rush towards the isolation barrier in front of him. Bang! A muffled sound sounded. The lion that quickly rushed out directly collided with the faint black barrier. It was as if it had collided with a wall and its body was instantly sent flying. Yang Mirong and the others, who were riding the lion, instantly smashed onto the ground and rolled a few times before stabilizing their bodies. Looking at the faint black barrier in front of them, the few of them were stunned. "Boss, didn't you say that this barrier can only block auras?" A team member looked at Yang Mirong and said anxiously. Yang Mirong was also stunned. After all, the isolation barrier he saw in the past was not like this and could only isolate auras. "Don't be anxious. Try attacking and see if you can open a hole to escape," Yang Mirong said calmly. Even if an isolation barrier could isolate everyone, it shouldn't be too sturdy, right? The team did not hesitate when they heard this. All kinds of attacks instantly flew towards the isolation barrier in front of them. The attacks landed on the isolation barrier in front of him, emitting muffled sounds. However, the isolation barrier in front of him did not have any ripples. Yang Mirong's heart sank. Then, he quickly went forward, raised the sledgehammer in his hand, and directly smashed it down on the isolation barrier in front of him. Boom! A muffled sound sounded. Yang Mirong felt a huge backlash land on his body and was instantly sent flying. After landing on the ground, Yang Mirong stood up and looked at the isolation barrier in front of him, his expression immediately becoming extremely ugly. Boss, what's going on? The team members rushed to Yang Mirong's side and asked. Yang Mirong's expression was ugly as he said, not only can this isolation barrier isolate aura, but it also completely isolates the inside and outside. With our strength, we can't break through the isolation barrier in front of us. What should we do? Won't we be finished if we're isolated here? How did this strange thing appear? There's no warning at all. Damn it! Are we going to die here today? The surrounding team members were somewhat discouraged. They were isolated here and could not leave. If undead knights appeared in the surroundings, wouldn't they be in trouble? Yang Mirong's eyes flickered before he said, we can only go back now. Go back? Boss, we secretly retreated. If we go back now, the surrounding team members looked at each other. They had just escaped heartlessly. If they returned now, let alone whether he would be embarrassed, would Lu Yan let the matter rest? Yang Mirong said in a low voice, there's no choice. Now, we can only return and survive by following that Lu Yan. Even if we encounter other dangers, that Lu Yan can still resist it. Now that we can't get out, we can only regroup with him. Don't worry too much. That Lu Yan is a smart person. It was reasonable for us to retreat. Now that everyone is in danger, even if we want to settle the score, we'll do it after we get out. Hearing Yang Mirong's words, the team members calmed down. Now, they probably could only return. Yang Mirong quickly rushed back in Lu Yan's direction with his team members. Bang! Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe in his hand and directly stood on the undead knight in front of him, slashing open the armor on its body. Soon, this undead knight died under his black bone scythe. This was the 8th undead knight he had killed. The undead knights that were killed by Lu Yan quickly stood up again and joined Lu Yan's undead team to attack the other undead knights. With the addition of the undead knights, Lu Yan's situation improved a little. Because of the retreat of Yang Mirong and the others, another 20 to 30 undead knights came, doubling the pressure on Lu Yan. Looking at the surrounding skeleton elites that were constantly consumed, Lu Yan frowned. Although the number of undead knights increased, the number of undead kept decreasing and was killed by these undead knights. The number of undead could not be too small. Otherwise, it would not be able to implicate these undead knights, allowing them to unleash even stronger attacks. Without any hesitation, Lu Yan directly used the undead twin. Undead were replicated one after another, filling the empty spots where the undead were killed. Lu Yan had priority in replicating skeleton elites and not undead knights. This was because although undead knights were stronger, they consumed more mental strength. It was better to replicate more skeleton elites to implicate these undead knights. Soon, a large number of skeleton elites appeared and directly stabilized the situation that had almost gone out of control because of Yang Mirong and the others. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Lu Yan even had the strength to send more undead to help by Miao and the others. However, Lu Yan could also sense that his mental strength was being quickly consumed. As he took out Bahrain's delicious cake and ate it, Lu Yan slashed at the undead knights in front of him with the black bone scythe. The surrounding undead knights kept attacking, wanting to break free from the restraints of the surrounding undead. However, it was useless. They were still affected by the undead and were killed by Lu Yan and the undead. Yang Mirong and the others, who had just returned, were directly stunned when they saw this scene. Damn, I thought that Lu Yan might not be able to last after we left. I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. That's right. The entire situation has been stabilized. Nothing happened because of our departure. That guy is constantly killing undead knights. If he's given time, he'll probably be able to kill all the surrounding undead knights, right? This guy is too terrifying. His combat strength is simply comparable to an entire army. Yang Mirong's members looked at Lu Yan's battle scene in front of them and spoke in shock. Yang Mirong stared fixedly at Lu Yan, his eyes also revealing surprise. Previously, he was mainly fighting the undead knights and did not observe Lu Yan's battle. Now that he saw that the other party was actually cooperating with the undead to kill the undead knights, he was directly stunned. This guy was not a necromancer? Which necromancer would rush forward with a scythe to slash? Wait, scythe? Yang Mirong's eyes suddenly constricted. He had read a forbidden book about the undead in the past and remembered that it had mentioned it. The undead creatures using the black scythe were the undead monarch and the death god. This guy probably had a hidden profession. Damn it, instead of cozying up to such a big shot here, he actually only wanted to escape. Yang Mirong's expression was uncertain. After a few shifts in his gaze, he took a deep breath and headed towards Lu Yan. After rushing over with his team members, Yang Mirong directly used his full strength to help Zhao Yuhang and the others block the surrounding undead knights. Seeing this, Li Fengjian snorted lightly and said with a disdainful expression, "You're back again. You probably encountered some danger and can't get out. You're really shameless." Yang Mirong did not pay attention to Li Fengjian's words. Even if he did, he probably would not take it seriously. As he blocked the surrounding undead knights, Yang Malong shouted at Lu Yan, "Lu Yan, we went to investigate the surroundings just now and discovered that there are no other undead knights around." After saying that they had escaped to investigate the surroundings, Yang Mirong's face did not turn red at all. He was indeed extremely shameless. This was also why Yang Mirong was so smart. He had already thrown away his face the third time he entered the wilderness. Regardless of whether there were still undead knights around, he still had to say this. Lu Yan ignored Yang Mirong when he heard this. Now, the main danger was the surrounding undead knights. As for Yang Mirong, even if he wanted to settle the score with the other party, now was not the time. Lu Yan was now increasingly certain that the level 30 undead knights that appeared around him should be related to the pool of blood just now. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Therefore, Lu Yan was not sure if there would be any other dangers. At this moment, he was not in the mood to argue with Yang Mirong. It was already not bad for Yang Mirong to help stop some undead knights. At this moment, Yang Mirong discovered that there were many more undead around. Bai Miao and the others could already resist the surrounding undead knights on their own. Without any hesitation, Yang Mirong directly rushed towards Lu Yan with his teammates. Lu Yan, we're here to help you. We can't let you take on so many undead knights alone. Yang Mirong directly brought his team members to Lu Yan's surroundings and began to attack the surrounding undead knights with all his strength. Perhaps to show their determination to help, Yang Mirong and the team members used all their strength to help Lu Yan share some of the pressure. Lu Yan's figure appeared behind an undead knight. Taking advantage of the fact that it was fighting the undead beside it, the black bone scythe in his hand directly slashed at its neck, instantly killing this undead knight. Under Lu Yan's ferocious attack, the surrounding undead knights were quickly killed. The deaths of the undead knights brought Lu Yan a lot of level up power. With so many undead knights around, it was probably impossible to destroy them without 40 to 50 professionals. However, in front of Lu Yan, these undead knights were quickly killed. After using the undead twin skill and coupled with the fact that Yang Mirong's team had returned, the speed at which Lu Yan killed the spirit knights clearly increased a lot. Half an hour later, all the surrounding undead knights were killed. Lu Yan also advanced from level 18 to level 19. Without hesitation, Lu Yan directly added 4 free attribute points to his intelligence to quickly replenish his mental strength. Now that Lu Yan's intelligence had already reached 158, it was already extremely high when compared to someone of the same level. However, summoning so many skeleton elites and the undead twin duplication still consumed a lot of mental strength. We're done killing? We succeeded. Bai Miao watched as Lu Yan returned with the undead and killed the surrounding undead knights one by one. She heaved a sigh of relief and directly collapsed to the ground. Using the secret technique twice in a short period of time had already squeezed out every bit of strength in her body and even caused damage to her body. After returning, she had to receive treatment and rest well to recover. Zhao Yuhang hurriedly supported Bai Miao and looked at Lu Yan in front of her, her eyes also revealing a trace of surprise. He really did it. He killed so many undead knights around him. This junior Lu Yan's combat strength was even more terrifying than she imagined. Li Fengjian and the others also heaved a sigh of relief and sat down to rest. Although it was only to stop the undead knights, they were still forced to fight with all their strength. Moreover, even after using all of their strength, the entire process was still dangerous. Without the help of Lu Yan's undead, it was simply impossible for them to stop a level 30 undead knight. The more this was the case, the more Li Fengjian and the others could realize how powerful Lu Yan was. Fortunately, such a big shot had appeared this time. Otherwise, they would definitely be wiped out here. I've advanced to level 19. Looks like the surrounding undead knights gave me a lot of level up power. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. He had spent nearly a month to advance from level 15 to level 18, but he had increased by 1 level after killing about 300 undead knights. Although it was only level, if he wanted to increase it from 18 to 19, he would probably need to kill 600 to 700 ordinary demon beasts of the same level. However, when he thought about it, it was normal. Lu Yan had also killed monsters above his level. Unfortunately, there was a limit to the level up power obtained for every level. Otherwise, Lu Yan would probably have increased by more than 1 level. Lu Yan, you're really too awesome. Can you leave your contact information? Let's be friends in the future. Li Fengjian looked at Lu Yan and smiled. Lu Yan looked at him indifferently. The crisis has not been resolved yet. It's better to be careful first. The smile on Li Fengjian's face instantly froze. The crisis had not been resolved? Could there be other dangers around? Lu Yan's words instantly made Li Fengjian's hair stand on end. He hurriedly began to recover, in case he encountered any danger later. Lu Yan checked Bai Miao's situation and then frowned. You can't continue fighting. Rest well and don't force yourself. Actually, even if Bai Miao had let go of a few undead knights just now, it would not have been a big deal. However, she insisted on using a secret technique to block it. Lu Yan's gaze then landed on Yang Mirong. Seeing Lu Yan look at him, Yang Mirong revealed an awkward expression. Lu Yan, Lu Yan directly interrupted him and stretched out his hand. You should have something to recover your mental strength, right? Give me some, the more the better. The isolation barrier was still there and there was still a hidden danger. Therefore, Lu Yan needed to quickly replenish his mental strength. He had not spent much stamina in the battle just now. However, it was important for him to replenish his mental strength. Yang Mirong was stunned for a moment. Then, without hesitation, he directly took out a glass bottle and handed it to Lu Yan. This is a mental strength recovery liquid that can quickly recover lost mental strength. In order to make Lu Yan forget the past, Yang Mirong could be said to be willing to do anything. Lu Yan did not stand on ceremony and directly opened it to drink. After entering his stomach, Lu Yan felt his mental strength recovering quickly. The effect of this recovery liquid was still quite good. At this moment, the entire ground suddenly trembled. A dense black fog directly rushed into the sky not far behind and instantly covered the area behind. Then, about 80 undead knights appeared from the black fog. The person in the lead was not an undead knight. He had a large sword on his back and was wearing armor. His face was covered by a dense black fog. It was an undead swordsman? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Looking at the large number of undead knights in front of them and the undead swordsman carrying a large sword, everyone's heart sank. If Lu Yan was right, there would be other dangers. Damn, what's going on? There are actually more undead knights. There aren't as many this time. They should be able to deal with them, right? Yeah, right? The undead knights in front are all level 30 elites. As for the guy with the big sword, the detector can't determine the other party's information. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. A member of the Yangmirong team holding a detection device at the side said with a pale face. What? The detector can't detect it? Doesn't that mean that the other party's level is too high? Is that guy with the big sword so powerful? Damn, what's going on? Why are there endless undead appearing? Moreover, we're inexplicably trapped here. Boss Lu Yan, can you deal with this situation? Everyone's gazes landed on Lu Yan. Now, they could only rely on Lu Yan in front of them. Lu Yan looked at the undead swordsman with a large sword on his back in front of him and frowned. Lu Yan sensed a dense undead aura from this guy. This guy's level should not be low. At the very least, he should be at the commander level. Lu Yan was really not confident in dealing with such an undead swordsman. The undead swordsman in front looked at Lu Yan and the others and said angrily, "Damn humans, you actually dare to kill so many great undead knights. This is simply unforgivable. I will skin you and offer your flesh and blood to the great Lord Moriton n/o/vel/b/in.c//om." Although they could not see the appearance of this undead swordsman clearly, everyone could still sense the anger of this undead swordsman. However, when this undead swordsman's gaze landed on Lu Yan, his angry voice stopped. His expression instantly became vigilant. The big sword on his back instantly appeared in his hand, as if he was prepared to fight. The aura of a monarch? No, if it was a monarch, I would no longer have the strength to resist. Damn human, how dare you taint the power of the monarch? Damn it, damn it, damn it. The undead swordsman in front looked at Lu Yan and kept muttering. His expression gradually turned from fear to anger. However, one could still see that his palm was trembling slightly. Clearly, the fear was still there. Lu Yan looked at the other party and knew that it was because of his talent skill, undead intimidation. For ordinary undead, undead intimidation only had an effect, reducing the other party's attack and defense by half. Moreover, such high-level undead would still feel fear after their attack and defense were halved. However, the undead swordsman in front of him was clearly very smart. He knew that Lu Yan had yet to grow up, so he tried to suppress the fear in his heart. The undead power on this undead swordsman instantly erupted, enveloping his entire body and weakening the fear Lu Yan made him feel. Such dense undead power. This undead swordsman is so powerful. This is at least a commander-level undead swordsman, right? Moreover, it's probably at least level 30. How are we supposed to fight this? Commander level? With the other party's undead aura, it's probably more than just a commander? Just this aura has completely suppressed us. How are we supposed to fight? Li Fengjian and the others looked at the undead swordsman who was emitting the undead power with fear. With such a dense undead aura, the undead swordsman in front of him might be a demon beast that had surpassed the commander level. It was over. It was all over now? No matter how powerful Lu Yan was, there was nothing he could do when facing a demon beast that surpassed the commander level, right? Lu Yan was indeed helpless against demon beasts that surpassed the commander level, but he still had the ability to fight undead that surpassed the commander level. Looking at the undead swordsman in front of him, Lu Yan knew that he had to use his full strength. Looking at it, Lu Yan still had 98 skill points that he had not used. These were all accumulated by Lu Yan through the daily missions for nearly a month. He did not use them directly because he wanted to save them for unexpected situations. Now was the time to use these skill points. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yan added all his skill points to the 3 skills according to the current situation. Undead Netherworld Armor, Netherworld Soul Scythe, Monarch Blessing. These 3 skills were directly related to Lu Yan's combat strength. Facing the guy in front of him, the effects of the other skills were not as effective. After spending it on the skills, he only had 2 skill points left. These 3 skills were also constantly being upgraded. Undead Netherworld Armor, Level 8. Summon the undead power to form a netherworld armor around you that can resist any damage. Current resistance value, 240. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown time, 3 hours. After the undead netherworld armor was upgraded to level 8, the resistance value had increased to 240. The duration increased a lot, and the cooldown time decreased by an hour. This was an epic level skill after all. The effect might not be too obvious in the early stages, but as the skill level increased, the effect would become stronger. When it was max level, the defense of the undead netherworld armor would definitely reach a state that made the enemy despair. Next was the Netherworld Soul Scythe, which had also been increased to level 8 by Lu Yan. Netherworld Soul Scythe. Grade, Exclusive Skill. Level, 8. Gather the undead power and summon the scythe from the netherworld. Attack increased by 70%, intelligence increased by 50%. Duration, 20 minutes. Cooldown time, 3 hours. Note, the Netherworld Soul Scythe can deal damage to the soul. When used to attack, it can cause 50% soul damage. Note, the Netherworld Soul Scythe can condense into a physical body after being upgraded to level 10. It can be transformed into an exclusive weapon and is not limited by the duration and cooldown time. Note, consuming a soul crystal can double the effect of the Netherworld Soul Scythe, but the duration will be reduced by a minute. The enhancement attack of the Netherworld Soul Scythe had reached 70%. Moreover, his intelligence would be increased by 50%, allowing Lu Yan's attack to instantly multiply. Moreover, Lu Yan had already condensed a lot of soul crystals during this period of time that could directly double the effect of the Netherworld Soul Scythe. Because there were not many skill points left, the Monarch Blessing could only increase to level 6. Monarch Blessing, Grandmaster, level 6. Effect, use the undead power to bless yourself. Increase intelligence by 40%, agility by 35%, and physique by 40%. Upgrade can increase the effect. Cooldown time is 25 minutes. The enhancement effect of the Monarch Blessing was greatly enhanced. Lu Yan calculated that after using his newly upgraded Monarch Blessing, his combat strength would increase by a shocking amount as long as he used it with the undead Netherworld armor and the Netherworld Soul Scythe. Even when facing the undead swordsman in front of him, he was still able to fight. After stretching his muscles, Lu Yan prepared to face the enemy. Seeing this, Zhao Yuhang stopped Lu Yan and said, "Lu Yan, the aura of the undead swordsman in front is too dense. It's not something you can deal with. We'll stall him. Quickly escape. Among everyone present, your potential is the greatest. You can't die here." Hearing Zhao Yuhang's words, other than Bai Miao, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. The expressions of Li Fengjian and the others changed a few times. Then, Li Fengjian looked at Lu Yan and smiled. "She's right. Boss Lu Yan, you should escape. If not for Boss Lu Yan, we would have long died under the undead knights. Let us help you buy some time this time." The expressions of Yang Mirong and the others darkened. Clearly, they did not want to use their lives to exchange for Lu Yan's escape. Lu Yan smiled at Zhao Yuhang and then said, "Senior sister, don't worry. Although the aura of the guy in front of me is powerful, it's not impossible for me to resist." As he spoke, Lu Yan directly walked out. Monarch Blessing. A light instantly appeared on Lu Yan's body. His intelligence, agility, and physique instantly increased a lot. At the same time, the undead power condensed on Lu Yan's body, gradually forming a pitch-black armor that instantly enveloped Lu Yan's body. A sharp aura quickly condensed on the black bone scythe in his hand and directly covered the black bone scythe, forming a sharp pitch-black scythe shell. Sensing the change in Lu Yan's aura, everyone around was stunned. Li Fengjian's throat moved as he said with a stunned expression, "This? Boss Lu Yan was still hiding his strength previously? Now, he's finally revealing his true combat strength." A female team member beside Li Fengjian had stars in her eyes. Such a powerful aura. His aura seems to be even more powerful than that undead swordsman. Boss Lu Yan is so handsome. Zhao Yuhang was stunned for a moment before revealing a happy expression. Junior Lu Yan can actually erupt with such a dense aura. Looks like there's still a chance. Yang Mirong was also stunned. Then, he said in disbelief, "This guy was actually using his strongest combat strength just now? Isn't this too abnormal? Could he be a third profession change big shot?" The undead swordsman in front of him sensed the soaring aura on Lu Yan's body and his body suddenly froze. Its palm, which had just stabilized, trembled again. Such a dense undead aura? How did this guy do it? No, he definitely could not let this human who had tainted his monarch's reputation survive. The undead swordsman roared and raised the large sword in his hand. The surrounding undead knights instantly rushed towards Lu Yan in front of them. This undead swordsman suddenly stomped on the ground and suddenly rushed towards Lu Yan in front of him. "Humph." Lu Yan snorted and directly summoned the skeleton elite army and the undead knights he had recruited previously. Undead Rage. The cooldown of the undead rage had already passed and he could use it again. A large number of undead directly rushed towards the undead knights in front of them and instantly engaged in a chaotic battle. Lu Yan directly welcomed the undead swordsman in front of him. The undead swordsman also did not expect Lu Yan to be able to summon so many undead. However, his gaze then landed firmly on Lu Yan. Die. The undead swordsman raised the large sword in his hand. Thick undead power condensed on the large sword, forming a vortex. He suddenly slashed at Lu Yan. A black storm instantly danced from the large sword in the undead swordsman's hand and swept towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan did not dodge this black storm. The resistance of the level 8 undead netherworld armor had already reached 240. Lu Yan did not believe that the undead swordsman in front of him could unleash an attack that exceeded this value. As expected, after entering the black storm, Lu Yan remained motionless, as if he was not affected at all. The undead swordsman looked at Lu Yan, who had walked out of the black storm safely, and his expression was shocked. This is impossible. How can it not cause any damage? The undead swordsman could not accept this outcome. He raised the large sword in his hand and rushed towards Lu Yan again. Lu Yan suddenly stepped forward and instantly slashed out with the black bone scythe wrapped in his hand, directly landing on the large sword raised by the undead swordsman. Bang! With a muffled sound, the undead swordsman in front of him suddenly trembled and took 2 steps back. Damn it! Damn it! This is impossible. The undead swordsman looked at Lu Yan, who was motionless, and directly went crazy. A dense black fog spread out from the undead swordsman's body and instantly enveloped his body. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. Trying to strengthen your skills? Then let's see how powerful you are now. Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe wrapped in his hand again and directly slashed at the undead swordsman in front of him. The undead swordsman's long sword was wrapped in black fog as he directly slashed upward, blocking the black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand. At the same time, this undead swordsman suddenly waved the large sword in his hand and directly pushed aside the black bone scythe. Then, this undead swordsman turned around and suddenly stabbed Lu Yan from behind. Lu Yan raised the scythe hilt of the black bone scythe to block the tip of the large sword in the undead swordsman's hand, but a huge force directly made Lu Yan take a few steps back. The undead swordsman's body instantly disappeared from his spot and appeared behind Lu Yan in a black fog. The large sword in his hand suddenly slashed towards Lu Yan's neck. Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe in his hand and blocked this attack. His body took a few steps back again. The undead swordsman's attacks were incomparably frequent. He directly pounced forward and attacked Lu Yan again, not giving Lu Yan a chance to breathe. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. You seem to be very energetic. Lu Yan snorted and directly used a soul crystal. A pitch-black light instantly bloomed from the Netherworld Soul Scythe covering the black bone scythe in his hand and instantly enveloped the entire Netherworld Soul Scythe. Lu Yan raised his hand to block the undead swordsman's attack. Then, under the undead swordsman's unbelievable gaze, he slashed his scythe at the other party. The undead swordsman did not expect the strength of the human in front of him to increase again. Not only did he easily block its attack, but he also instantly counterattacked. The large sword in his hand was somewhat cumbersome and was already too late to defend. A large amount of black fog seeped out from the undead swordsman's chest and directly enveloped his body. The pitch-black scythe in Lu Yan's hand directly spread out the black fog on the undead swordsman's chest before landing on the other party. With a muffled sound, the undead swordsman's body directly flew out and landed heavily on the ground. A wound instantly appeared on the undead swordsman's chest. Although no blood surged out, a large amount of undead power seeped out, instantly weakening the aura of this undead swordsman. No, this is impossible. How can I be defeated by this human? This is impossible. Impossible. The undead swordsman seemed to be unable to accept this fact. He looked at Lu Yan in front of him with fear in his eyes. After being defeated, the fear it had been suppressing in its heart instantly erupted, and it was much stronger. After taking a deep look at Lu Yan, this undead swordsman did not hesitate and directly turned around to run behind him. He wanted to gather the undead knights and lead them to charge together. This guy was definitely unable to withstand the charge of a large number of undead knights. However, when this undead swordsman turned around and ran not far, he saw an unbelievable scene. The undead knights in front of him had already been surrounded by a large number of undead. Not to mention gathering them, some of them had even been killed by those undead. These were his elite subordinates. How could they be killed by these low-level skeleton undead? Then, this undead swordsman saw the undead knights that had been transformed into Lu Yan's undead. His subordinates had become the other party's knights? Before this undead swordsman could figure out what was going on, Lu Yan's voice sounded behind him. Where do you think you're going? Lu Yan used the Monarch Netherworld escape to appear behind this undead swordsman and directly slashed the black bone scythe in his hand at him. The black bone scythe wrapped in the Netherworld Soul Scythe directly landed on the undead swordsman's back and instantly slashed it open. A large amount of undead power spread out, making the undead swordsman instantly scream. An undead swordsman did not feel any pain, but Lu Yan's Netherworld Soul Scythe could cause damage to the soul, instantly making this undead swordsman want to die. Black fog spread out from the undead swordsman's body and instantly disappeared. The black fog appeared again and directly arrived 100 meters ahead. The undead swordsman's figure appeared from within and quickly headed forward. It fled in the direction of the pool of blood from before. Before it could escape far, a pitch-black scythe directly appeared and instantly slashed the other party's neck. The undead swordsman's eyes instantly widened. He turned around and looked at Lu Yan before falling to the ground with an unwilling expression. In front of the Monarch Netherworld escape, it was impossible for this undead swordsman to escape. Damn, he killed him? Boss Lu Yan killed that undead swordsman. How long has it been? It hasn't even been 5 minutes, right? But Boss Lu Yan has already killed that undead swordsman with a dense undead aura. I originally thought that Boss Lu Yan would have a very simple fighting style. I didn't expect him to directly destroy everything. He's really awesome. Li Fengjian and the others watched as Lu Yan killed the undead swordsman in a few moves, their eyes filled with admiration. Lu Yan looked at the corpse of the undead swordsman in front of him and heaved a sigh of relief. Although it seemed simple for him to kill this undead swordsman, in reality, actually, it was indeed very simple. After all, he had increased the undead Netherworld armor and the Netherworld Soul Scythe to the 8th level. The increase in his combat strength was not small. Coupled with the talent skill, undead intimidation, it was still very easy for him to kill this undead swordsman. Under Lu Yan's gaze, the body of the dead undead swordsman in front of him slowly trembled. Then, he directly stood up and arrived beside Lu Yan respectfully. Nov. L. B /JNN. Looking at the undead swordsman who had already transformed into his undead, Lu Yan's eyes flowed with disappointment. Although this undead swordsman had become his undead, the other party's intelligence was already gone. Lu Yan originally planned to ask this undead swordsman something. Lu Yan looked. At this moment, he was already very close to the pool of blood and could clearly see the location of the blood. At this moment, the pool of blood seemed to have already dried up, but it still emitted a faint blood-red light, making one feel afraid. Lu Yan did not go near the blood water. Instead, he directly headed towards the surrounding undead knights. After killing these undead knights, Lu Yan prepared to break out. Although his current strength was very powerful, it did not last long. It was impossible for him to stay here and wait for the unknown danger. With his current strength, he should be able to break through the isolation barrier in front of him. While Lu Yan was killing the undead swordsman, in a hidden cave in the Yinwind mountain stream, the black-robed Moraton was focused on carrying out the undead sacrifice. Beside his feet, the corpses of humans and demon beasts had already turned into bones that scattered on the ground. The power in these corpses was sacrificed to the huge hexagram formation. Damn Black Flood Dragon, you didn't give me enough blood essence. Because of you, I have to capture humans and demon beasts to make up the numbers. Now, I'm still a little short. Just as Moraton was cursing, his body suddenly trembled. He's dead. Damn it! You're not letting me have my way, are you? He died at such a critical moment. Moraton held the white bone staff and paced back and forth in the cave. Now, in order to preside over this formation, my level has been suppressed to level 30. If I rashly go out, I'm afraid it will be somewhat dangerous. The entire formation is only short of the last sacrifice. It's impossible for me to wait any longer. It's impossible for there to be an existence above level 30 in the surroundings. Looks like someone temporarily obtained a powerful strength and killed my undead swordsman. However, if we go out, the aura here will spread. The isolation formation can't be hidden either. We will be discovered by human experts. Forget it, I'll directly capture him and summon Lord Netherworld. At that time, with Lord Netherworld around, even if human experts come, they will still have to retreat calmly. After thinking briefly, Moraton made up his mind and directly arrived at a small blood-red array formation in the corner. Black fog spread and directly enveloped Moraton's body, making him instantly disappear from his spot. At the supply station outside the Black Fog Forest, Wang Yi was checking documents in the office when an urgent alarm suddenly sounded. Warning! Warning! Thick undead power sensed from the Black Fog Forest's Yinwind mountain stream. It is likely the appearance of a high-level undead creature. Warning! Warning! Thick undead power sensed from the Black Fog Forest's Yinwind mountain stream. It is likely the appearance of a high-level undead creature. The Yinwind mountain stream in the Black Fog Forest? A high-level undead creature had appeared? Wang Yi's body suddenly froze as he directly picked up the microphone beside him. Inform the rescue team to gather urgently and follow me to the Black Fog Forest's Yinwind mountain stream to investigate. The Yinwind mountain stream in the Black Fog Forest was located near the outer area of the wilderness of their supply station. There were many low-level professionals and students hunting there. When high-level undead creatures appeared, they had to quickly investigate the situation. Otherwise, it might cause huge losses to the surrounding hunters. Moreover, when he heard about the dense undead power, Wang Yi's heart tightened. He had just checked the recent hunter deaths in the Black Fog Forest and discovered that recently, the number of hunters missing in the periphery of the Black Fog Forest was very high. Moreover, there was a faint undead power left behind where every hunter disappeared. Therefore, when he heard about the undead power and the likely appearance of a high-level undead creature, Wang Yi instantly thought of them. He had to personally lead a team to check. Soon, the supply station's rescue team gathered. The first rescue team was the most elite rescue team in the entire supply station. There were 30 people, and every one of them was a third promotion professional. Their professions were evenly distributed and their equipment was all top-notch. Wang Yi did not waste his breath and directly rushed towards the Black Fog Forest with the entire rescue team. With Lu Yan's current combat strength, dealing with these undead knights was simply like cutting vegetables. In less than 2 minutes, he killed all the undead knights. Hurry up and leave? Let's leave this place first. After all the undead knights transformed into Lu Yan's undead servants, Lu Yan arrived beside Zhao Yuhang and the others. He placed Bai Miao on an undead silver moon wolf and prepared to leave first. However, before Lu Yan and the others could do anything, a dense undead power spread out. Lu Yan's body froze. He turned around and saw a figure appear in the distant pool of blood. The black-robed Moraton? The moment Moraton appeared, his gaze landed on Lu Yan. From Lu Yan, Moraton could sense an extremely dense undead power. Unlike the fear of the undead swordsman just now, although Moraton could also sense the pressure coming from Lu Yan and even knew that his attack and defense would be much lower when facing this guy, a smile appeared on his face. That's right, a smile appeared on a skeleton's face, making Moraton look somewhat comical. Ha ha ha, this is too awesome. With such dense undead power, not only can Lord Netherworld come over after sacrificing you, but he can also directly appear in his complete state without experiencing a strength suppression period. Tisk tisk tisk, why didn't you appear sooner? The smile on Moraton's face became even more abnormal. He looked at Lu Yan, the 2 balls of Netherworld flames in his eyes flickering, revealing endless greed. Zhao Yuhang and the others were stunned. They looked at Moraton's figure and were somewhat numb. Another one? Another one? Moreover, what's with this guy's aura? It's just that his aura makes me feel somewhat suffocated. This guy is definitely stronger than that undead swordsman just now. Moreover, he's much stronger. Damn it! Is there an end to this? Boss Lu Yan, can we deal with this? If it's Boss Lu Yan, we should be able to, right? Li Fengjian and the others were somewhat numb. They originally thought that they could get out and leave this damn place. Who knew that another powerful undead creature would come? Now, they could only place their hopes on Lu Yan again, hoping that Lu Yan could create a miracle. Looking at Moraton in front of him, Lu Yan's expression became solemn. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The guy in front of him was not someone the undead swordsman from before could compare to. You're the one who killed my undead swordsman? Not bad. Don't worry, I'll treat you well with the undead power later. Moraton looked at Lu Yan in front of him and said with the netherworld fire flickering in his eyes. Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly rushed towards Moraton with the black bone scythe in his hand. The effects of the monarch blessing, the undead netherworld armor, and the netherworld soul scythe had not disappeared. The effect of the soul crystal was also present. At this moment, Lu Yan was at his strongest state and could not waste time. As his body rushed out, Lu Yan also instructed the surrounding undead army to rush towards Moraton. Moraton looked at Lu Yan who was rushing towards him with disdain. Your use of the undead power is not bad. It's not bad to be able to build such an undead army, but you want to fight me with this? Dream on. With a cold snort, the white bone staff in Moraton's hand was instantly filled with black fog. It instantly expanded and directly enveloped Lu Yan's undead army in front of him. Crack, crack, the sound of bones rubbing sounded. Then, the black fog dissipated, and a large number of undead directly shattered into bones that scattered on the ground. Lu Yan's heart sank when he saw this, and he got the remaining undead to stop charging. Facing this guy, numbers were useless. With the black bone scythe wrapped in the netherworld soul scythe in hand, Lu Yan directly arrived beside Moraton and raised the black bone scythe in his hand. The black bone scythe directly landed on Moraton. However, a pitch-black bone shield directly appeared on Moraton's body and blocked this attack. Then, a bone spike shot out from the white bone staff in Moraton's hand towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan waved the black bone scythe to block the bone spikes, but the moment the bone spikes gathered, they directly exploded. The huge force instantly made Lu Yan take 2 steps back. This guy was very skilled in using skills and had very powerful combat strength. Fortunately, he was not invincible. Lu Yan looked at Moraton in front of him and was thinking when a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding, detected that the host is fighting a Lord-level Necromancer. Activated achievement mission to kill someone of a higher level. Achievement mission, kill the Lord-level Necromancer in front of you. Reward, one-time skill, Undead Calamity, 1000 achievement points. Wang Yi brought the rescue team and quickly arrived at the Yinwind mountain stream in the Black Fog Forest on a level 30 Redbird. After arriving at the Yinwind mountain stream, Wang Yi and the others sensed an extremely dense undead aura. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. There. Wang Yi instantly saw an isolation barrier rise not far away and directly rushed over with his team. In the isolation barrier, Zhao Yuhang and the others instantly became excited when they saw Wang Yi rush over. It's station leader Wang Yi? He's here to save us. Li Fengjian pointed at Wang Yi, who had rushed over, with an excited expression. They knew Wang Yi. With the station master of the supply station here, wouldn't it be a matter of time before they were rescued? Zhao Yuhang also said to Lu Yan with a happy expression, Junior Lu Yan, there's no need to fight this guy. Our reinforcements have already arrived. At this moment, Lu Yan was still thinking about the achievement mission that appeared in his mind. He did not expect the Necromancer in front of him to be at the Lord level. The other party was only 1 level away from the epic level. The battle just now also told Lu Yan how difficult the Necromancer in front of him was. It was probably very difficult to kill it. Hearing Zhao Yuhang's voice, Lu Yan turned around and saw Wang Yi and the others rushing over from outside the isolation barrier. Lu Yan was overjoyed. If he could cooperate with station leader Wang Yi, it should not be impossible for him to kill this Lord-level Necromancer in front of him. The achievement mission did not say that he had to kill this Lord-level Necromancer alone. In front of him, Moraton also saw Wang Yi and the others outside, and his expression darkened. I didn't expect the human reinforcements to arrive so quickly. However, my isolation barrier is not so easy to break. Little thing, looks like I have to speed up. Moraton looked at Lu Yan and smiled. Then, he directly waved the white bone staff in his hand. The entire ground instantly trembled. Bone spikes broke out from the ground and quickly spread towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan was shocked and did not hesitate to directly dodge to the side to prevent Zhao Yuhang and the others from being implicated. Outside, Wang Yi and the others also began to attack the isolation barrier. However, when the attacks landed on the isolation formation in front of them, they only caused ripples. Wang Yi frowned and then found the array master in the team and asked, "What's going on?" The array master replied, "Station leader Wang, the defense of this isolation shield is very powerful. It has been enhanced with an extremely powerful undead power. With our team's strength, we will need at least 10 minutes to break through this isolation shield." 10 minutes. Wang Yi frowned again. He looked at Moraton in the isolation barrier in front of him and his expression became ugly. As Moraton disappeared from the cave, the aura isolating effect of the barrier had already disappeared. Wang Yi could clearly sense the suppressed aura on Moraton. Not to mention 10 minutes, even the professionals inside would probably die in 2 minutes. At this moment, Wang Yi suddenly saw Lu Yan rushing towards Moraton. It's him, that Lu Yan who broke the level 15 4 attributes record. Seeing Lu Yan, Wang Yi's eyes instantly widened. Lu Yan had left a deep impression on him back then. He still remembered the moment Lu Yan's senior, Lu Fengjian, returned to the relief station to report Lu Yan's disappearance. At that time, he was still heartbroken that a person with so much potential had died. After all, disappearing in the wilderness was equivalent to death. However, he did not expect the other party to be here. Wang Yi revealed a happy expression, but his expression instantly darkened when he saw the powerful Necromancer. Lu Yan's appearance made him happy, but appearing in the isolation barrier made Wang Yi feel very uncomfortable. Could it be that this genius was about to die in front of him? Use the fastest method to open this isolation barrier. Wang Yi roared at the array master beside him. The array master looked at Wang Yi and opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. He directly instructed the surrounding rescue team members to attack the isolation barrier in front of him. However, even so, it would still take at least 8 minutes to break through the isolation barrier. Inside the isolation barrier, Lu Yan was already constantly closing the distance between him and Moriton. A large number of bone spikes surged out from the ground and pierced towards Lu Yan, but Lu Yan did not care. White bone spikes surged out from under Lu Yan's body and were about to penetrate his body, but they directly shattered, turning into white bones that scattered on the ground. This made Lu Yan heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that this Lord-level Necromancer in front of him could not unleash his full strength for some reason. Otherwise, the bone spikes on the ground should at least be able to break the defense of the undead netherworld armor. Such high defense? Interesting. Moriton was also somewhat surprised to see that his bone spikes were unable to break through Lu Yan's defense. Then, he waved the white bone staff in his hand, and the ground in front of Lu Yan directly transformed into a dark green swamp. In the swamp, dark green bubbles kept appearing. Clearly, they contained poison. Moriton waved the white bone staff in his hand again. White skeleton arms stretched out from under Lu Yan's feet, wanting to grab Lu Yan's ankle. Lu Yan quickly rushed forward and dodged the white skeleton arms that kept appearing under the ground. Soon, he arrived at the dark green swamp in front of him. White skeleton arms appeared more densely beside Lu Yan's feet and grabbed at him. A smile appeared on the corner of Moriton's mouth, and he felt that he had already forced Lu Yan into a desperate situation. Now, if Lu Yan did not stop, he would end up rushing into the dark green swamp. Moriton was confident that no matter how powerful this guy's defense was, he would not be able to withstand the corrosion of the bone-eroding demon swamp. If this guy stopped, he would be directly grabbed and restrained by his skeleton ghost hand. He was in a dilemma. How was this guy going to deal with it? Lu Yan's response was very simple. He directly rushed into the dark green swamp in front of him. The moment he missed his step, Lu Yan's body froze. Then, under Moriton's surprised gaze, Lu Yan disappeared from his spot. Damn it! Moriton instantly reacted. Just as he was about to turn around, Lu Yan's black bone scythe slashed onto the bone shield on Moriton's body. With a muffled sound, Moriton directly took 2 steps back, and the bone shield on his body instantly shattered. Moriton's heart sank, and black fog instantly enveloped his body. Buzz! The black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand directly slashed through the black fog in front of him, cutting through the black fog. However, Moriton's body was no longer within the fog. Turning around, Moriton appeared not far away. Brat, I've underestimated you. Humph, I don't have time to play with you. Moriton looked at Lu Yan with an ugly expression. He had almost been ambushed by this guy. He waved the white bone staff in his hand, and 2 huge white bone figures appeared from the ground. 2 white bone fled dragons? After their bodies appeared from the ground, the 2 white bone fled dragons quickly rushed towards Lu Yan in front of them. Lu Yan looked at the 2 white bone fled dragons in front of him and directly retreated. The 2 white bone fled dragons were very fast. They caught up to Lu Yan and bit him. Lu Yan's body froze and he disappeared from his spot again. When he appeared, Lu Yan had already arrived beside Moriton and directly slashed down with the black bone scythe in his hand. Although he had the bone shield, the fact that it had been broken just now made Moriton not confident that the bone shield could block this guy's attack. Therefore, black fog surged out of Moriton's body again. Then, Lu Yan missed again. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Moriton's body appeared in the distance. He looked at Lu Yan, his expression no longer as relaxed as before and becoming somewhat ugly. Lu Yan did not hesitate and disappeared from his spot again. Moriton's expression changed. Before Lu Yan could appear, black fog covered his entire body and his figure disappeared from his spot. Lu Yan appeared where Moriton had disappeared, and Moriton's figure appeared beside the 2 white bone fled dragons. If Lu Yan dared to come again, the 2 white bone fled dragons beside him could directly attack Lu Yan. However, when Lu Yan saw Moriton's figure appear beside the 2 white bone fled dragons, he directly stopped and stood on the spot to fight Moriton. Although the barrier that enveloped the surroundings was not broken by Wang Yi immediately, Lu Yan believed that it would not take long for him to break through this barrier. Therefore, Lu Yan was not in a hurry. As long as the isolation barrier could be broken, it would be relatively easy to kill the Necromancer in front of him. Moriton looked at Lu Yan, who was motionless in front of him, and could not help but become somewhat anxious. He originally thought that capturing this guy would be very easy. He did not expect this guy to be so slippery. The other party had the ability to teleport and it was very difficult for him to capture the other party. The other party wanted to kill him, but if the white bone fled dragon was beside him, the other party would not attack. If he wanted to capture Lu Yan, he could only force the other party to approach him. Thinking of this, Moraton directly sent out the 2 white bone flood dragons beside him and rushed towards Lu Yan in front of him. Seeing this, Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly disappeared from his spot. After appearing behind Moraton again, Lu Yan did not attack. Instead, he directly blocked the black bone scythe in front of him. A large number of bone spikes directly bloomed from Moraton's body and quickly shot in all directions. The black bone scythe blocked some of the bone spikes. The moment the bone spikes were blocked, they directly exploded. The explosive energy directly made Lu Yan feel the black bone scythe tremble. Then, Lu Yan's figure disappeared again and he directly arrived at another place. At this moment, Lu Yan was already somewhat tired. Using the Monarch Netherworld escape continuously was still relatively exhausting. Moreover, the undead Netherworld armor and the Netherworld soul scythe had also entered a countdown. If he did not think of a way to kill the Necromancer in front of him, it would probably be very difficult for him to resist the other party later. However, even so, Lu Yan still did not reveal any urgency. He quietly looked at Moraton in front of him and then looked at Wang Yi, who was constantly attacking the isolation barrier outside. It was as if he was telling Moraton in front of him that he wanted to stall for time and wait for the people outside to break through the barrier and enter. Moraton looked at Lu Yan's actions and was directly anxious. Usually, it would have been able to tell that Lu Yan was exhausted. However, the situation was urgent now and he did not have much time. In his anxiety, Moraton looked at Lu Yan in front of him and mocked, "Brat, so what if you're hiding? If you have the ability, why don't you fight me head on?" The other party could constantly change his location. As long as the other party wanted to escape, there was nothing he could do. Moraton directly began to taunt, wanting the other party to attack him. Lu Yan said leisurely, "Head on? Why should I fight head on? Isn't it good to wait for the reinforcements from outside to come in? Wait a little longer. We'll fight you together later." Moraton's eyes darted around before landing on Zhao Yuhang and the others not far behind. "Wait. All right then, brat. Just go ahead and continue waiting." Moraton sneered and quickly headed towards Zhao Yuhang and the others. Seeing this, Lu Yan panicked and directly chased after him. The 2 surrounding bone dragons also pounced towards Lu Yan under Moraton's command. Lu Yan waved the black bone scythe in his hand and directly blocked the attacks of the 2 white bone flood dragons. Then, Lu Yan's figure disappeared from his spot again. Moraton instantly focused and gathered his strength, prepared to use his strongest strength to destroy the other party when this guy appeared beside him. Although the effect of the sacrifice was slightly inferior after Lu Yan was dead, he couldn't care less now. In any case, this guy's undead power was dense. Even if he died, the effect of the sacrifice would not be much different. However, Lu Yan's figure appeared. He did not appear beside Moraton to attack him. Instead, he appeared beside Yang Mirong. Yang Mirong was stunned, and so was Moraton. However, Moraton then snorted coldly. Bone spikes crawled out from the ground and directly enveloped Lu Yan. Yang Mirong and his teammates were shocked and quickly dodged. However, one of their teammates was still pierced by the fast-moving bone spikes. "Zioki!" Yang Mirong had just shouted when a furious voice sounded from the side. "Ah! How dare you kill my beloved friend? I'll make you pay with your life." Lu Yan roared angrily, his face filled with grief and indignation. His figure instantly disappeared from his spot. Moraton smiled. Humans were easily swayed by emotions. Anger would make one lose their mind and then their life. This time, the other party would definitely appear beside him to attack. Moraton mobilized all his strength and waited. Lu Yan ended up actually appearing behind Moraton. He raised the black bone scythe in his hand with grief and indignation and slashed it at Moraton's neck. Die. The netherworld fire in Moraton's eyes flickered before instantly expanding, directly enveloping his body. Then, Lu Yan's body was also drowned in the surrounding netherworld flames. "It's over, it's over. Boss Lu Yan has been enveloped in the netherworld fire. I originally thought that Boss Lu Yan could still kill this necromancer like before. I didn't expect him to be gone just like that. It can't be helped. This necromancer is too powerful. It's already not bad for Boss Lu Yan to last so long." Li Fengjian and the others watched as Lu Yan's figure was drowned in the netherworld fire, and their expressions suddenly changed. They were still alive now because of Lu Yan. Now, if Lu Yan was killed, they probably would not be able to last more than 10 seconds in the hands of this necromancer. Everyone's faces turned pale. Although Wang Yi had already arrived, he was unable to break through the isolation barrier in a short period of time. Once Lu Yan died, they would probably all be finished here. However, no one noticed that the moment before he was devoured by the netherworld fire, the metal on Lu Yan's chest flickered. The temperature of the netherworld fire was not very high, and the netherworld fire did not rely on the temperature to kill. Instead, the flame directly affected the soul and would burn it. Moraton had thought it through very clearly. He would use the netherworld fire to envelop this guy and severely injure his soul. Then, he would quickly leave this place and return to the cave. After that, he would use this guy's corpse to summon Lord Netherworld and his mission would be completed. As long as Lord Netherworld came out, he would be safe. The isolation barrier could no longer last for long, so Moraton directly used all his strength, wanting to make Lu Yan lose his mobility as quickly as possible. However, Lu Yan did not directly lose control of his body just because the netherworld fire was burning his soul. The metal on his body helped him block all the netherworld fire attacks. The black bone scythe wrapped in Lu Yan's hand directly slashed towards Moraton's neck. Luyan had used all his strength for this attack. The black bone scythe wrapped in the netherworld soul scythe directly slashed onto Moraton's neck. With a crisp crack, the bone shield around Moraton instantly shattered. Then, under Moraton's incredulous gaze, the black bone scythe in Luyan's hand directly severed Moraton's head. Moraton's skeleton head rolled on the ground. His head was facing up, and the netherworld flames in his eyes flickered. He looked at Luyan above with a shocked expression. His head had actually been severed? Before Moraton could react, he saw the black bone scythe in Luyan's hand descend and directly dismember his body. As an undead monarch, Luyan naturally knew how difficult it was to deal with necromancers. If he did not destroy the other party's soul, the other party would not be considered dead. However, now, at the very least, the other party would not be able to resist for the time being. Taking off the dim metal on his chest, Luyan raised his eyebrows. He wondered if it was worth it to use the undead metal to exchange for the life of this necromancer. However, at the very least, he had completed the achievement mission. If this continued, although Wang Yi could break through the barrier, this necromancer would definitely leave directly when Wang Yi broke through the barrier. At that time, Luyan would miss the important opportunity to kill this necromancer. Therefore, Luyan deliberately used the monarch netherworld escape to waste time. Then, Luyan appeared beside Yang Mirong and revealed a resentful expression after Moraton killed one of Yang Mirong's team members. Coupled with the sentence, "How dare you kill my beloved friend? I'll make you pay with your life," it was enough for this necromancer to think that Luyan wanted to fight him to the death. At this moment, this necromancer was already running out of time. The other party would definitely use its strongest attack to kill him. Moreover, this was also the time when he was most relaxed. This was also the opportunity Luyan had been waiting for. He had long decided to use the undead metal to block the fatal blow of this necromancer and directly cut off the other party's head. Before Moraton could react, he saw Luyan walking towards him with the pitch-black scythe. Moraton's head swayed. Then, the netherworld fire in his eyes swayed crazily a few times. "Don't kill me. I can give you many good things." Moraton looked at Luyan, who was raising the scythe in his hand, and said anxiously. Luyan smiled when he heard Moraton's words. "Oh, something good? What's that? Tell me." Nov. L. B //JNN. Luyan naturally hoped to obtain more benefits after having wasted his undead metal. The reason why Luyan did not directly shatter this necromancer's head was to give the other party a chance to beg for his life. Moraton hurriedly said, "You also use the undead power. As long as you let me go, I can give you 2 undead type skills. They're both very powerful." He had to stall for time. Although his body had been destroyed, he only needed 3 minutes to be able to use the teleportation ability. At that time, he could directly leave and forcefully summon Lord Netherworld. Although this would damage Lord Netherworld's strength, he couldn't care less at this moment. "Oh, 2 undead type skills? Hand them over first and see if it's worth buying your life." Luyan looked at Moraton and said. The netherworld fire in Moraton's eyes flickered. "How do I know if you'll regret your decision later? Throw my body over first." Luyan did not hesitate and the black bone scythe in his hand directly landed on Moraton's head. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't give it to me, I'll directly send you on your way." Who knew if this guy still had any trump cards? Luyan naturally had to speed up. Moraton gritted his teeth and directly said, "All right. I'll give it to you first." As he spoke, 2 pitch-black balls of light appeared from Moraton's skeleton head and directly arrived in front of Luyan. If you absorb these 2 balls of light, you can obtain the 2 skills. Luyan looked at the pitch-black ball of light floating in front of him and frowned. Just as Luyan was about to determine if the 2 pitch-black lights were dangerous, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding, detected that there are 2 undead skill energies in front of the host. Do you want to absorb them? Luyan's heart skipped a beat as he directly placed his hand on the 2 pitch-black balls of light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the undead skill, Twin Bone Flood Dragon. Twin Bone Flood Dragon, Grandmaster, cannot be upgraded. Consume the undead power to condense white bones to build 2 Bone Flood Dragons. The 4 attributes of the Bone Flood Dragon are balanced, 2/3 of the host's intelligence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the undead skill, Bone Hand. Bone Hand, Grandmaster, level 0 consumes the undead power to summon 2 bone hands to bind the enemy. The higher the enemy's agility, the harder it is to bind them. The higher the intelligence, the longer the binding time. Upgrade increases the number of bone hands. The 2 skills were both very good. The Twin Bone Flood Dragon could condense 2 bone dragons, and its 4 attributes were 2/3 of Luyan's intelligence. Luyan's current intelligence was 158. In other words, the 4 attributes of the bone dragon he summoned would be slightly more than 105. The effect of the bone hand was also not bad. It was a binding skill. However, if the enemy's agility was too high, they might not be able to restrain the other party. Just as Luyan thought that his gains would stop here, the voice in his mind sounded again. Ding! As the host is an undead monarch, the Twin Bone Flood Dragon has automatically advanced to the Netherworld Twin Dragons. The Bone Hand has automatically advanced to the Ghost Bone Hand. Host, please check. Luyan was stunned for a moment. Both skills had been upgraded. Netherworld Twin Dragons, Grandmaster, cannot be upgraded. Consume the undead power to condense white bones to build 2 bone dragons. Other than agility, the 4 attributes of the Bone Dragon are twice as high as the user's attributes. Ghost Bone Hand, Grandmaster, level 0 consumes the undead power to summon 2 bone hands to bind the enemy. The higher the enemy's agility, the harder it is to bind them. If the host's intelligence exceeds the enemy's agility, the binding will have a 100% success rate. Every additional bone hand can increase the success rate by 10%. The increase in level of the 2 skills was very high. The Netherworld twin dragons could condense bone dragons. Moreover, other than agility, the other 4 attributes were twice as high as Lu Yan's own. However, its agility was only 2/3 of Lu Yan's. This could be considered a top-grade skill that could make up for the fact that Lu Yan's current undead army was relatively weak. The enhancement of the Ghost Bone Hand was also very high. If one's intelligence surpassed the other party's agility, the other party had a 100% binding rate. To Lu Yan, it was simply the perfect counter to assassins and archers. As long as the other party's agility did not exceed his intelligence, he would be able to restrain the other party 100%. At that time, wouldn't the other party be at his mercy? It seemed that this Necromancer really did not have any ill intentions and had actually handed over 2 good undead skills. How could Lu Yan know that Moraton was only trying to stall for time? According to Moraton's thoughts, these 2 skills were very good. It would take a while for him to comprehend them. Even a genius among geniuses would at least need a few hours to comprehend them. However, Moraton only needed 3 minutes to escape. However, just as Moraton counted to 30, he saw the black scythe land on his head again. Anything else? Lu Yan looked at Moraton and spat out a short word. Moraton was directly stunned. He looked at Lu Yan in front of him and did not know what to say for a moment. What was going on? It was impossible for the other party to absorb the 2 skills he had given so quickly. Moreover, he had already seen the other party absorb these 2 skills. It was impossible for him to stop midway. Looks like that's all, right? Lu Yan looked at Moraton and was about to swing the black bone scythe in his hand. Don't attack. Sir, I'm willing to offer my soul to become your servant as long as you can spare my life. Moraton looked at the quickly descending black bone scythe and directly shouted. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at Moraton. Offer your soul? How? Moraton hurriedly said, Honorable Lord, you only need to give me 3 minutes to prepare the power of sacrifice and split a portion of my soul for you. This way, you can completely control me. I'll become your loyal dog. In order to stall for time, Moraton had completely lost the face of a high-level undead. In any case, he was a skeleton and had no face to begin with. 3 minutes? That's too long. Lu Yan did not hesitate to drop the black bone scythe in his hand and directly shatter Moraton's skeleton head. The netherworld fire swayed a few times before directly extinguishing. Moraton could not understand why this guy was not greedy for the loyalty of a high-level necromancer. Seeing the netherworld fire in Moraton's eyes dissipate, Lu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had slashed the other party's body into pieces and only had the other party's head left, Lu Yan was still somewhat worried. After all, this was a high-level necromancer. He did not know what strange methods the other party had. He had already obtained a lot by killing it and completing the achievement mission. He had also obtained 2 additional undead skills. As for subduing this necromancer, Lu Yan had never thought of it. Although he was an undead monarch, he had yet to grow up. It was impossible for him to control a high-level necromancer. It was impossible even if the other party took the initiative to offer his soul. Necromancers were very accomplished in playing with souls. He might even play some tricks on the soul he offered. Instead of constantly guarding against a time bomb, it was better for him to directly kill them and complete the achievement mission. At this moment, the shattered skeleton heads on the ground were acting strange and started grouping together. Then, Moraton's body also combined and returned to his head. Standing beside Lu Yan, Moraton lowered his head respectfully. Lu Yan checked. Like the undead swordsman, he had also lost his previous consciousness and retained some of his previous strength. This was the kind of undead servant that made Lu Yan feel at ease. In the distance, Zhao Yuhang and the others were already very shocked when they saw Lu Yan walk out of the netherworld fire. Then, they were even more shocked when they saw Lu Yan directly cut off the necromancer's head with a scythe. I can't believe how powerful Junior Lu Yan actually is. He can even kill such a powerful necromancer. Zhao Yuhang looked at Lu Yan and covered her mouth with a shocked expression. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Bai Miao bit her lip lightly and looked at Lu Yan's back, feeling as if she was looking at a tall mountain. He was still thinking of giving Lu Yan a surprise during the new student competition. Now, it seemed that the first place of the new student competition would definitely be Lu Yan. Li Fengjian and the others were even more excited. Damn, Boss Lu Yan is so awesome. I've long said that Boss Lu Yan will definitely be able to do it. That Necromancer is simply not Boss Lu Yan's match. Li Fengjian looked at Lu Yan's back and spoke incoherently in excitement. Boss, didn't you say that it was over just now? You even said that Lu Yan was definitely going to die. One of Li Fengjian's teammates whispered. Who said that? Who dares to curse Boss Lu Yan to death? Come out, I'll slap him to death. Li Fengjian was instantly furious. His eyes swept around, as if he wanted to find someone. Lu Yan came into contact with the skeleton elite army and let the undead enter the undead space. Then, he returned to Zhao Yuhang and the others tiredly. After using so many skills, Lu Yan had consumed a lot of his stamina and mental strength. He needed to recover properly. As soon as he returned to Zhao Yuhang's side, Lu Yan saw the angry Yang Mirong in front of him. Lu Yan, how do you explain deliberately killing one of my teammates? Outside the barrier, Wang Yi was also stunned when he saw Lu Yan directly kill the Necromancer. It had to be known that the isolation barrier cast by that Necromancer could not be broken by the entire rescue team in a short period of time. This was enough to prove the strength of that Necromancer. Originally, Wang Yi thought that Lu Yan and the others would definitely die. Although it was very difficult to accept, it was common for geniuses to die prematurely. Wang Yi was also helpless. Especially when Wang Yi saw Lu Yan being devoured by the netherworld fire, he felt that Lu Yan was definitely dead. How could a new student resist the invasion of such dense netherworld fire? However, the next scene almost shocked his eyeballs off. Lu Yan actually walked out of the netherworld fire and slashed off the Necromancer's head. This Lu Yan not only has 4 attributes that far exceed his level, but his combat awareness is also so powerful. Although I don't know what method he used to avoid the damage of the netherworld fire, it's rare for him to be able to counterattack at this age. Looks like the Golden Corner Academy is going to produce another peerless genius. Wang Yi sighed. The 4 attributes of a professional were very important, but more importantly, their combat awareness played a bigger role. Previously, there had been experts with very powerful 4 attributes, but their combat awareness was ridiculously poor. They could not even kill demon beasts of the same level. This was a true talent. If only he could join the army. Lu Yan looked at the angry Yang Mirong in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. Kill one of your teammates? What do you mean? Yang Mirong said angrily, you suddenly appeared beside me just now and let that Necromancer's attack land on our team, causing one of my teammates to die under that Necromancer's bone spikes. Aren't you responsible for my teammate's death? If it were anyone else, Yang Mirong would not be so furious. At the very least, he would not confront Lu Yan like this. However, the teammate who died was the sponsor of the entire team. His combat strength was not very high, but his family was very rich. They gave the team a lot of money every month so that he could stay in the team and hunt together. Now that he was dead, not only would the team lose a large sum of money in the future, but they would also suffer revenge from the other party's family. Yang Mirong was naturally incomparably furious. Lu Yan said indifferently, what does the death of your teammate have to do with me? Speaking of which, I haven't settled the score with you for escaping previously. After being furious, Yang Mirong also calmed down and looked at Lu Yan with a gloomy expression. However, he also knew very well that it was impossible for him to get an explanation. Strength was respected in the real world. Moreover, Lu Yan had not personally killed his teammate. It was useless even if he went to reason with Wang Yi. Moreover, his team had previously escaped. Thinking of this, Yang Mirong, who had calmed down, snorted and directly said, fine, I won't pursue the death of my teammate. We're even. Lu Yan narrowed his eyes. If not for Yang Mirong jumping out to question him, Lu Yan really would not have thought of settling the score with him previously. After all, one person in his team had died because of him. But now, Lu Yan looked at Yang Mirong and said in a low voice, even? Then how about the lives of everyone in your team I saved? You have to pay me, right? Yang Mirong's expression changed. Then, he said sternly, someone in our team has already died. And you still want compensation. Bai Miao mocked, what does the death of your team have to do with us? We can't possibly let the entire world revolve around you, right? Zhao Yuhang added in disdain, that's right. Didn't the deaths of the members of the team prove that your team's strength is poor? On what basis are you speaking with such confidence? Li Fengjian also directly jumped out. If not for Big Boss Lu Yan, we would have long died here. So what if he asks for some compensation? Big Boss Lu Yan, how much do you want? As long as we have it, we'll give it all to you. Li Fengjian saw through everything very clearly. Firstly, without Lu Yan, they would have directly died. Therefore, giving all the resources to Lu Yan was not a problem. At the very least, his life was saved. Moreover, this was a super big shot. Wasn't it better to cozy up to someone powerful? Therefore, what he needed to do now was to transform into a lackey and lick Lu Yan crazily. A guy who cozied up to a woman might end up with nothing, but it's entirely possible for a bootlicker to gain everything. Yang Mirong's expression changed several times. In the end, he still regretted his attitude just now. If the other teammates had died, he would not have been so rash. How much do you want? Yang Mirong looked at Lu Yan and finally gave in. Lu Yan stretched out a single finger when he heard this. I won't ask much from you. That's all. All right. 1 million it is. We're unlucky this time. Yang Mirong said coldly and prepared to take out his bank card to transfer the money to Lu Yan. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Lu Yan shook his raised finger. It's not a million, but 10 million. 10 million energy coins. Yang Mirong was shocked. 10 million energy coins? Are you crazy? How am I supposed to get so much money? Although Lu Yan's reward alone was more than 10 million energy coins, that was the reward for being the provincial champion. There were only a few of them in the entire country. Yang Mirong's team had been hunting for so many years, but not to mention 10 million energy coins, they had not even been able to save 5 million energy coins. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and said, 10 million energy coins shouldn't be a high price for your lives. I'm not an unreasonable person. If you don't have enough energy coins, the equipment on you, spatial items, and so on can all be used as compensation. If it's not enough, I just need to strip all of you naked. Then it will be enough. Yang Mirong's expression became very ugly. He looked at Lu Yan and said, "Are you joking with me?" Lu Yan smiled. He waved the black bone scythe in his hand, and undead appeared around Yang Mirong's team. Their cold gazes all landed on Yang Mirong and the others. As long as Lu Yan gave the order, the surrounding undead would drown Yang Mirong's team in front of him. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yang Mirong was anxious and said somewhat angrily, "Station leader Wang Yi is outside. This isolation barrier will be broken soon. Aren't you afraid of being punished if you dare to attack us now?" "Ah, you reminded me. The isolation barrier is about to break, so you don't have much time." Lu Yan looked at Yang Mirong and said with a smile, "You can completely believe me. Before this isolation barrier is broken, I can kill all of you. Of course, you can also try to resist. As for whether you're punished or not, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you dead people, right?" The surrounding undead approached Yang Mirong's team. The huge pressure made the other members of Yang Mirong's team turn pale. This Lu Yan could even kill that Necromancer. Wouldn't killing them be as easy as killing chickens? "Boss, why don't we listen to him? That's right. He can be considered to have saved our lives. It's only right for him to give us some compensation." That's right. We're all on the same side. There's no need to be so hostile." Under Lu Yan's pressure, the other members of Yang Mirong's team cowered. Yang Mirong looked at Lu Yan and clenched his fists, but he still did not dare to fight Lu Yan head-on. "All right, I'll give it to you." In the end, Yang Mirong still admitted defeat and transferred all the energy coins in his bank card to Lu Yan. It was a total of 4.5 million. These were the savings of their team. They were all with Yang Mirong. Then, Yang Mirong and the others saw that Lu Yan still did not retreat. They could only take off all their equipment and hand over all their spatial storage items. Lu Yan did not stand on ceremony at all and accepted them all. At this moment, other than wearing casual clothes, the few of them had nothing else. However, Wang Yi and the others would quickly break through the isolation barrier, so they did not have to worry about encountering any danger on the way back. At the side, Li Fengjian carefully arrived beside Lu Yan and whispered, "Boss Lu Yan, we're relatively poor here. We don't have 10 million energy coins, but can we just give you all our items as compensation? Although it's not much and is only worth 1 to 2 million energy coins, I hope you don't mind." Lu Yan directly interrupted him. "You don't have to pay." Li Fengjian was stunned for a moment before revealing an overjoyed expression. He looked at Lu Yan excitedly and asked, "Boss Lu Yan, is this true?" Lu Yan nodded. He had never thought of asking for any compensation in the first place. It was just that Yang Mirong's team's actions made him unhappy, which was why he did what he did just now. Li Fengjian returned to the team excitedly and told his teammates the good news. Looking at his surprised teammates, Li Fengjian said with a smug expression, "I heard you say just now that I looked like a lackey, but what's wrong with being a lackey? Not only did we manage to stay alive, we didn't even have to pay and even befriended a big shot." Woof, woof woof woof. His teammates looked at Li Fengjian and gave him a thumbs up in unison. "Captain is awesome." At this moment, cracks appeared on the isolation barrier that enveloped the surroundings. Then, it directly shattered with a crisp sound. Wang Yi directly rushed in with the rescue team. The rescue team spread out and checked if there was any danger in the surroundings. Wang Yi arrived in front of Lu Yan and smiled at him. "Lu Yan, we meet again." Lu Yan also smiled. "I didn't expect station leader Wang Yi to come personally." Wang Yi nodded and directly asked, "Lu Yan, can you tell us what happened here?" "We sensed a large amount of undead power and rushed over." As for Yang Mirong and the others, who were not fully equipped and were very eye-catching, Wang Yi did not care. Outside, he also saw that Lu Yan, Yang Mirong, and the others seemed to have gotten into a conflict. Then, Yang Mirong and the others handed the items over. Wang Yi would not care about such things unless Lu Yan killed someone. However, even if he killed them, as long as there was a reason, he would not punish them. Lu Yan was about to mention this when he heard Wang Yi ask, "A large number of undead knights appeared here previously and surrounded us. Moreover, they were very disciplined. I came to the Black Fog Forest previously to find the location where a team led by the Sword Master of our Golden Corner Academy was destroyed. According to the file, that sword team was destroyed by the undead knights. However, our school also cleaned up the undead knights that appeared. From the looks of it, the two of them should be related. In fact, the undead knights who appeared and destroyed our school's Sword Deo team were also with these undead knights." Hearing Lu Yan's words, Wang Yi's expression turned solemn. If that was really the case, then the undead knights of the Black Fog Forest did not appear by chance. They were brought here by high-level undead. For example, the Necromancer just now. Lu Yan thought of the pool of blood just now and hurriedly said, "By the way, there's a very strange place here. I suspect that these undead knights and the Necromancer just now came from there." "Oh, where?" Wang Yi hurriedly asked. Lu Yan directly brought Wang Yi to the pool of blood from before. However, when he saw the blood in front of him, Lu Yan was stunned. The blood water from before had already dried up, leaving only a faint blood-red color on the ground. That strange feeling also completely disappeared. Lu Yan pointed at the location of the blood and briefly described the strange situation of the blood to Wang Yi. After hearing Lu Yan's description, Wang Yi directly got the array master of the rescue team to come over. Soon, the array master stood up and looked at Wang Yi. Station Head Wang Yi, this blood-red area should have been a teleportation formation previously, but the formation has already disappeared. Can you locate the other side? Wang Yi asked. He acutely sensed that something deeper might be involved behind this teleportation formation. This necromancer would not appear here for no reason and then let the undead knights hunt human professionals. He definitely had a goal. This goal was very likely related to the place behind this teleportation formation. The array master explored again and then shook his head at Wang Yi. No, this is a temporary array formation. It has already completely disappeared. We can't trace it to the other end. Wang Yi nodded and then found the captain of the rescue team. With this place as the center, keep exploring the surroundings. If there's any news, inform me. After arranging the matters here, Wang Yi looked at Lu Yan and said, Lu Yan, your senior previously reported your disappearance at the supply station. If there's nothing else, follow me back and erase the missing person record. Then, I'll also inform your school of this situation. You have to know that after your school learned of your disappearance, they sent 2 teams to search for you, but they were unable to find you. Lu Yan smiled awkwardly. In order to increase the undead army, Lu Yan had gone deep into the Black Fog Forest and had long left the area around the Yinwind mountain stream. Coupled with the fact that sneak attacks were more effective when demon beasts rested at night, Lu Yan often hid during the day and went out at night. It was very normal for him not to be found. Let's go back together. I'm also going back to school, Lu Yan said. It was already enough for him to be in the wilderness for such a long time. The new student competition was about to begin, so he had to go back and prepare. Wang Yi nodded and got the surrounding rescue team to continue exploring the surroundings. Then, he brought Lu Yan and the others back to the supply station. In a cave in the Yinwind mountain stream, the array formation that was filled with caves suddenly lit up. A feminine force spread out from the array and directly corroded the mountain around the surrounding cave. Soil and rocks instantly poured down from the top of the cave, quickly burying the entire cave. The entire process was silent. The disappearance of a cave was also an insignificant change to the entire Yinwind mountain stream. However, no one knew that a large array was hidden inside. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After returning to the supply station, Lu Yan and Wang Yi erased the missing person record. Wang Yi sent the news back to Lu Yan's Golden Corner Academy. Lu Yan, Zhao Yuhang, and the others used the supply station points to open a room to rest. After being in the Black Fog Forest for so long, Lu Yan had to clean himself up. After taking a shower, Lu Yan walked out in high spirits and began to check the achievement mission this time. Achievement mission, kill the Lord-level Necromancer in front of you. Completed. Reward, one-time skill, Undead Calamity, 1000 achievement points. The reward for this achievement mission was still very good. There were a total of 1000 achievement points. Coupled with the previous rewards, Lu Yan's achievement points were now 2200. He only needed to obtain another 800 achievement points to obtain the achievement reward for the next stage. Then, Lu Yan's gaze landed on the one-time skill, Undead Calamity, Reward. Undead Calamity, Epic, one-time use. Effect, summon undead in the designated area, a radius of 10,000 meters. The level of the undead is elite to Lord. There's a chance of an epic level undead appearing. There's no limit to the number of them. Duration, 1 hour. The summoning of the undead is uncontrollable. All creatures in the killing area. Looking at the skill introduction, Lu Yan gasped. This was simply a destructive skill. By releasing this skill in a designated area, it could create a death zone. It could summon elite level and lord level undead. Even epic level undead could be summoned to kill the enemy inside the area for an entire hour. Most importantly, the number of undead summoned was not limited. As long as he released this skill, it was impossible for any creatures in the area to survive. This was a great killing weapon. If only the undead summoned was controllable. Lu Yan then smiled and shook his head. He was too greedy. This skill was already very powerful. After briefly checking his current attributes and skills, Lu Yan was still very satisfied. His gains from this trip to the wilderness were still very good. His attributes and skills had been increased. He had also obtained 2 new skills and a one-time use Undead Calamity. At this moment, Lu Yan opened his phone and sent a series of messages. There was no signal in the wilderness, so Lu Yan simply turned off his phone. Lu Yan felt a headache. He had not contacted Sister Li Yulai for a long time and she was probably worried sick. The first thing he saw was Sister Li Yulai's missed calls and messages. There were hundreds of them. Lu Yan, where are you? Why didn't you return my call? Lu Yan, your school teacher called me and said that you were missing. This isn't true, right? Lu Yan, reply to me when you see the message. Don't make me worry. Lu Yan, you're fine, right? It's impossible for you to be fine. Just wait, I'll go find you now. There were many messages from Luo Li Yulai. Lu Yan checked them one by one. The last message was from yesterday. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Lu Yan hurriedly called Luo Li Yulai back. On the other end of the phone, Luo Li Yulai almost cried when she received Lu Yan's call. She had already bought her plane ticket and was about to come to Tianese City to find Lu Yan. After patiently comforting Luo Li Yulai, Lu Yan called Butler Lu and asked him to take good care of Luo Li Yulai and not let her move. After such a long time, the sword aura in Luo Li Yulai's body had been relieved, but she still needed the sword pill to treat the root of her illness. Almost a month had passed, and the purchase of the sword pill should have ended. Lu Yan prepared to go to the supply station to see if there were any sword pills for sale later. Looking down, he saw that there were missed calls and messages from Reawakening. Lu Yan sent a simple reply. In any case, Wang Yi had already sent the news back to the school. Then, Lu Yan saw Yang Wei's missed calls and messages. Lu Yan, what's wrong with you? Have you become arrogant after becoming the provincial champion? Why aren't you answering my calls? Damn, you're really not answering. How many times have I called you? Let me tell you, I've also been accepted by the Golden Corner Academy. Do you believe that I'll go to the school and publicize that you're a virgin? Even that didn't scare you? However, it makes sense. Most of them seem to be still virgins. Hurry up and answer the phone. I'll help you remove it when I get to Tianese. Alright, I'll directly get someone to remove your virginity. What's going on? I called the school to ask. What did they say about you disappearing? I knew it. It's impossible for you not to answer my calls. So you're missing. Then it's fine. Hey, don't pretend to be dead. It's fine if you're missing, just come back quickly. Are you serious? The new students are about to come to the school and the new student competition is about to begin, but you're still missing. Let me tell you, I'm already in Tianese. Hurry up and welcome me. I'm unfamiliar with this place. Otherwise, I'll blame you if I get kidnapped by some beauty. Yang Wei nagged as usual. However, it could be seen that this guy was still quite anxious about Lu Yan's disappearance. He did not expect him to also choose the Golden Corner Academy and be accepted. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. That strange summoning ability of his could still be effective if used well. Of course, the premise was if he was not always thinking about summoning demon girls. After replying to Yang Wei, the other party directly called. Hey, Lu Yan, I knew you were playing with us. I knew you weren't missing. Did you go somewhere to play? Let me tell you, I'm in Tianese now. The new students can enter the school tomorrow. You have to come and be my guide. Oh right, I've gotten to know many beautiful girls in the past few days. Do you want me to introduce them to you? I'll help you become like me and bid farewell to your virgin life. Hearing the continuous noises in his ear, Lu Yan consciously put the phone away. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll look for you directly when I get back. I'm still at the supply station. Lu Yan briefly explained his situation to Yang Wei and directly hung up. He would find the other party later. In the end, Lu Yan saw many missed calls and messages from Li Meier. The number of times she called and messaged him were almost comparable to Luo Liulai. Lu Yan, where are you? I couldn't find you for several days. Where have you been? Hunting in the wilderness? Send me a message when you return to the supply station. It's been half a month. My mother is still waiting for you to treat her. Where the hell have you been? Weivua, I'm sorry, Lu Yan. I didn't know that you were missing. I shouldn't have cursed at you. Lu Yan, come back quickly. I'm fine. My mother is still waiting for you to treat her. Lu Yan, are you back? Lu Yan, are you back? In the next few days, this Li Meier sent news every day and asked Lu Yan if he had returned. However, when he thought of Li Meier's mother, Maggie's treatment, Lu Yan's heart could not help but flutter. Maggie's graceful figure and charming aura could not help but appear in his mind. Damn, the charm of a succubus is indeed very powerful. It's been so long, but the feeling is still so intense. Lu Yan shook his head fiercely and threw out the distracting thoughts. Then, Lu Yan replied to Li Meier. Soon, Li Meier called. Weivua, I knew it. Lu Yan, I knew that you would definitely be fine. Li Meier's excited and sobbing voice sounded in his ear. Alright, I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying? Why? Did you fall in love with me at first sight? Lu Yan was in a good mood this time and could not help but tease Li Meier. Pfft, who's in love with you? I'm just worried that no one will treat my mother. How long has it been? Hurry back and treat my mother. Li Meier said fiercely and directly hung up. Lu Yan smiled and shook his head. It seemed that there were still a lot of things waiting for him when he returned. After putting on his clothes, Lu Yan walked out of the room and arrived at the trading area of the supply station. After wandering around and not finding the sword pill, Lu Yan could not help but be somewhat disappointed. He asked the salesperson and learned that the big shot who bought the sword pill had not stopped buying them. Lu Yan turned around and prepared to return to the school to take a look. He turned around and bumped into Wang Yi, who was patrolling here. Wang Yi looked at Lu Yan and smiled. Lu Yan, are you buying something here? Lu Yan nodded. I want to find something, but I couldn't find it here. Wang Yi was stunned for a moment before saying, Lu Yan, feel free to tell me what you need. I have the buying rights to the items in the treasure vault of the nearby military region. I can help you take a look. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. He looked at Wang Yi and asked, I wonder if station leader Wang Yi can help me find a sword pill. A mid-grade sword pill will do. Wang Yi frowned when he heard this. Sword pill? This is a rare item now. I'll help you investigate. As he spoke, Wang Yi took out his phone and opened the treasure vault of the military region beside him to search. Soon, Wang Yi revealed a happy expression. Lu Yan, you're in luck. There's a sword pill in the treasure vault of the military region beside you. It's a high-level sword pill. It's about to be sent away. I helped you stop it. When Lu Yan heard this, he smiled. Thank you so much, Station Master Wang Yi. How many energy coins does this high-level sword pill cost? I'll transfer them to you? Wang Yi waved his hand. The price of a high-level sword pill is not too high usually. It's only 3 to 4 million energy coins. However, because of that big shot, it has increased a lot. I can buy it at an internal price for the military region. It doesn't cost much. I'll just give it to you. Lu Yan nodded and did not argue with Wang Yi. He looked at Wang Yi and said, "Thank you, Station Master Wang Yi. I've been searching for the sword pill for a long time. If you need anything in the future, you can look for me." To Wang Yi, this high-level sword pill might not be much, but to Lu Yan, it was something he had always yearned for. Therefore, he still owed the other party this favor. Wang Yi also smiled and said, "All right, if I need anything in the future, I'll look for student Lu Yan." He did not think that he needed Lu Yan's help for anything. He only wanted to increase Lu Yan's impression of him so that he could increase Lu Yan's chances of joining the military region after graduation. "All right, I've already bought it. They'll send it over in the afternoon. I'll give it to you then." Wang Yi operated his phone and looked at Lu Yan. Lu Yan nodded and then looked at Wang Yi curiously. Station head Wang Yi just said that the sword pill has increased so much recently because of a big shot. This high-level sword pill was also almost bought by that big shot, right? Can you reveal more about this to me? Of course. If it involves any secrets, forget I asked. Lu Yan was also relatively curious about the crazy purchase of this sword pill. Wang Yi looked at Lu Yan and pondered. It's not a secret. It's just that a big shot in the sword Dao was severely injured and needed a sword pill to treat his injuries. Therefore, almost all the sword pills in the market were sent to him. Lu Yan said, "Then, station leader Wang Yi, if you stop this high-level sword pill, will you?" Wang Yi shook his head and said, "It's fine. A high-level sword pill is only a drop in the bucket for that big shot. It's not a big deal." Lu Yan nodded and then realized something. He looked at Wang Yi and asked, since this big shot was able to get the sword pills of the school and the military region sent to him, his identity is probably not simple, right? Even a big shot in the sword Dao would probably find it difficult to get the sword pills of the school and the military region to be sent to him. Wang Yi nodded. "There's no harm in telling you. This big shot in the sword Dao is from our military region. He has participated in 4 national wars and has made many contributions. He's reputed to be the #1 sword god in our dragon country. Now that he needs the sword pill, the school and the military region have to provide their full support." Lu Yan was shocked. He did not expect this sword Dao big shot who needed the sword pill to be the #1 sword god in the dragon country, Wang Yanjai. There were still many rumors about Wang Yanjai, but his attainments in the sword Dao were undoubtedly #1. Lu Yan did not expect him to be injured. No wonder he needed so many sword pills. After chatting with Wang Yi for a while more, Lu Yan prepared to return to his room to rest. Now that he had also obtained the sword pill, Lu Yan felt relieved. As soon as he arrived at the door of the room, Lu Yan saw Zhao Yuhang, Bai Miao, Li Fengjian, and the others waiting at the door. Lu Yan n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Big Boss Lu Yan. Everyone's gazes landed on Lu Yan. Their gazes were different, but they all revealed gratitude. If not for Lu Yan, they would probably have died in the Black Fog Forest. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Lu Yan was somewhat puzzled as he looked at Li Fengjian and the others. Li Fengjian smiled and said, "It's like this, Big Boss Lu Yan. We're prepared to return to the school. In order to thank you for saving us, we want to treat you to a meal. Let's all eat together." Lu Yan looked at Li Fengjian's expectant expression and pondered for a moment before nodding. After saying that, he was really a little hungry. He might as well finish eating before resting. The few of them arrived at the restaurant of the supply station and booked a private room before eating. "Boss Lu Yan, I really have to thank you this time. If not for you, we would probably have died. Let me toast you." "Boss Lu Yan, I'll also toast you. I really have to thank you this time." Li Fengjian's team toasted one another. After hunting in the wilderness, Lu Yan also wanted to relax, so he drank directly. Even Zhao Yuhang and Bai Miao, who were at the side, kept raising their glasses under Li Fengjian's jeering. Their faces quickly turned red. At this moment, a female member of Li Fengjian's team looked at Lu Yan with a red face and said somewhat shyly, "Boss Lu Yan, do you have a girlfriend?" Bai Miao and Zhao Yuhang, who were slightly drunk, seemed to have instantly woken up. Their gazes landed on Lu Yan. At this moment, Lu Yan was also a little drunk. When he heard this girl's question, for some reason, Maggie's figure actually appeared in his mind. Damn, was the charm of a succubus so strange? Lu Yan shook his head and then waved his hand. No, then I. As soon as Li Fengjian's female teammate spoke, Li Fengjian directly interrupted her. You what? Can't you see that there are 2 top-grade beauties here? Do you think a toad like you is worthy of eating swan meat? Li Fengjian burped and looked at Lu Yan. Lu Yan, don't lower yourself to her level. Let's continue drinking. Li Fengjian knew very well that Lu Yan's achievements were definitely limitless. How could he fall in love with an ordinary university student? Moreover, there were 2 beauties beside him. When Bai Miao and Zhao Yuhang heard Li Fengjian's words, their faces turned even redder. However, Li Fengjian also took the opportunity to flatter them and make them drink a few more glasses of wine. Boss Lu Yan, I originally planned to leave later. Now, it seems that I can only rest first. I'm really grateful to you this time. I won't say anything else. I can also express it by drinking alcohol. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. We won't disturb Boss Lu Yan later. After resting, we'll directly leave." Li Fengjian gave Lu Yan his contact information and toasted again. After the previous battle, everyone wanted to relax and quickly got drunk. After Li Fengjian left with his team members, Lu Yan also staggered back to his room. After sleeping for a while, Lu Yan felt as if something was pushing him from beside him. He frowned and pushed it back. That thing seemed to have quietened down. Lu Yan's brows relaxed and he continued to sleep in satisfaction. After a while, that thing seemed to have moved again. Lu Yan frowned again and was about to push it when he suddenly realized something. Opening his eyes, Lu Yan directly saw Bai Miao, who was carefully pushing his thigh. At this moment, Bai Miao's expression was somewhat anxious, and her face was slightly red. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment before realizing that his leg was pressing against Bai Miao. Nov. L.B//JNN. Why the hell was he on the same bed as Bai Miao? Lu Yan returned to his senses and hurriedly retracted his thigh. Because he was too fast, his ankle accidentally hit Bai Miao. Bai Miao snorted and frowned, clearly feeling some pain. Seeing this, Lu Yan hurriedly reached out to help rub it. Then, he realized that something was wrong and retracted his hand. He looked at Bai Miao awkwardly and said, Bai Miao, why are you in my room? Bai Miao looked up at Lu Yan with a furious expression. This is my room. Huh. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that it was a scene of Bai Miao coming to his room drunk. He did not expect that he was the one who had gone into her room. Lu Yan did not know how to explain for a moment. On the other hand, Bai Miao said calmly, it's nothing. You were just drunk and entered the wrong room. Nothing happened. Lu Yan hurriedly nodded. Right. I just entered the wrong room. Although Bai Miao was pretending to be calm, she was still somewhat flustered. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing. Lu Yan also felt somewhat awkward. He tidied his clothes and jumped off the bed, prepared to return to his room first. Junior Bai Miao, have you seen Lu Yan? As soon as Lu Yan opened the door, he saw Zhao Yuhang, who was about to knock. The two of them faced each other and their bodies froze. Zhao Yuhang looked around the room and confirmed that this was indeed Junior Bai Miao's room. Then, Zhao Yuhang also saw Bai Miao rush out. You too. Zhao Yuhang looked at the two of them with a somewhat hesitant expression. Lu Yan quickly thought of something and said, I came to discuss with Bai Miao about returning to the school together. Just as I was saying that, Senior Zhao, you came. Zhao Yuhang's gaze landed on Bai Miao. Bai Miao looked at Zhao Yuhang and nodded with a tense body. Yes. Although she was somewhat suspicious, Zhao Yuhang still looked at Lu Yan and said, Lu Yan, Station Leader Wang Yi is looking for you. He said that the thing you wanted has arrived. Lu Yan realized that it was the high-level sword pill that had arrived. Looking at the time, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Lu Yan hurriedly went out to find Wang Yi. Bai Miao looked at Zhao Yuhang with an awkward expression. Zhao Yuhang smiled at Bai Miao and then smiled. Junior Bai Miao, do you have time? Can I go in and talk to you? Bai Miao was stunned for a moment before nodding and turning to invite Zhao Yuhang in. Lu Yan quickly found Wang Yi and obtained the high-level sword pill from him. Then, Lu Yan thanked him and put away the sword pill. After returning to the school, he could send it to Sister Liulai. Looking at the time, Lu Yan decided that it was time to return to school. After returning to the room, Lu Yan saw Zhao Yuhang and Bai Miao waiting at the side. Junior Lu Yan, I have something to discuss with you. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Lu Yan nodded when he heard this. Then, the three of them entered Lu Yan's room. Seeing Lu Yan close the door, Zhao Yuhang went straight to the point. Junior Lu Yan, I came to ask if you're interested in forming a team. Team. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. That's right. Junior Lu Yan should already know about the club. A team is different from the club. It's a hunting team formed by a few people. Junior Lu Yan and Junior Bai Miao's combat strength are both relatively high among the new students. I'm afraid it's difficult for them to be teammates who can cooperate well among the new students. Why don't you team up with me? After returning to the school, I'll find a few powerful teammates. At that time, we can hunt together and take care of each other. Hearing Zhao Yuhang's words, Lu Yan understood. Lu Yan had not considered forming a team for the time being. However, Bai Miao and Zhao Yuhang's combat strength were not bad. It was not bad for them to form a team. Looking at Bai Miao, Lu Yan asked, you agreed? Bai Miao shook her head. If you agree, I'll join. Otherwise, I won't join. Lu Yan was very important to Bai Miao. If it was only Zhao Yuhang, Bai Miao did not think there was a need to team up. Zhao Yuhang smiled and said, Junior Bai Miao thinks very highly of you, Junior Lu Yan. Junior Lu Yan, consider it carefully. It's easier to hunt in teams than alone. Previously, I didn't find a suitable teammate. Otherwise, I would have long formed a team. Lu Yan nodded. I naturally know the benefits of forming a team. However, I still have to consider it. I'll give you an answer after I'm done considering. Zhao Yuhang nodded. All right, Junior Lu Yan, take your time to consider. By the way, I've created a group. I'll invite you and Bai Miao in. I'll invite some stronger students in the future. Even if Junior Lu Yan doesn't join the team in the future, it's still good to have an additional channel to obtain information. Zhao Yuhang had already seen Lu Yan's potential and naturally wanted to rope Lu Yan in. Even if he did not join the team he was about to form, it was still good for her to be in the same group chat as him. Lu Yan and Bai Miao nodded. It was also excellent to create a group and obtain another channel to acquire information. Alright. The group number is 90448248. Just agree to my invitation. Lu Yan and Bai Miao both took out their phones and agreed to the invitation. Lu Yan looked down and saw that the group name was Golden Corner. Tomorrow is the new student enrollment. The new student competition will be held in 3 days. Junior Lu Yan and Junior Bai Miao should be returning to school, right? Zhao Yuhang looked at the two of them and smiled. Lu Yan and Bai Miao nodded. Lu Yan said, I was about to go back. Bai Miao, you're going with me, right? Bai Miao nodded. She was going back to begin with. Moreover, she had already said that they were discussing returning just now. She could not expose himself. Thinking of what had just happened, Bai Miao's face turned red again. All right, go back then. I'll rest here. I still have to hunt in the wilderness for a few more days. Zhao Yuhang looked at Bai Miao and Lu Yan and said. Lu Yan's strength had deeply stimulated Zhao Yuhang, making her unable to wait to become stronger. Soon, Lu Yan and Bai Miao parted ways with Zhao Yuhang and returned to the Golden Corner Academy together. Along the way, the atmosphere between Lu Yan and Bai Miao was somewhat awkward. Lu Yan wanted to speak a few times to ease the atmosphere, but when he saw Bai Miao's tense face, he ended up deciding not to say anything. After arriving at the entrance of the school, Lu Yan bade farewell to Bai Miao and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Bai Miao walk into the Golden Corner Academy. That was really too awkward. I usually know my way around. How could I have entered the wrong room? Sigh, it's all because of the alcohol. Nov, L, B / JNN. Just as he was thinking, his phone rang. Lu Yan took it out and saw that it was Yang Wei. Hey, Lu Yan, are you back yet? School starts tomorrow. Aren't we going out to have fun tonight? Lu Yan pondered for a moment and then said, Yang Wei, I have something to do tonight. Come and report tomorrow. I'll pick you up, okay. Li Meyer had just called him and asked him to treat her mother. He had already agreed, so he could not go back on his word, right? Yang Wei was stunned for a moment. What's so important? I've been waiting for you for a few days. Lu Yan smiled and said, I really have something important to do. I'll talk to you later. I'll see you tomorrow. Lu Yan saw Li Meyer walking over not far ahead and hung up on Yang Wei. Damn, he didn't even meet me first after returning. Could it be that he has a date with a beauty? Sigh, looks like I'm alone again tonight. In a high-end hotel beside the Golden Corner Academy, Yang Wei tidied up briefly before pushing open the door with a pained expression and heading to a nearby nightclub. Lu Yan, you're finally back. Li Meyer looked at Lu Yan in front of her and could not help but smile. Lu Yan nodded. I'm fine. I just got separated from Senior Lu Fengjian, so he reported my disappearance. By the way, how's your mother? Hearing Lu Yan ask about her mother, Li Meyer pouted and said, so you still remember my mother? My mother has been waiting for you for almost a month, but you never showed up. Then, Li Meyer realized that her words were a little ambiguous and hurriedly said, what I mean is, my mother has been waiting for you to treat her for almost a month. Lu Yan said somewhat awkwardly, I was too serious when hunting in the wilderness and forgot about the time. Her curse didn't deepen, right? Li Meyer shook her head. It didn't deepen. However, after your last treatment, the curse went silent for half a month. My mother didn't feel any pain again, but some time ago, she started feeling the pain again. You'll know the details when you go with me. Lu Yan nodded and followed behind Li Meyer towards her house. After bringing Lu Yan back home, Li Meyer opened the door and said, Mom, Lu Yan is back from hunting. I brought him back. Maggie walked out of the bedroom when she heard the sound. Lu Yan looked at Maggie in front of him and was stunned. At this moment, although Maggie was wearing a formal outfit, her proud figure and charming face could not be suppressed by the dignity of a formal outfit. Instead, it revealed a forbidden temptation. Lu Yan licked his lips and felt a little dry. His body seemed to have been ignited, and a burning sensation rose in various parts of his body. Indeed, mixed-blood succubi were still inferior to pure-blooded succubi. Although Lu Yan was somewhat shocked when he faced Li Meyer, it was not to the extent that he could not suppress the desire in his heart. Maggie was simply a seductive demoness. This was even when Maggie was deliberately suppressing her charm. If Maggie went all out, Lu Yan was not sure if he could withstand it. Those eyes that seemed to be able to intoxicate people looked at Lu Yan. Maggie said gently, Lu Yan, I've really troubled you. You've just returned from hunting in the wilderness and I'm already asking you to treat me. Lu Yan smiled and said, I'm fine. I was the one who lost track of time. I should have come early to treat Auntie. Auntie Maggie, should we start now? Maggie smiled and pulled Lu Yan into the living room. There's no hurry. You just returned. How can I let you work directly? You've suffered in the wilderness for so many days, right? Sit down first. Auntie will wash some fruits for you. As she spoke, Maggie brought Lu Yan to the living room and pressed him onto the sofa. Then, Maggie got Li Meyer to chat with Lu Yan before going to the kitchen to wash the fruits. It was not until Maggie left that Lu Yan heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Lu Yan, are you very hot? You seem to be sweating a little as soon as you came in. Li Meyer looked at Lu Yan and asked with concern. It's not that I'm hot, but that your mother is too hot. Lu Yan thought to himself before shaking his head at Li Meyer. I'm fine. I might have been in a hurry and sweated a little. Li Meyer nodded. It's fine. You can eat some heavenly peach fruits to quench your thirst later. My mother specially bought them today. She usually doesn't even buy them for me. Lu Yan smiled and nodded. The heavenly peach fruit was a strange fruit. It had a sweet taste and was very juicy. It was beautiful and expensive among fruits. However, this heavenly peach fruit might not be able to quench his thirst. Just as he was thinking, Maggie walked out with a plate of washed heavenly peach fruits and placed it in front of Lu Yan. Come, student Lu Yan, eat some heavenly peach fruits first. Maggie smiled at Lu Yan. Lu Yan looked at Maggie's bent figure, her tight clothes, and her charming and gentle smile. His throat moved. It was really troublesome.